beautiful futuristic tower that would have looked appropriate in the center of some future megacity was now in the middle of a bloody siege. She was attacked by hordes of hideous zombies, the decaying walking dead, eager to kill and devour those who were still alive. In the end, they managed to break through the first line of defense, killing several people, but at least one defender was still alive. Moreover, he smoked and swore softly under his breath, as if he was walking on a clear and calm day and then stepped into dog shit, and nothing more serious. As he slowly took out the grenade, he muttered that he had lost so many people just to find nothing here, and to find himself in the middle of an army of zombies. One of the walking dead looked directly at him, opened its mouth full of elongated rotten teeth, and let out a chilling cry. Pulling the pin from the grenade, the protagonist announced with a triumphant grin that this was the end of this whole damned world. So now they would only see each other in the next life. From a distance, the explosion might not have seemed so terrifying, but a closer look showed that it had destroyed hundreds, if not thousands of zombies, and set off an earthquake. And on this, the whole story could have ended on a sad but natural note, if suddenly a blue ray did not descend from the sky, picking up something small from the ground. Naturally, the main character, simply by the law of the genre, could not die here and now. So the higher forces in their mercy decided to send him back to the past. The mysterious, extra-dimensional entity was not only very kind, but also punctual, as it transported the guy exactly one day before the apocalypse began. It would have been a quiet and peaceful night, if not for the screams on one street. It was civilians who ran away in horror and screamed about the robbers' attack on the store. None of them could stop this bloodthirsty and armed assassin, so someone begged to call the police immediately. Apart from the culprit himself, the only person left inside was the shop assistant, who continued to work behind the counter with a tense but calm face, as if nothing had happened. In contrast to the idealized protagonist, this robber turned out to be very fat and even pig-like, and he demanded to be given all the money. Keeping her hands under such control that they practically didn't shake, the woman opened a small drawer without protest and began to take out bundles of money. She was willing to hand over all of its contents as long as she or anyone else didn't get hurt. But unfortunately, that wasn't enough for the fat rascal. As he soiled the floor with his drool, he panted that he wasn't just going to take these colorful pieces of paper, but that he was going to take the woman herself, in every sense of the word. This scared the saleswoman a lot more than the threat of murder. So when the bastard took a step in her direction, she collapsed in horror on her fifth point and tried to crawl away. In a panic, she groped for any object that could even pass for a decent weapon, and it turned out to be rubber chickens, making nasty screams. Clutching the ridiculous toy as if it were a war club, the saleswoman in fear threatened to use it immediately if the big man didn't immediately move away. But the fat man, drooling like a waterfall from his mouth, puffed at her to make her scream louder, as loud as possible, because that was what he liked best. The only thing the poor girl could do was barely whisper if someone could help her right now. It turned into a desperate, hysterical wail as most of her clothes were torn off, and the sound could have cracked the glass in the surrounding windows. The robber was so aroused that his fat face was covered with large beads of sweat, so he was distracted to wipe them off through a mask from a transparent bag. Naturally, no one expected that just at this moment. As if according to the script of a movie, a monstrous explosion rumbled, and everything was lit up with the light of a golden flame. The criminal was dumbfounded, and only his neck remained functional to turn his head and see what was happening there. The entrance to the shop was blocked by a cloud of white smoke that gradually dissipated, revealing the outline of a slender male figure wearing some sort of armor. The brunette, having examined the situation with a strange grin, thought that a miracle really happened. He moved in time very shortly before the death of civilization. Oh, the mysterious deity wasn't so noble as to permanently drop off a new toy in a different time period. No, the main character only had 10 minutes. The young man immediately realized that he had only a few minutes left to supply himself with supplies, medicines, fresh water, and other things. But his thoughts were interrupted by the cry of a robber. Grinning, eyes bulging, and brandishing a table knife, the fat man panted that he would make extra holes in the main character if he did something stupid. He took particular pleasure in making a comment about the boy's alleged toy submachine gun, but immediately shut up when a bullet nearly pierced his face. Looking at this criminal like a piece of pig dung that had come to life and was very smelly, the teenager ordered him to shut up, and that was the final warning. The robber was so terrified that he not only fell to his knees, hands clasped in a prayer pose, asking for his life, but also quietly wet himself like a child. Still looking at him with an indelible disgust, the protagonist was next to the fat man, side by side in a matter of seconds, and then hit him on the neck with the edge of his palm. This sent the villain into a deep swoon, and the teenager, having already forgotten about his existence, turned to the frightened saleswoman with a demand to show the location of the warehouse. With great difficulty, the girl raised a trembling hand and poked it to the side, where it was possible to go to the warehouse. This door, however, was very difficult to miss, since there was also an identification plate on it, and there was a warning about the prohibition of entry for outsiders. The dark-haired man already ran to her, but before that, he managed to thank the stranger in a quick patter, and even throw her a precious gift in return, namely, a pink hair clip. It all seemed like some kind of absurd comedy, so the saleswoman reflexively grabbed the change and looked at it with such seriousness as if it was gold. But after a moment, she came to her senses and shouted, "Stop!" Because damn it, this was all too ridiculous and weird to take lightly. The main character slowly turned his head, and only then did it become clear that he was a rare beauty, not some fat pig-like freak, but a real cute doll. That was enough to make the woman lust-ridden. So she flushed and tossed him the key to the warehouse herself, whispering that it was a thank you for saving her. The protagonist easily caught him, and slowly started talking about the fact that the saleswoman is a good person since she helps him, and therefore deserves all sorts of patronage. That was why he had graciously allowed them to find him in the future, when there was a disaster, and stick to him like a stickfish to a shark to survive the storm. In response, the store employee just blinked in incomprehension because everything that was happening again became somehow abnormal. Some kind of survival, something else. But the main character no longer paid any attention to her because ahead of him was waiting for something that was of real, incomparable value. Boxes of food, water, bandages, medical alcohol, pills for fever, pain in the head, stomach and chest, everything that people were ready to kill for in the future. The young man had a little more than 5 minutes left, and he wasn't going to waste a single second more. He had to get as many things into the bag as possible. No, the boy didn't go into those boxes and fumble with his hands in a trivial way. It was also time-consuming. Instead, he shrouded the warehouse in blue light. It was similar to the effects of the mystical light of the lantern bodies from DC Comics, and things visibly moved and fluttered, as if by telekinesis. The young man even had his own ring, which generated this supernatural glow, and drew numerous objects inside itself. Whole boxes, the size of a human torso, and weighing several dozen kilograms were drawn into this small decoration, and the protagonist did not stand still all the time. He ran around the warehouse, stopping for no more than a few seconds to consecrate a few more items with the ring and send them to his magic inventory. With only 2 seconds left to return to the future, to all its filth and crowds of the walking dead, the young survivalist had already robbed the entire store. It was after this that he allowed himself to be thrown away again for years to come, because with such a mountain of supplies, there was almost nothing to be afraid of. This move wasn't nearly as grandiose as the first one, but a blue funnel appeared in the air and sucked the boy in like a swirl of wood chips. After the beginning of the apocalypse, the entire Earth became, in fact, a huge disgusting hive, where even the weather was disgusting, including this city of fallen leaf. If one didn't know that it was once a thriving and wealthy Chinese metropolis, one would easily think that it was purposely built to be so disgusting. On closer inspection, it looked even worse, as if it was set in the cyberpunk universe at its nastiest incarnation. Naturally, in addition to all the other advantages, there were also degenerate criminals who were ready to attack any woman in sight. Ironically, it turned out to be the same saleswoman again, and she shrank back into a ball, claiming that she was going to call someone for help if they didn't leave her alone. One of these modern troglodytes even repeated word for word the puffing of that fat robber, saying, come on, shout, it only excites me." And his friend, so that the pattern of the situation was visible to everyone, also added with a lustful, predatory face that no one would help the little girl. In some other story, it might have ended in a very sad way. But here again, a light blue ray fell from the sky, as if some god had thrown down his spear. It happened completely silently, but so vividly and noticeably that everyone was dumbfounded. Even the criminals instantly forgot about the victim and fixed their eyes on this miracle. Even the nameless main character, coming out of the blue, sarcastically noted how familiar all this sounds, and then calmly pointed a gun at the two scoundrels. The woman was so terrified that she wasn't at all bothered by the protagonist's apparent supernatural appearance. The main thing was that someone had intervened at all. And the main character himself, for some reason, just stood there and watched what was happening. He even put the gun back in his belt, like a crazy game model. The pink-haired girl still wasn't fazed by this. As an actress sticking to the script to the letter, she continued to beg for help and mercy. The young man gave her a sly grin, spread his hands, and let her know that he knew her, that he could help her once. But was she sure this was the right time to do it? It would seem that even the former saleswoman was surprised that you can even ask about such a thing in such a situation. But yes, she confirmed, this is the right moment. After that, the protagonist finally decided to get down to business, as he walked towards the scum with a firm step and took out a knife, anticipating the bloodshed to come. The criminals themselves, as often happens, were not impressed, because, after all, this is a big post-apocalyptic city, where every day another rat dies. The main character in response only crossed his arms with weapons in the pose of a cross, let out blue flames from all the holes and rumbled that such freaks live only for the sake of spoiling the air. He also showed off a symbol on his skin that looked like a stylized eye. and one of the bandits almost had diarrhea from terror. It's no joke if they were facing one of the awakened ones, yes? The ones who have a bunch of cool superpowers and can easily kill everyone they don't like? And the hapless rapists, as befits such a rabble, in desperation tried to beg for their lives, slurring their tongue and shouting out pleas and promises. Needless to say, no one was going to listen to them in this regard. And in just 2 seconds, the dark-haired man cut both of their throats as if they were made of paper. The blow was so fast and precise that the thugs didn't even immediately fall to the ground after their own throats were clipped. It took a good 10 seconds before they finally settled down slowly on the wet asphalt. And from the outside, it could even be mistaken for a strange attempt to sleep. The woman, who was still in a state of shock, started babbling out fragmentary phrases, mostly asking if the bandits were dead. And that such power was just ugh. But the main character only looked at her with irony and clarified whether she really did not remember him. But this only achieved that the former saleswoman frowned in bewilderment. Then he directly said that the day before the entire civilization of Earth went to hell, he suddenly appeared in her store, saved her from a robber, and so on. It was at these words that the rescued girl's red eyes bulged, exactly in the manner of a person who remembered something very important at the last moment. It was indeed him, the modern knight with the submachine gun at the ready, a mysterious, handsome man with golden eyes and a face like an icy stone. But, on the other hand, it just couldn't be happening in reality because this kid didn't change at all and looked like the same schoolboy as then. The main character impatiently promised to explain all these details later. Now she can calm down and not worry. But the girl had one more question. She wanted the protagonist to help rescue her boyfriend, who was clearly kidnapped by that gang of psychopaths with axes. They have been looking for a way to kidnap these 2 young people for a long time. When the protagonist heard that she had a partner, he repeated her words in a strange voice, as if it really upset him, and in general, he only promised one service. Besides, it was obvious that it was her boyfriend who had betrayed her by that scoundrel, which was as easy to understand as 2 + 2 makes 4. But the woman, hearing such a ridiculous announcement, resolutely shook her head and said that such a thing was impossible. Her lover would never do such a thing. Their argument was interrupted by a hoarse, ugly voice like the barking of a wild dog, and its owner was asking himself where these little scoundrels had gone. It belonged to one of the Axe Gang, a group of criminals who killed and maimed people with axes, and now they have found the coveted loot again. Among them was the ex-salesgirl's boyfriend, who was walking behind the thugs and looked like he was showing them the way to the nearest liquor store. When the girl saw him, she immediately ran forward and began to babble with joy, how glad she was to see him alive and well, and that she was here too, in order. Her mind was so full of excitement that she didn't even pause for a second to wonder why her intended fiancé was silent in response. The man finally spoke up, admitting that he was also very happy that his beloved was fine, and called her by her first name, Wan Tin. And then he confirmed the correctness of the main character, turning to the leader of the criminals and in the most unctuous tone offering to take this girl as payment for the debt. Naturally, the unfortunate woman was taken aback, dumbfounded, and then, in a voice trembling with nervous, unnatural laughter, asked if he was trying to joke in this way. The leader of the gang, who looks like the notorious Wilson Fisk, nicknamed Kingpin, confirmed that this was not a joke, and even once again let out a disgusting stream of drool. And when she also heard that all this happened because of some shitty bag of bread, she demanded with tears of rage from her partner to say that this was not so. But the scoundrel, hearing this fierce plea in his desperation, only slowly with an impassive face, repeated whether I loved you. Then he laughed nastily, like the stereotypical ridiculous villain in a children's movie, and confessed that for years he had been looking for an opportunity to sell tin into slavery for a lot of food. The former saleswoman then did what any reasonable person would do, bowed her head, and started asking how she could have been such a fool. Then the fat-bellied and bald leader of the Axe Gang stepped forward and asked the girl not to be sad in the most sassy, disgustingly voluptuous tone. Making a face in the most lascivious and disgusting way, he squeaked that he would love her with all his might, and not just once a day, so let her not be stubborn. The main character, who had been standing silently on the sidelines all this time without taking any action, finally got tired and asked to stop this vile circus. He didn't give a damn what intrigues and arguments there were among the locals, but he had made a promise to a beautiful woman that he would protect her from everything. A nameless criminal stepped forward and barked furiously, brandishing an axe so that the brat would stick his tongue up his ass when talking to important people. He did not have time to finish what his leader and sworn elder brother is a respected person, the color of modern society, because of the severed throat. It happened so fast that no one could have intervened even if they wanted to, and the fat man with the golden chain just watched as his servant fell to the ground. The protagonist, standing in the most pretentious pose and making the most pretentious face, threw that these idiots are the only ones who want to die. But the bald bandit was tellingly still alive, and he wondered in shock what the hell had just happened. After that, The main character once again displayed his blue awakened mark and barked that if those bastards didn't leave immediately, every single one of them would die. The criminals, who thought that they had encountered only two weak young men, immediately became horrified and began to whisper that they really should run away. But their leader only growled like an angry bear and asked who the little brat was trying to frighten, and if he thought he was the only one awake. As it turned out, he also had a supernatural ability, namely, turning all his skin into an impenetrable cover of thick, gray stone. Wang already made a face when she realized that another alleged rapist was also a superhuman, and her ex-boyfriend advised her to just relax and accept it. The stone-faced fat man, making a pretentious gait straight out of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, boomed that they were the law here, and they were deciding who could leave. But he was merciful, and if the kid agreed to step aside and hand over the woman, then maybe he could decide how to die when the fun was over. Before the main character could respond, the former saleswoman grabbed him by the shoulder and, in a voice trembling with fear, asked him to leave so that he would not get hurt. After a moment's pause, the dark-haired man smiled, and in a warm, cat-like purr, asked the new companion to carefully remember one single thing. His name is Liu Xiaomo, and he was the only decent person in this vile world populated by disgusting dogs, and only he knew how to keep his promises. After this pompous performance, he did not add anything else but simply rushed forward at the enemy so that the latter was even taken aback. But then the criminal laughed scornfully, threw his arms out to the sides and reminded him that he was an awakened person. And the idea that his skin could be pierced with a knife was simply ridiculous. He even reached out a huge stony palm towards the blue glowing dagger, intending to break it, then grind the fragments into powder with his fingers. However, the boy not only easily moved the weapon to the other side, attacking the thug in the shoulder, but also wounded him with the same ease as a simple person. The bald man was so surprised that he didn't even feel the pain. In fact, he could only blink his eyes in confusion as he looked at his own blood. As he died, feeling the life itself drain from the wound along with the blood, the hapless crime boss whispered the question of how this could have happened. Everyone looked at it in shock, but in different ways. Juan, for example, was very happy that she would not become a toy for such a pig, and her ex-boyfriend was ready to tear his hair. And not just him, but all the other thugs were screaming like a gang of terrified monkeys, proving to themselves that this couldn't have happened. Xiaomo responded with a bloodthirsty grin as he toyed with the bloody knife, then quietly asked if anyone wanted to take over the baton for the boss. Naturally, no one wanted to, and while some were ready to collapse to the ground and desperately beg for their lives, others tried to save her by running away. Among the latter was, among other things, the treacherous boyfriend Ting, who was well aware that he would definitely not be pitied after all this. The main character, however, did not give a damn about them all, and in a matter of seconds he cut the throats of everyone he saw without even giving the opportunity to finish. In a matter of moments, the dirty streets became even dirtier because of the corpses littering them, and only one person Liu left alive to be severely punished. He was doing and saying the same thing that the fat robber had done, making a puddle under his feet and lamenting that it was all a mistake, just an unfortunate mistake, and he was very sorry. Wang could only watch it with tears in her eyes, because in such a situation, the only person she truly felt sorry for was herself. After a brief pause of silence, the main character finally asked his newfound companion what she would like to do with this rat. Modestly lowering her gaze and turning away, she admitted that this man had saved her life in the past, so she would save his life if he only disappeared forever. The hapless slave trader happily waved his head, muttering how grateful he was for this, and that he would never lower himself to commit such crimes again. And then he was off like hell, not wanting to test the patience of his now ex-girlfriend and her strange knife-wielding boyfriend. Looking after him, the protagonist thought that he had seen too much shit after the apocalypse, and most often it came from just such people, so you cannot feel sorry for them. No, he was not going to kill this scavenger, remembering the promise, but instead decided to put a kind of mark on it. And no, it wasn't a tracker or some other small spy device made of metal and electronics. The main character just raised his finger and shot a blue beam. From the outside, however, it was easy to assume that Xiaomo really had changed his mind, as the blue energy pierced through the fugitive's body with such force that he spat out his blood. The former saleswoman was already turning to tell him what a bastard he was. But the main character, anticipating her reaction, explained that no one was killed. But these scum can now die at any moment, if the young man only wants it, because in his body now, like a parasite, there is a clot of deadly energy. Wheezing in pain, the villain made a mental vow to take revenge on these two bastards, the special one with the girlish white face. Suddenly, after that, a strange thing appeared in the air, very similar to the classic Disney fairy. But for some reason only Liu saw it. Unable to think of anything better, the main character grabbed this strange bug and squeezed it tightly in his fist. But there was no crunch or blood, only an even brighter wave of light. As it turned out, This was such a specific method of notification on the part of the system, which decided to congratulate the protagonist on leveling up and so on. It wasn't a video game in any sense of the word, but the young man still received a notification listing his skills, points, and other tinsel. Even Xiaomo himself was not only surprised by this plot twist, but also delighted, because now he could bend the rest of the world with even greater ease. But it was still not the time to sit back and rest on your laurels. He still needed to gather a squad of loyal henchmen to break into a certain research institute again. He didn't know that he was the only one who could see all these windows and texts, and from Wang's point of view, he was just looking like a fool at one point until she woke him up. When he came back to reality, he quickly mumbled that yes, he was fine. Thank you so much for your concern, and now the girl can go home. He did everything he wanted. He didn't even look back at her as he walked away because at that moment his mind was completely occupied with thoughts of future greatness and even more significant achievements. But it didn't matter, because she wasn't going to let him disappear into the morning mist like a realistic dream anyway. She wanted to follow him at all costs, and the teenager first wanted to remind her how much he had already done for her. And then he saw her. They were indescribably beautiful to his eyes, and they completely drove any other thoughts out of his already not very bright head. Like a zombie, he slowly approached Juan with his palm outstretched and open, thinking that such a woman definitely couldn't possibly be a bad person. Slapping the former saleswoman on the shoulder, the teenager made the most lascivious and disgusting face possible, and then in a gentle, purring voice ordered her to follow him. Even though Doomsday had destroyed most of human civilization, it was still alive in places, with lights visible here and there. There were, of course, representatives of the ancient profession who flaunted their bodies in their underwear and lured visitors. But even their fate was not the most humiliating, because some girls literally crawled on their knees and on a leash, like dogs, following some man. This, who would doubt, turned out to be another disgusting mountain-like fat man, and even with the exact same gold chain as the late head of the Axe Gang. And to emphasize once again how disgusting and depraved this person is by nature, it was shown how he throws away the half-eaten apple like garbage. To him, it really was garbage, and an ordinary person in an ordinary world would hardly pay attention to this leftover food. But not the local beggars. They were so obsessed with hunger that they resembled zombies in everything but rotting flesh, even to the point of hobbling towards the fruit with their arms outstretched and shuffling gait. None of them even had time to touch it, because a whole group of starving people immediately ran to such a treasure and started an ugly fight. As the main character explained, it was an elite area where the rich could afford any entertainment, even the most brutal. But the poor lived like hell. Fortunately, he personally belonged to the more affluent stratum of society, and was going to buy something here, to which Juan impatiently clarified what exactly. Instead of answering, the young man pointed to a huge tower that looked like some kind of glowing toy, where an auction was being held right now, beckoning customers. And inside, everything was so luxuriously furnished that it was very hard to believe that a post-apocalypse was raging outside, and thousands of people were dying and getting sick from hunger. There were even waitresses dressed like prostitutes, with huge uniforms, who not only served food, but also allowed customers to grope themselves. In addition, it turned out that Liu was not the only favorite of the system. There were already people who were enthusiastically discussing all sorts of dungeons, levels, and rewards. A strange sound rang out, and everyone present froze, waiting for its source to appear. As it turned out, it came from the stage, which was turned on by numerous spotlights and lanterns, while the presenter came out from behind the curtain. Clutching the microphone, he shouted expressively that their organization just lacked powerful players, and the second-rank awakened ones were about to appear. However, his appearance caused members of several opposing and newly formed factions to start bickering with each other over loot. Wan Ting really didn't like being in such a place. She felt like a sheep in the middle of a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, but the protagonist calmed her down. He was about to buy something here, but then his eagle-eyed gaze caught on a group of girls cooing and giggling. As he approached them, Xiao politely asked to be shown inside the auction building, because he had an item that probably many people would want to buy. They made scornful faces in response, and condescendingly began to explain what a poor piece of shit he was, who came to sell a woman into slavery for bread. Only one woman raised her hands, waved her head, and calmly admitted that she couldn't get the outsiders into the restricted area, so they'd better leave. Then Liu calmly took out pieces of ordinary chocolate from his collar and explained in a seductive tone exactly which hall he needed to go to in order to buy supplies. In the ordinary world, he would have been ridiculed for such a ridiculous bribe, but here some kind of crazy orgy had begun. It was fucking chocolate, one of the greatest treasures in this miserable, dying world. And these escorts were willing to do anything to get it. Literally anything. They clung to the protagonist like flies attracted by honey, and began to whisper how many different things they can do. He probably would have taken advantage of it in a different situation. But now the teenager looked frankly annoyed, waiting for them to stop their flattery. When one of the girls stuck out her long tongue, covered with disgusting drool, and puffed out all the things she could do with it, his face went completely rigid. Unwilling to endure such an outrage any longer, Liu Xiaomo pointed a finger at the only waitress who was indifferent to him. She was genuinely surprised by this, as if the fact that her pride was greater than that of all the other women in the room had nothing to do with it. The guy, literally devouring her with his eyes, with a predatory smile confirmed that yes, that's right, he needed her for one small case. He wasn't going to rape her, because he wanted to buy new clothes for Wan Ting first. No matter what the blue-haired woman thought about it, she wisely bowed to the rich gentleman, thanking him for such a generous and unexpected gift. The former saleswoman, however, did not appreciate this gesture because she had a typical poor man's mindset and thought that such gifts were too expensive for her. After that, it was the turn of a beautiful romantic scene, all according to the laws of drama, starting with a gentle touch of fingers on the chin. Looking the girl straight in the eye with his own eyes, yellow as old beer, the protagonist snapped that his people should only get the best. By the standards of the post-apocalypse, where each person was not only a friend to each other, but also a walking supply of food, this was equivalent to a declaration of love. At the very least, the woman seemed to melt into a puddle of melted butter, and her thoughts began to slowly but surely roll in a completely strange direction. Meanwhile, in the auction hall at number 5, bidding was in full swing, and the host, happily shouting into the microphone, called on the audience to congratulate the commander of the stormtroopers. The beach-clad woman then announced that anyone could purchase 3 mutant zombies, comparable to the awakened ones in strength, for just 1,000 rounds of ammunition. The main characters were already there, and the former saleswoman gasped, unable to believe that even these dead monsters were ready to be sold as things. Siu explained with some hidden sadness that there are crystals in the brains of these creatures that increase the chance of awakening, so also immediately at the start to make them more powerful. And as for the ethical point of view, it's not strange. In such a reality, people will be even more willing to sell and buy anything that they find useful. The next slot was assigned to a certain incredibly upgraded truck, which was modified by one talented master, and it also required a lot of ammo. You might have thought it would be an ugly, rusty car with bits of metal hung haphazardly on it. But no, it turned out to be a beautiful futuristic car. The young man's mouth watered at the sight of it, because it was perfect for his purposes, and it was extremely dangerous to move on your own 2 feet in the wastelands. However, he was not the only fan of chrome-plated steel and thick rubber wheels. Another person was ready to give millions of rounds of ammunition. Naturally, this was followed by a fierce bidding war in which everyone raised the bid, promising untold mountains of ammunition in exchange for this unfortunate truck. And since it was also a society of bandits, rough desert nomads, slavers, and criminals, it quickly descended into threats of a fight. And then it all came down to a real ugly fight on the floor, men dragging each other by the hair, punching each other in the eyes and genitals, almost chewing out their throats. Suddenly, a loud voice filled with contempt and smug superiority rang out in the hall, urging everyone present to shut up immediately. It is often said that a certain smile can make you dazzle like the sun. But in this case, it was practically not a metaphor. All eyes in the hall were drawn to this man, and even the spotlights were immediately focused on this grinning tall figure. His name was Ho Ho. He was the second leader of the powerful Quangbao Rentuang gang. And for the sake of the truck, this blonde man in pink was ready to bravely give anything. And this man was so highly respected and revered by everyone that almost everyone immediately decided that the outcome of this bargain was a foregone conclusion. Of course, after all, he was not only the second person in one of the most powerful and influential organizations in the city, but also a powerful second-level awakened. And after Hao had destroyed a rival gang by himself, his reputation as a great lion among a flock of defenseless lambs was finally cemented. He had only to say exactly 2 or 3 words as he approached the stage, and the excited host started babbling that the truck was sold without even hearing the amount. Suddenly, a cheeky voice announced that it also wanted to bid, and the entire hall seemed to die because someone dared to be cheeky to Ho himself. There could be no doubt that this brat was the main character, and he was ready to give up as many as 300,000 bullets for this car. The protagonist's words surprised everyone, because it had been a long time since anyone had dared to even look askance at such an important big shot like that blonde guy. Plus, thousands of shells were a huge sum, and in this society, the principle of fair bargaining did not exist at all, because the blonde criminal immediately began to threaten the hero and insult him. The teenager didn't want to be left out, so he responded with an obscene gesture and an order to get out if Ho couldn't afford the high price. Naturally, retreating now was like losing face for the man, so he fiercely clenched his fist and raised the bid a little to show everyone who was the king here. Smiling nonchalantly, Liu stuck out 4 fingers on his palm, then quietly but clearly named his second bid, 400,000 bullets in exchange for the truck. The blonde man, getting more and more furious by the second, yelled that he was willing to pay exactly 10 more war shells. He didn't even know that he was in an old-fashioned trap. because the dark-haired man, still smiling the blissful smile of a small Buddha, raised the bet by 100. One would have thought that the villain was about to have a real heart attack in half with a stroke, but he still croaked out his bet with desperate anger. Looking at him with the nastiest and most smug face imaginable, Xiaomo gently raised the offer now to 600,000 bullets. The hall went silent again, as if a bomb had gone off. And then there was a terrible uproar, because this was the largest amount that had ever been seen here. Subordinate Hao very carefully, sweating desperately in terror, tried to persuade the superior to back down because their supreme leader would be unhappy with the loss of money. But the blonde only told him to get the hell out of there, because the desire to defeat the arrogant boy was even higher for him than the fear of the boss. Without looking at anyone else, he approached a man sitting in a corner in the fetal position in a matter of seconds. Politely addressing him as Master Gui, the man asked him to sell the truck to them, bypassing this auction, and their gang would do whatever he ordered in retaliation. He was a very skinny old man with a huge white mustache, and he agreed to this deal with great pleasure because it was more profitable than a miserable pile of iron. Hao was triumphant. The glow he gave off could easily have lit up any dungeon because he finally wiped the arrogant asshole's nose. But the boy also didn't like it very much and wasn't going to lose. So he went up to them and said with the most annoying smile, "We'll see about that later." What he had in the box caused Venerable Master Gui to open his mouth in shock and choke on air, instantly forgetting about the previous sentence. It turned out to be a vulgar figurine made on the basis of a certain woman from the 2020th year, and it just drove the lustful old man crazy. Hao didn't even get mad, because, well, it just sounded too ridiculous for someone to turn down his incredibly lucrative offer in exchange for a doll. They are, after all, one of the greatest criminal organizations in the area, with vast wealth and opportunities at their mercy. Who dares to refuse their help? Unfortunately for him, Gui actually turned out to be such a deranged satirist as to agree to a deal with Zhao, and he was even willing to pay the teenager himself. To this, the main character responded with a smile that could be envied by a cat that met its owner after shitting in his shoe. He tossed a whole pile of boxes in front of the hermit, each containing an adult figurine, part of one vulgar collection for a specific audience. It wasn't a happy coincidence, it goes without saying, just that the main character found out from somewhere that the elderly rich hermit had strange addictions. Hao, shocked at how easily he was outplayed the second time, tried to remind Gui that he had already promised the truck to them, so he had to do his part. Looking at the blonde man with undisguised disdain, the old man replied in an emphatically regretful voice that he couldn't help it. His heart couldn't be ordered around. This time, not only the antagonist but also the supporting characters were terribly surprised that it really worked, and that someone considered toys more important than influential debtors. The disgraced Ho had no choice but to grind his teeth and mutter obscenities under his breath. Meanwhile, the old rascal was almost dancing around the main character, jokingly threatening him with his finger and repeating that he really liked him. If looks could kill, the pink-suited thug would only have to take off his glasses and the rest of the room would be reduced to a huge pile of ashes. He still had no intention of losing with dignity and leaving the stage, so he whispered to his goons to prepare an ambush at the casino's exit. They did not dare to disobey the leader, while he himself continued to stare at the protagonist and mentally threaten him with all the punishments of heaven. However, it wasn't the end of the event yet, as the host quickly announced the start of a new bidding war. Both the villain and the hero showed unexpected unanimity, turning in bewilderment in the direction where something remarkable was clearly going to appear. The woman with the microphone, meanwhile, continued to broadcast that now a special person with very rare and interesting abilities will appear on the stage. It was a second level awakened with perceptual powers, and the name of this young slave with a black collar around her neck was Wu Nuan. The locals clearly had some sort of unhealthy ban on drooling and indecent tongue manipulation, since that was exactly what Hao did as soon as he saw her. And it wasn't just him. Literally every damn man in this huge room, from snotty teenagers to grizzled old men, had started smearing the floor with their mouth fluids. Apart from Xiao, of course, he was the only one who kept a decent expression on his face, and mentally noted that Wu must be really strong to survive alone in the wastelands. Meanwhile, the host enthusiastically described how good this girl is, what a wonderful figure she has, and how she can find people within kilometers. She can find an entire military base hidden among the bushes and hills, thereby reducing the number of losses for her employers to the maximum extent. The hall was already drowned out in obscene, impatient shouts, and people, one by one, demanded that the host stop talking and just name the price of this slave. She didn't have time to name the price, because a firm hand took the microphone away from her at the last moment. As it turned out, Nuan wasn't a disenfranchised slave. On the contrary, she had come to this auction and voluntarily wanted to sell herself. And now she had one condition. Other people would have laughed at her, but she was a beautiful young woman with very useful abilities, so people were willing to listen to her. And suddenly it turned out that her desire, which the future master must fulfill, is the complete peremptory destruction of the entire Kwangbao Rentuang gang. The auction audience once again fell into deathly silence and then started whispering in shock that it was pure madness to challenge one of the three greatest gangs in this way. The representative of the aforementioned syndicate, Ho Hao, roared with scornful laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke of his life. When he caught his breath, he hissed sarcastically that he now remembered that she had once belonged to another organization and was the only one who had managed to slip out of their hands. Oh, an onlooker added. It was a real massacre. The criminals prepared an ambush for another gang and then mercilessly shot almost everyone. After hearing these blood-curdling details, the same commentators in the gas mask and bald head added that yes, they now understand such a strong hatred. Alas, no one was going to help her with retribution in any case. The days of knights who were ready to fight dragons for the sake of princesses are long gone. The host sighed sympathetically, realizing that the offer had gone to waste, and then added in a dejected voice that the starting price was 10 million bullets. But Hao didn't let it go, and he desperately wanted to trample the other person into the mud to tell her how stupid Nuan was for daring to do such a plan. He was interrupted by Wan Ting, who could have paid the specified mountain of bullets, but she was simply forced to do it by Xiao, so that she would also feel rich. Hearing a familiar voice, the blonde whirled around, pulled a gun out of his pocket, and growled that the annoying puppy couldn't leave this building alive. The onlookers who had a chance for free entertainment enthusiastically began to whisper how crazy Liu was to continue angering Hu and his men. Clutching her friend, the main character reminded her without any fear that they were in an auction house. Did the thug really want to shed blood here? The blonde man, not suspecting a hint of his own possible destruction, only barked that what did he care about a low-end retail outlet? It wasn't even close to being a match for his gang. Raising his gun to the top and firing a couple of warning shots, he loudly declared personal war on Xiaomo and threatened to kill anyone who tried to prevent it. The crowd, which had been anticipating a massacre, was now fleeing in horror, realizing that they too could easily be attacked. And no unspoken rules no longer work. With a bloodthirsty grin, Hao finally opened fire, ordering the impudent puppy to be a good boy at least once and die obediently on the spot. Even though the bullet was flying at exactly the speed that one would expect from a bullet, the main character still didn't show the slightest bit of excitement. Still wearing a simple smile, he dodged with such casual ease that a human eye wouldn't be able to tell what had just happened. The man snorted like an angry boar that suddenly collided with a tree that didn't break from the first blow, and the teenager was already attacking him from behind, mocking him as he did so. Xiao put the muzzle of his huge black submachine gun to the back of his head with a smile, and the villain, showing fear for the first time, cautiously asked if the kid was also one of the awakened ones. The protagonist pragmatically refused to reveal any information about himself to the enemy, and only asked if they could leave the auction like friends without fighting. But Hao's subordinates were surprisingly loyal, and instead of running away, they became enraged and threatened to kill Liu if he tore even a hair off their leader's head. And the culprit himself was not timid. Anger overcame fear, and he growled that yes, let the boy shoot and see how many pieces of him will remain later. The main character still refused to be afraid of threats, so he just kindly agreed that okay, if he was asked so nicely, then he would do it. Realizing that this wasn't a joke, that he was actually going to be killed in a second, Hao experienced another panicked horror and tried to plead for his life. But in vain. 1 second later, the second person in the Kwangbao Rentuang crime syndicate, one of the awakened ones, was killed like a helpless prisoner of war. People, predictably, were shocked, because this was a complete destruction of the entire world order they were used to. And who could have imagined that the kid would pull the trigger? And Hao's subordinates picked up their jaws from the floor, grabbed their guns, and prepared to finally turn the insolent boy into Swiss cheese. Without another word, they leveled their guns and opened fire, sparing no bullets, so that soon it seemed that the unfortunate guns were about to burst. Naturally, the main character dodged all the projectiles with despicable ease, simply because he was never going to lose, much less to such trash. Plus, as befits a stereotypical main character, he began to appear to his opponents as some kind of formulaic red-eyed demon. One of the thugs muttered that it was all abnormal, but unfortunately, he didn't have time to express himself in a stronger way. Xiao didn't waste bullets or blunt knives on this two-legged trash. Instead, he used his bare hands and feet to knock out teeth, break jaws, and knock people unconscious. However, he didn't continue until the enemies were reduced to shapeless piles of minced meat. This was still a neutral territory, and Liu graciously allowed the enemies to return home. As they helped each other up and hobbled away, they followed his advice, but warned him ominously that they would find their captain, the supreme leader of the gang. Liu Yi had already forgotten about these rats by the time he turned to Wu Nuan and offered to join him. Then no carrion would dare touch her again. She replied with quiet sadness, without even sarcasm, that the young man should have thought about this much earlier before he decided to start a war with the gang. In response, he simply pointed his finger at the dead Hu, who, for a moment, was the second most powerful person in Rentuang, and reasonably noted that he had nothing to fear from them. Then Tin came up to Wu and, in the seductive voice of a cultist from the street, advised him to put all thoughts out of his head and just become another henchman of the hero. Naturally, since it was a female protagonist whose charisma was above the clouds, she immediately fell in love with him, blushed, and started babbling incoherently. Then again, he didn't look like another cute doll, but a living extermination machine. So-and-so would definitely be able to help the poor girl with her little bloody revenge. The two awakened ones, Xiaomo and Nuan, raced through the night city like two bolts of lightning. On their own feet, they could outrun cars, and Wan could only keep up with them by a miracle. Without breaking stride, the red-haired girl activated her legendary perception skill, the same one that allowed her to find entire bases within miles. It would be difficult for a normal person to describe how Wu saw the world in this state. It was something surreal, for which there are no words in human languages. However, she realized with enviable accuracy that 3 of the Quangbao group were very close to them, and warned the main character about this. The teenager only confidently asked to follow his rear because, if this is done, he will sort out this garbage in a matter of seconds. Without another word, he sprinted forward so that in a matter of seconds, he tore away from his newly formed harem like a bullet being fired. It was moving faster than the naked eye could see, as if it wasn't a human being, but some deadly and vicious wind spirit cutting through everything in its path. None of the women followed him, simply because there was no need to do so, not even in terms of, as he put it, watching his back. A few seconds passed, and thick, red blood splattered into the air, and somewhere in the distance you could still hear the screams of the unfortunate people gradually fading away. A few minutes later, a contented Liu came around the bend, rubbing and dusting his hands, and he proudly confirmed that he had destroyed all the opponents he saw. He was already killing all the enemies with the same despicable ease that a cat eats mice. But this time, with Nuan's help, it was completely easy. Oh yes, individuals with even a shadow of Wu's abilities were perfect living locators, and Xiao could understand why everyone was so eager to get it. And the main character, of course, didn't even care a bit about the fact that they were being hunted by the late Hao's brother. Because for every attempt to kill him, he would respond with the same murders. Wan listened to these pompous speeches with such a face and spoke with such breathiness that Nuan was seriously afraid that she would have to clean the road after her later. But this time the reason for such a reaction was not that the young man was so amazing. Just her ex-boyfriend once again got in touch. He was supposedly going to ask for forgiveness for all his previous sins, but the woman, which was natural, was absolutely not eager to face him again. The young man immediately knew that the greedy bastard wanted to take revenge on him and earn the reward that Rentuang had promised. And he knew that this was a great excuse to kill everyone. Out loud, Liu only advised to go to the designated place, and when asked why with a mysterious look, he prepared to tell something. However, the next time, only the protagonist was shown discussing her plans with Wu. In particular, how she would have to carry the right things to the right place. At the Quangbao headquarters, all the surviving thugs were gathered in a row in front of their boss's throne. And the boss, in turn, was raging with rage. All these hardened thugs, bone breakers, and murderers now looked like guilty schoolchildren being mercilessly whipped by an angry teacher. Quanglong, whose older brother and boss, looked exactly what you'd expect from a stereotypical post-apocalypse warlord, junk instead of armor and an open, beefy torso. One of his subordinates, smiling nervously, asked the master not to get angry, because here, he has a cunning guy who is able to lure their prey out of the hole. The big man was skeptical of the scrawny, dirty ragamuffin, to put it mildly, but the man assured the criminal in the same flattering voice that he had a plan. If all the skepticism in Quanglong's voice could be turned into sand, for example, and then poured into the world's oceans, then the latter would overflow its shores. Smiling ominously, like some infernal spawn, Tin's former boyfriend and traitor assured him that his failed victim would definitely appear. There was no other way out. After some consideration, the warlord agreed to take the jackal at his word, but on one condition. If he didn't live up to his trust, he would part with the kidney. But just in case the schemer somehow succeeded in carrying out his plans, Quanglong was willing to hand over a certain 5 sisters to him. At these words, the antagonist's head immediately filled with rosy fantasies, and he enthusiastically repeated that the customer would be able to count on him. After that, the action shifted to the old factory, which looked more like the ruins of a majestic medieval castle burned by a bloodthirsty dragon. And all the main characters were already here, starting with Liu Xiaomo accompanying Wan Ting and ending with her ex-boyfriend. The latter had already started to approach the girl with his palms outstretched. But she stopped this Joji with a cold question about what he had called her for. This great planner and cunning man couldn't think of anything more subtle than saying in a blue eye that, yes, he used to be bad, but now he's not. Needless to say, in response to the terrible request to return to him, the former saleswoman only slapped him on the arm, as if to ward off a nasty fly. She was never going to step into a trap like this again in her life. And in fact, she'd made it clear that everything was over between them. The man just averted his suspiciously sparkling eyes and hissed that unfortunately for her, this cute brat would be destroyed today. As if to confirm his words, the entire area was deafened by a crash as the killers got out from under the rubble and stood on the ground. It was Kwanglong himself who led them, and he put a huge blade on his shoulders and expressed a desire to see how the boy could run away. Tellingly, Wan Ting watched the arrival of these intruders with such horror, as if she had never even considered the possibility of such an outcome before. Ajo, not even willing to wait for Xiao to be killed and eviscerated, hastened to remind him that he had fulfilled his end of the bargain. So let the reward appear now. The woman, bursting into tears, screamed that her vile ex-boyfriend had sunk to such a low level that he had used her in the dark once again. In response, he proudly admitted that yes, his former partner was just a holy slob, a worthless rag that he would always twist around as he pleased with impunity. Oh, and he would also like to take Ting back to his place after Xiao is dead, because they haven't had anything together in all these years, and Long graciously agreed he wasn't interested in women at this moment anyway. Much more, he wanted to dismember the kid into 8 small pieces and sacrifice it to the spirit of Ho. The girl began to tearfully beg for forgiveness and prove that Liu himself was not to blame for what was happening. But the hero only graciously replied that he had expected this from the very beginning. In the end, fate itself favored him, because if it wasn't for this lucky chance, it's unlikely that he would have been able to gather all these vile rats in one place. The villains, of course, did not take this seriously and began to laugh contemptuously, saying that such a brave kid was found here, seriously ready to fight alone with the army. The criminal boss was so amused that he still beat his knees with terrible laughter, not listening to the advice to simply kill the enemy. With a very significant snap of his fingers, the main character solemnly announced that he had not come here alone, and that he had a special gift especially for them. All he had to do was say one short word, blow it up, so that Wu Nuan, who had been far away all this time, would hear it and prepare a remote with a large button. 1 second, and space shook like a colossal jar, because the pre-stored explosive supplies had just blown up the ground and air. Kwanglong instantly stopped laughing and ordered his men to retreat, because the enemy had prepared a much more agile ambush for them. The teenager only hinted at where they had decided to run off to, because there were traps all around where you could throw your eyes. For a moment, the horizon turned purple and gray, roaring flames rising to the clouds, and terrible shockwaves throwing up whole layers of earth. It didn't matter if there were any awakened ones among these criminals, they were all torn to pieces and broken like ordinary mortals. As for Zhou, who had retreated to the side, he looked on with unspeakable horror, knowing full well what kind of punishment he would face later. The main character had not forgotten about him at all, and he turned to the hapless schemer and admitted that he had done the right thing by deciding to entrust this task to him. But, alas, this is the end of his story, and the next stop of the guy will take place in Naraka, where numerous fiery and icy hells are waiting for him. Joe collapsed on his ass in horror, desperately trying to crawl back and beg for his life, even though he couldn't think of any good reason to do so. The miracle came from the same place as the previous time. Wan once again stopped Liu when the latter was ready to cut the thread of his victim's life. The traitor immediately took heart and began to mentally celebrate, saying that he knew that this stupid chicken could not kill him or even watch it. But to build on his success, he crawled up to her on all fours, grabbed her hand, and began to tell her about their shared old pleasant memories. After all, she was so kind, so gentle and loving. Wan Ting simply had to give him another chance. And in his mind, Zhou viciously added that she was forever in his power. So when, without any warning, she asked him to go to hell, and then plunged a dagger into his stomach up to the hilt, the villain was very surprised. At first, he didn't even understand where this terrible pain and strange chill came from. And then, drooling bloodily, he began to whisper the name of his former partner. She, looking at him with the cold and indifferent gaze of a venomous snake, admitted that Zhou was right. Before she was a weak-willed toy. But now it's not so. Leaving her ex-boyfriend to die, feeling the life draining out of the hole in his stomach, she turned to the main character and asked him to leave here. Both of them would have liked to do that. But suddenly a vicious voice rang out from behind them and growled that no one was going to leave. Stepping harmlessly over the walls of roaring flames, a huge flaming figure was approaching them, and Liu Yi immediately knew that it was a level 3 fire awakened. Kwanglong, who didn't have even the slightest bruises or burns on his skin, admitted that Xiaomo had come up with a good trap. But he wouldn't win anymore. Leaping at the teenager like a hunting tiger, the huge man shouted that he wasn't going to run away anymore and let him just die at last. The protagonist, on his part, did not even need to lift a finger, because it was at that moment that the big man was attacked by the truck he had bought earlier. The villain, tellingly, reacted to this as if he had just read the subsequent script and was now asking what kind of idiot had come up with it and approved of it in the first place. In any case, this time the size and weight were not on Quanglong's side, and he was thrown far away like a ping-pong ball. Behind the wheel was Wu, who was slightly worried about being late, but Xiao assured her that no, she had arrived at the perfect moment. But at this point, they had to leave the stage, and Liu urged Wan to get inside as quickly as possible, even though the latter doubted that the culprit was dead. The awakened one didn't lie. A person like her couldn't be destroyed in such a simple way. So Long only fainted due to the heavy impact. The brunette impatiently interrupted them, telling them to finally start driving, because they had just made so much noise that there would be a lot of unwanted spectators coming here. No one objected to this warning, and the silver-gray truck moved on, kicking clouds of dust out from under its wheels. As it turned out, even Liu himself had no idea to what extent he was right, because their vehicle was already being watched by an uninvited witness. He was silent and gave no sign of his presence. If he didn't know in advance that there was a person standing on the roof somewhere, no one without Nuon's abilities would know. Looking at the sheet of photos of the targets, he drawled meaningfully, "Here, for just 3 people, the Great Quangbao Syndicate is willing to pay such a large sum of money." Flashing multicolored eyes, a mysterious man with a huge scar on his face announced to his equally sinister brethren that it was the turn of the hunt. In order not to waste time, the main characters sent their truck along the largest and smoothest road, but it was used by pedestrians, who now jumped to the sides in horror. As soon as the dust settled and the unknown car sped away, it was followed by the most fervent curses and wishes to crash into a reinforced concrete wall. The poor civilians had no idea that this was just the beginning of their troubles when a gruff voice rang out from behind, ordering them all to go to hell. Quanglong had already regained consciousness and was giving chase in his own car, a scary hybrid truck and tank, and he was crushing people without mercy. And he wasn't even the only one who decided to turn the main street into a huge meat grinder, because the Lai Long battle gang was also racing on their iron horses. These scumbags were as good as any of the other bastards who called themselves the Ghost Flame Gang and had red and black cars. The surviving onlookers discussed in horror who could have provoked the 3 strongest groups in the city at once, and concluded that this unfortunate psycho would definitely die. However, the truck under Nuon's control had so far successfully evaded its pursuers, and it was able to wind its way through the alleys with unexpected ease. The villains, on the other hand, only got in each other's way, bumping their sides and getting stuck in the narrow aisles, covering their competitors with the choicest curses. Wu quickly got tired of playing Mad Max and warned Xiao that there were interceptor trucks waiting ahead of them. So what should they do about it? The main character, who even in such a vile situation did not lose his high spirits, nonchalantly replied that this is actually not a problem at all, and this ingenious solution turned out to be full acceleration and a breakthrough through the crowd of civilians. Still, the protagonists did not know these beggars and wanted to spit on them. To be fair, Nuon, as soon as she realized that she had just crushed a bunch of innocent people into powder and blood puddles, was truly horrified. However, the problem was not only this, but also that all the gates in the city were made of thin but incredibly strong metal plates. They could not be broken. To this reasonable argument, Liu, in his trademark manner, replied only, "Trust me, I will definitely do it." Of course, in fact, he had just been incredibly lucky to overhear some men discussing a weak point in the gate made of hideous iron. This interesting fact had never been mentioned before and didn't have any proof, but Wu was in no state to doubt it, and she sank the gas pedal to the floor. Poor people who still had their limbs intact rushed in all directions with all their might, saving their lives from these psychopathic maniacs. Even the pursuers from the remnants of the Rentuang gang roared with hyena laughter, thinking that those desperate idiots had just killed themselves by crashing into the impenetrable gate. Quanglong, on the other hand, was not deceived for a moment, and correctly suspected that the enemy had somehow found out about the loophole in the main city passage. This realization even scared him, because only he and the late Hu knew about this fact. So how in the name of all the gods and devils did this secret leak out? The awakened girl, seeing how their pursuers were approaching, mentally convinced herself to trust the new leader one more time, because there was no alternative. Closing her eyes so she wouldn't have to watch the 3 of them turn into bloody mincemeat mixed with glass and metal, she sent the truck ramming. Seconds turned into minutes, and minutes into hours. So much tension reigned around the heroes. Wan desperately clung to Liu, and even the brunette himself looked nervous. He waited an unknown amount of time before finally pressing it, the legendary big red emergency button. And it didn't catapult people as one might think. Its purpose was much more useful and expressed in one short word: RPG. Less than 3 seconds later, rockets were fired from the vehicle's secret armory, and the few remaining spectators scattered in fear. The long-barreled, narrow projectiles sank into the metal surface of the huge gate like the points of a fork into a piece of cake, smoking for a few seconds. And then, with a crushing roar, they exploded, shaking half the city and tearing the once invulnerable steel gate into small pieces. The witnesses all dropped their jaws to the floor, unable to believe that this huge gate, a symbol of the invulnerability and grandeur of their fallen city, was actually broken. The main characters sped off in triumph, undamaged, and their truck even made a magnificent panoramic jump against the backdrop of the rising sun. Nuon had seen and done all sorts of crazy things in her life, but right now, even she couldn't believe that they had done something so dangerous. It was almost too good to be true, but he dampened her enthusiasm by adding with a predatory grin that the real game was just beginning. As for the crowd members, they just showed up on stage, as they always do, just to say how incredible it is and all that stuff. Even the criminals who were chasing the boy and his harem slowed down, because they all came up with one very unpleasant and chilling thought. The zombies immediately came running at the noise, and when they found a new passage, they quickly rushed into it. Desperate to get to all these lumps of live, warm meat, the guards and civilians quickly grabbed their weapons, cursing at this unfortunate outcome of events and telling someone to fix the hole as soon as possible. However, Guanglong didn't care about all the new circumstances. He still only wanted to finish off the hated killers of his younger brother, and many criminals even followed him, succumbing to the power of Long's authority and reputation, even after he started casually crushing his own people. They fell from the top of his tank truck, got caught under the huge wheels and turned into bloody paste. But the crime boss did not even think to stop, even after everything the main character had done to them, even after he had destroyed many of them with a trap. The Rentwangs still considered him a non-entity. Meanwhile, the main characters weren't doing very well either, because their once beautiful silver truck was now smeared with blood. Looking at the mutilated remains of the zombies, Juan cautiously asked Liu Yi if everything would definitely be fine after they tore a hole in the city's defenses. The brunette carelessly spread his hands and reminded that strong monsters are constantly being killed, and ordinary people can't harm the population on a global scale, so everything is okay. And anyway, all those fat city burgers should thank him for showing them their weak spot in his great mercy before it was too late. Suddenly, he pulled out something, and Tin almost threw up in disgust when she realized that it was fucking dirty clothes with real blood on them. The protagonist, tearing his shirt into separate rags, confirmed with some malicious satisfaction that yes, the blood belongs to a person and not to any dog. Without another word, he tossed the filthy piece of cloth out into the middle of a crowd of zombies that were chasing the truck much faster than the stereotypically slow undead. This was calculated because the Walking Dead, having smelled such a tempting smell for them, instantly forgot about the truck and let it go. Looking enthusiastically at the receding horizon, Liu announced that he would not allow himself to be hunted down like some pathetic game, and he was looking forward to Quang Bao. True to form, the Syndicate wasn't going to give up either, and with zombie-like tenacity, they continued to scour the wasteland for the vile boy. It is not known what hour passed when the viewer on top of this tank truck finally saw something worthy of investigation through binoculars. It turned out to be the main character's car, but it looked very strange, as if some giant had stepped on it with all its might, leaving a crater at the same time. Long was so obsessed with his desire for revenge that he didn't even think for a moment that this might turn out to be another trap, and he gladly rushed straight into it. Up close, the once beautiful car looked much worse than it did from a distance, smeared with stinking dark blood on all sides, as if it had been a massacre. The protagonist was sitting quietly on the roof of the car, and the bandits, of course, did not even stop for a moment to check the situation, immediately began to gloat. All that Liu gave these scum was an arrogant, vile grin, even when they started discussing the abominations that would be done to his harem after his death. Moreover, there was at least one scoundrel who noticed that the main character is also a beautiful, cute doll, and you don't have to kill him right away. After that, the leader finally stepped forward, brandishing a colossal cleaver-like sword, and announced that there was no longer any escape route for Xiao. The protagonist gave an answer in his trademark style, made a contemptuously pretentious face, and asked if it was he who surrounded them all, eh? The bandits started laughing again and talking about how stupid he was, until one of them had the heart to tell the leader to just kill the thing and go home. Unfortunately, this advice went to waste, because it was absolutely vital for Long to brag about how smart he was, how he provided for checking traps. The main character conceded to him that this was indeed a great achievement, but in such a voice that it was immediately clear that he was holding his enemy for an imbecile. Then he pointed a finger at a suspicious rustling spot and noted that the Quangbao bloodhounds were looking for traps and explosives in the wrong places. There was a monstrous roar, as if an avalanche had descended from the mountains very close by, and the criminals began to look around in fear, waiting for more explosions. But it turned out to be even worse because the damn puppy lured a whole horde of hungry zombies to them, using those very bloodied scraps as pointers. And, by some miraculous, absolutely fantastic coincidence, none of the sentries managed to notice the approach of this vile living sea. But then it became clear that these were not really the standard Walking Dead, but a colossal and very intelligent horde. And there were thousands of these creatures here. All those brave thugs who had been waiting for the chance to dismember an obnoxious puppy and have fun with its women were now fighting for their lives. As the inferno of battle raged around them, Xiaomo threw the last bloody piece of cloth at Long's feet and asked in a gentle voice if he liked the surprise. He also confirmed with great pleasure that yes, he had deliberately lured this bloodthirsty two-legged herd here, using the clothes of some poor guy. Surprisingly, this bully was much more intelligent than it seemed before. He immediately forgot about this small sociopath and tried to pull his army out of the ambush. In vain, of course, because the teenager, who had shot into the air at an insane speed and had already prepared a knife, was not going to let such a pesky enemy live. But it was also necessary to give credit to Long, because unlike his brother, he had already noticed the approach of death and reacted accordingly. A few moments passed, and the big muscular man easily blocked this slashing attack with his huge wide sword, as if it were a real shield. However, the impact was so powerful that both men were thrown in different directions, and Quanglong only managed to stay on his feet by a miracle. And the main character, of course, could not even embarrass himself by accident. So he very deftly and pretentiously jumped to the side, easily landing on his feet. Looking at him with hatred, the bandit leader asked if Liu Yi didn't want to save at least his own skin, because the Walking Dead would tear them all to pieces. As it turned out, no, I didn't care. The kid didn't care if his ass turned into a zombie burger joint. This was because he had promised Wu Nuan, a woman he had only recently met for the first time in his life, that he would definitely help her turn Quangbao into a memory. And the awakened one, hearing these words on the remote camera, could not hold back tears, because words could not convey how noble and chivalrous this is. Wan added with an enlightened Buddha's knowing smile that, yes, she understood her well, and in general, it was so difficult to find such a decent young man these days. Quanglong, on the other hand, was already pretty tired of all this crap, and he tiredly said that he would just kill this little ghoul first, and then save his own skin. And he, like a true commander, did not forget to give his subordinate the order to lead the other guys and cut a passage through the ring of the dead to retreat. It was possible that these people were bloodthirsty criminals and ruthless thugs, but they rushed to carry out this order without any fear. They lined up in an impenetrable line, firing accurately and destroying any obstacles that might prevent them from finally killing the undead. Zhao, on the other hand, couldn't resist giving a petty insult, asking if Long even had a brain, because after all, he was going to kill him. Any resistance was useless. The antagonist in response tried to portray a contemptuous grin and asked if the kid really thinks that he's all so scary and managed to intimidate him. In the end, the zombies weren't nearly as scary as they liked to be portrayed, with hundreds of trained soldiers and a huge amount of weapons on Quangbao's side. The dark-haired man with a condescending smile admitted that yes, there are a lot of people on the side of the crime syndicate, but this is only for the time being. Then, without adding any more boastful words, he abruptly waved his hand and gave the order for Wu Nuan to attack. The girl, who was sitting far away from this meat grinder, in a specially equipped safe place, immediately pressed the suspicious yellow button with the inscription Bao. Within seconds, rocket launchers were once again emerging from the sides of the silver truck, and they opened fire on both humans and zombies at a speed worthy of machine guns. Quang was too surprised to force his legs to work, and all he had to do was give a loud order to hide somewhere from this scourge. With a giggle, Xiao announced in the vile voice of a schoolboy trolling a person on the internet that the Rentuangs were not destined to hide. The rockets would find them anywhere. But after a few seconds, these projectiles simply burst in the air, causing some strange yellow clouds to shoot up in it. And it became clear that these were not ordinary missiles at all. People were so surprised that they even forgot about the battle. They just stood under this strange improvised rain, gradually realizing that it stank. When one of them realized what the hell was going on, the poor man grimaced with horror and disgust, and he started swearing so hard that he almost split the sky. Oh, hell yes. It wasn't toxic chemicals, poison, or any deadly potion, but just plain fucking piss. Grinning in a completely lousy way, the protagonist explained with great pleasure that he specially collected this stuff from all over the city because it excites zombies. All of this was done so that the enemies would die. And this psychopath didn't care what method to use, even if it was very dirty. The bandits were horrified to realize that they were dealing with a much crazier person than themselves, and that the Walking Dead were continuing their attacks. Despite the fear that ran through their very guts, the cold sweat running down their spines, the soldiers tried to hold their formation and fire at the monsters. But in vain, the creatures, smelling the smell of human secretions, really became animated, like cats smelling catnip, and simply jumped on their victims. One by one, the rotting humanoid monsters piled on top of the bandits and tore them apart alive, while the latter could only beg the boss for help. With each passing second, more fresh blood was pouring onto the ground, and the air was filled with both screams and the hideous sound of tearing meat. Someone, desperate with fear and pain, tried to run as close as possible to the main character and blow themselves up with him and the zombie with a grenade, as a final act of revenge. However, the projectile went off prematurely, as a result of which the unfortunate thug died only along with a couple of random dead people. With the death of each of his lieutenants, Guanglong became increasingly mad, and his eyes turned into red, watery balls because he really appreciated his people. However, he could not influence their sad fate in any way, and very quickly turned out to be the last living representative of his organization in the district. Nuan, who had just left the truck, couldn't resist asking in a venomous voice if the big man now understood what it was like to lose sworn brothers. And who would have guessed that this bloodthirsty bastard with biceps instead of a brain was actually capable of attachment and grief too? But the villain, to put it mildly, was not in the mood to listen to criticism, and so he roared an enraged buffalo and rushed forward to cut the woman into pieces. He didn't care about anything, not even the safety of his own life. He just wanted to punish someone, turn them into bloody rags. However, the bully didn't even have time to pluck a hair from the beautiful head of this lady, because Liu jumped out at the ready, reminding him in a very angry voice that they were fighting here. Even though the youth only had a blue light-edged blade at his disposal, he successfully blocked Long's huge, cleaver-like fire sword, and without any apparent difficulty, because as long as Xiaomo stayed here, this vile villain would never hurt anyone else. Founder Yi, now the only member of Guangbao, snarled and sputtered that this nasty, annoying puppy had finally gone to hell. Just one short effort, one strain of huge iron muscles, and the criminal overpowers the protagonist's defense, bringing the sword down with a crash to the ground. But the blade only collides with the ground because Liu Yi very prudently jumped far away from the impact zone, using his super speed. Pausing, he could admit that a level 3 awakened person couldn't be considered some kind of joke, but it was still said in the most mocking tone possible. The battle had just begun, but suddenly women ran up to the main character, who, in the manner of panicking chickens, began to check whether their dear owner was injured. Hearing one of them suggest a retreat made Guanglong even more furious, even though it was seemingly impossible just physically. For those little bastards to kill his brothers, blood and sworn, the Flame Lord was going to turn the main characters into dismembered, charred mincemeat. His huge blade was completely enveloped in raging flames, and the man threw it far behind his back and swung it sharply towards the young men, creating something like a fireball. For the first time, Liu's perpetual smug grin disappeared, and he grabbed both of them by the waists and dragged them to the ground with him, staring in horror at the roaring, fiery doom. The flames shot forward without hitting anyone, leaving only smoke and a suffocating trail in the air. But the three protagonists calmly got to their feet. Guanglong, who hadn't learned anything from the previous events, started to give a pompous speech again about how Xiao might have gotten away from him for the first time. But now, let this vile brat think carefully and answer whether he can avoid the second blow in the same way, or even the third one that follows it. Playing with the dagger like a spinner, the protagonist cheekily replied that he wasn't even going to run away. And in fact, on the contrary, he was going to go and kill Guanglong. The women behind him were horrified and tried to stop Liu from pulling the tiger's whiskers again. However, he simply turned to them like a cliched character in a cheap printed comic book and assured them with a gentle smile that he would be fine. There was nothing to be afraid of. Without another word, he leapt across the vast distance that separated him from his opponent. Looking straight into Guanglong's eyes, like a dog about to bite at his throat, the young awakened one wished that Guanglong would go to hell. But the big man only clenched his ignited fist and enthusiastically offered to come closer to him and start acting. He was already waiting for this. Not even a ball of fire shot out from the Guangbao leader's hand, but a veritable tornado of raging flames that could have torn apart a rock. But not Xiao. The brunette moved faster than the wind, faster than sound, always managed to dodge the next deadly blow, and when the last one did hit, no blood was spilled. The man's jaw dropped in shock as he realized that what he had just been trying to destroy was just a shadow, an illusory doppelganger. The real Xiaomo was at his back, already holding up a knife that glittered in the sunlight. And in the most gentle voice, he asked the enemy to finally die. In the hands of the main character, his dagger even ceased to resemble an ordinary weapon, and became more like a blue lightning bolt that Zeus the Thunderer could bring down on the Titans. However, instead of falling to the ground and being speared by a harpoon fish, Guanglong smiled mockingly as Liu Yi's attack spread out on his skin. All of the arrogance flared back into the teenager, because he'd never ever imagined that this opponent would suddenly be too tough for him. In a matter of seconds, Long adjusted his sword and swung it to cut the protagonist in two. But the youth managed to jump away again at the last second. Trying to catch his breath and make his dagger more comfortable, the hero asked if that strange red light was a manifestation of the criminal's skills as an awakened one. And the villain turned out to be so stupid that he was happy to explain in great detail how invulnerable he was as long as his body was enveloped in a layer of very burning fire. In response, Xiao only crossed knives in the most pretentious way he knew, threw his own blue flame out of his body, and said that he liked to overcome the impossible. In an instant, instead of a single teenager with golden eyes bordered by a blue glow, A whole team was formed and everyone prepared to attack. Guanglong, even more sprayed with perfume, only left the blade aside and spread his hands, as if offering the boy a chance to experience how pathetic he was. A normal person probably wouldn't have been able to understand what was going on, just that two people were fighting. And then something blew word around one of the flaming giants. No matter how many times the multiple doppelgangers of the main character tried to stab or cut the enemy remained unharmed, laughing disdainfully from there. Wanting, looking at this with horror, thought for the first time that Liu was not really as imba as she thought, and he would lose to her. They would have to pay the price. A cool-headed Wu admitted that the protagonist can still win if he focuses on attacking the weak spot. But for now, he just hits where and how he wants, and it didn't do him any good. In fact, the teenager was exhausted very quickly, as if he had to plow a huge field instead of a horse, grinning with all his might, so as not to show weakness even in such a situation. He admitted that the legends were not made up. The skin of awakened people of this level is really tough. Laughing smugly, the antagonist repeated that as long as his body was wrapped in a flame shield, nothing Xiao could throw at him would hurt him. The crime lord should have held his tongue, because of him, the main character finally found a clue on how to solve this problem. But Guanglong didn't realize it even then. And it was significant that he laughed very loudly when he heard about the very possibility that his defensive fire might be extinguished. So it turned out, of course, instead of the usual, pleasantly warming orange glow enveloping the body, it was covered with a strange blue light. Lo kindly explained that there was no secret about what was happening, but only a school physics course. Fire needs oxygen to burn, and its powers are based on air. In other words, he'd been creating a pure vacuum zone in the area all this time, and in such conditions, the only thing Long could ignite was his own ass. The funny thing is, the only thing Thug managed to say was a vicious reminder that it was the end of the world, and he didn't want to believe this school nonsense. But the dark-haired man was already tired of messing with this evil bonecracker, and after ordering him to die for the last time, Xiao cut the warlord's throat in one lightning-fast movement. The cut was so clean and delivered with such amazing speed that not even blood came out, and it took Guanglong a moment to realize that he should be dead. However, after a few seconds, as if obeying the orders of an invisible director, he very tragically knelt down, against the background of the thoughtful golden eyes of the protagonist. And as a final spit on his grave, Xiaomo declared that he was a complete idiot for not wanting to show the deceased enemy even the slightest bit of respect. Wan Ting was incredibly happy with her patron's victory, and it is not surprising, because now she will not have to endure punishment from some new master. Wu, whose pants had been destroyed by the shockwaves of the fight, exposing her fleshy thighs, was openly sobbing, because now the souls of her old comrades could rest in peace. Meanwhile, a strange golden glow radiated from Guanglong's body, and it seemed to be alive as it headed straight for the main character. Xiaomo didn't notice it until a very strange feeling shot through his entire body, as if he was suddenly electrocuted and given an electric shock. But nothing terrible really happened to him. Just a mysterious system decided to once again reward its champion for the accomplished feat. The logic was exactly the same as in computer games. For killing a very strong opponent, the user received an appropriate and very large number of points. Suddenly, a heart-rending scream rang out, its source being the starving zombies, who of course didn't go anywhere just because the humans decided to fight. Now that the living source of that hideous, ash-burning flame was gone, they surrounded the protagonist in a ring, intending to feast on his flesh. Their intervention infuriated the guy, who was literally reveling in this little moment of pathos, to such an extent that he started swearing and hacking at them with a foam of rage. However, he had enough self-control to warn his companions of the new danger and order them to immediately head to a safe place. They jumped into the truck with alacrity, and not even much fear, as the euphoria of knowing the guy's victory over Guanglong still lingered. A few seconds later, the car was as beautiful as ever, as if it didn't have any dents, dried blood, or other disgusting things on it. This time, a former saleswoman got behind the wheel, and she warned her patron to quickly get into the salon as well. But it was unnecessary, because Mo, with his aerial abilities, jumped over a distance of tens of meters in a second. Now, he ordered. It was necessary to detonate all the explosives they had hidden in the area beforehand as soon as possible, and destroy this bloodthirsty herd. Wanting didn't need to be told twice, so she quickly took out the detonator and then pressed the small red button. As soon as she did, the entire surrounding space shook as dozens of tons of explosive mixture activated, lifting the walking dead into the air. Many of them were completely dead and could no longer pose a threat to the living, and those who did survive could only grin helplessly after the car. Now that the road was completely cleared of these hideous undead creatures, the main character called out in the voice of the ship's captain to move forward. Wan Ting literally sank the gas pedal to the floor, causing the truck to develop a furious speed and scattered those unlucky zombies who did not think to get out of the way. The survivors did not know that they were being watched again, And this new stalker had perfectly smooth, even legs, shod in elegant purple heels. This girl's name was Su Fei, and she found the prospect of fighting a guy who was able to fight or maybe kill the great Guanglong very attractive. Without hesitation, she pulled a full-sized RPG out of the air and dropped to one knee to aim it properly. Before pulling the trigger, she giggled like an angry schoolgirl and expressed the hope that the main character would like this little thing. And then she did fire, sending out bursts of flame from both ends of the RPG, while the rocket left a trail of smoke in the air. An ordinary person would never have been able to sense the fiery mechanical death flying after them. But Shu immediately realized that something had changed in the atmosphere. Soon, even supernaturally sharpened senses would not be needed for this, because the oblong projectile was already clearly visible. Yinyuan, usually the most composed, cool-headed, and efficient member of the triad, couldn't think of anything better to do after all that she'd been through than shout the obvious, "It's a rocket!" He didn't say anything sarcastic, like he wouldn't have been able to figure it out without her invaluable help, but just ordered the truck to stop so it could attack this bomb. He didn't have any particular plan, just to fly close to the thing and chop it into small pieces before it made contact with their car. Wan Ting watched this and began to do what she was best at, which was to sob bitterly and beg her patron to come back so that he wouldn't kill himself so stupidly. That's when the main character got angry and gritted his teeth that he wasn't going to die, because even he found it hard to put up with such nonsense. Then again, he could often seem like a smug asshole with a sky-high ego. But he wasn't an idiot. He didn't hit the rocket in the forehead, only threw one of his daggers at it. For a moment, time slowed down, almost like in movies that use the slow-mo effect. Now the knife is slowly rushing forward, and now an explosive device is flying towards it. Naturally, when they collided, there was a very spectacular and dramatic boom that made the sky turn orange for a moment. As the main character completely disappeared in a cloud of white steam and black smoke, his women immediately assumed that he was dead and began to shed bitter tears. However, the pragmatic Nuan was much more concerned about that, and the question of which piece of stinking ass dared to shoot that stuff at them at the most vulnerable moment. Meanwhile, Su Fei, who was in the distance, pouted in frustration, waved her bare legs and said in a petulant moth voice how boring it was. It was after these words of hers, as if in response to them, that a thick white cloud was pierced by a dagger shrouded in blue radiance. The new assassin had just managed to get to her feet and scream out what the hell it was, when the deadly blade caught up with her face and pierced it. No, he hadn't killed her, because she was, after all, a beautiful young girl, but he'd just left a slight scratch, and of course he'd scared her. Shortly after the blade slammed into the rocky ground with a resounding clang, the protagonist emerged majestically from the same cloud, shrouded in a gentle blue light. Waving away the clouds of steam, he replied in the most sarcastic tone possible that small children should not play with such dangerous things as rockets. Fei pulled her lips into a sinister grin and said softly that Liu Yi must be a really tough nut to crack if he could survive the explosion from her favorite toy. Unfortunately for him, she was just enjoying playing against strong, unruly boys who could handle anything she threw at them. And, for example, just for such thick-skinned and tough men, she saved in her pockets two charming, absolutely stunning pink metal babies. At the mere sight of those pink submachine guns plastered with white cats, Xiao calmly retorted that such cheap weapons were useless against him. Then he made a ghastly face, dramatically exhaled a ball of blue energy onto his arm like a wizard's flame, and suggested that the fairies surrender for their own good. Hearing that she was so dangerous, so cool, and so pretentious, being mistaken for nothing more than an arrogant brat, the woman was enraged. Blinded by her anger, she opened fire, ordering her cute, precious, sweet babies to shoot this disgusting lout to death. But to make his argument sound more reasonable, the main character didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he created an impenetrable barrier with a lazy wave of his hands. This made the purple-haired psychopath choke on her breath, because no one had warned her that the victim would be so skilled and powerful. Then, Xiaomo charged straight at her at lightning speed, even as he shouted out that she herself didn't seem capable of putting a trump card like this on the table. If that was the case, she was going to be slung over his knee like a naughty little girl and spanked in the most severe, edifying way. Fei, logically, called him a scoundrel, and then threatened to get him something that would destroy his own pathetic ass in a way that wouldn't seem too small. It turned out to be a grenade. But like all her crazy arsenal, it was decorated like a rabbit and painted in a nasty pink leaf color. What happened next could be succinctly described as follows. The main character abruptly moved behind the back of this maniac and prepared to beat. In the end, he didn't hit her, but he did touch her, which made the experienced, battle-hardened mercenary squeal thinly and drop the grenade. This was the plan, and the young man easily caught a deadly pink bomb with flirty bunny ears. Playing with the deadly projectile like a rubber ball, the teenager snidely announced that now Sue's song was sung. She definitely didn't have any more tricks left. In response, the girl only pouted coquettishly, feigning a cat smile, and even more sarcastically asked what to do with the check that was in her hand. The boy flinched as if he'd been suddenly whipped across the back and stared in horror at the object in his hand. And damn it, he really didn't have a check. Without even thinking, obeying only the instincts developed during the years of existence in these dangerous wastelands, the protagonist swung and threw a grenade into the sky. Feeling the small bones in his body tremble from the force of this monstrous explosion, the main character realized that he had criminally underestimated this petty witch. The sky, meanwhile, was filled with such a roar, as if a huge bag had been thrown at them instead of a single grenade. And the wave of flames could easily have blinded you. Even the culprit of this outrage regretted that she went to such measures, because the blast wave did not care who to hit. Falling to her knees and desperately coughing out this disgusting white smoke, which left a feeling of bitterness in her throat, she began to swear at the main character in all sorts of ways. Standing in front of her so as to block out the sun, Xiao threatened that he would immediately make his threat a reality by turning her ass into a red flaming thing. But that was on the condition that she wasn't a sensible girl, and Sue, carefully hiding her terror behind her butt, began to brag about how cool she was for such threats. It was only at this moment that the young man heard her name, and it affected him in a very unusual way. He bulged his eyes and stared at the mercenary as if seeing her for the first time. As it turned out, it was very familiar to him, because this little girl with the vibe of an overgrown little girl was actually one of the best assassins and awakened ones. Its special ability was to multiply the power of any simple technological weapon, and Mo immediately began to think about how much he would have achieved if he had mastered it. Having come to this bright thought, he immediately stabbed the would-be assassin in the face and cordially demanded that she become his next henchman. Let her agree, because in this case, not only will she save her life and a whole, undamaged skin, but she will also get a chance to play with a very big baby. It was, of course, about the various bazookas and other cannons that the protagonist managed to get hold of, because such things were the true love of the fairies. However, it was as if the words themselves had caused a short circuit in her head, and a disgusting memory of a group of scoundrels appeared before her eyes. Shriveling up in terror, Sue screamed hysterically that Liu Xiaomo, that pig, that lustful brute, that ugly piece of shit, wouldn't even come near her. The brunette made a flat face in response and thought perplexedly that he didn't say that at all, because everything seemed to be correct. She also called the big bazooka kids. Faye, meanwhile, continued to yell various obscenities and foaming at the mouth to prove that she would rather die eating her own bullets than go after the protagonist. As for the main character himself, he felt like a character in some ridiculous comedy of the absurd and tried to find out what the hell he had said wrong. Yes, but it was too late. Sue had already taken a position of pride and, waving her head, again repeated that no, she would not follow him anywhere and never let him kill her right away. She had known lustful pigs like him, disgusting animals that couldn't be allowed near women, and he was lucky to still be alive. She would have gone on for a long time describing how much she would have liked to put a grenade in his open belly to make a cheerful red rain. But then she heard a characteristic clack. It turned out to be a beautiful, if still sparsely populated harem of the main character, who was very worried about his health, and at the sight of them, the mercenary was dumbfounded. Take Wan Ting, for example. Instead of having a normal breast, she had some damn cow udder. And Fei Fei almost died when she realized how much bigger it was. Wunwan, of course, was also nearby, even though she could easily have used her power to find out everything that happened to the protagonist. She too made the hapless assassin squeal in her head in horror. Because how on earth did you get legs like that in the apocalypse? Meanwhile, the women continued to cackle and scurry around the main character like terrified hens, while he folded his arms and grinned his nastiest grin. Looking straight into Fei's eyes, he asked her in a venomous voice if she could see the beauties swarming around him like deer, and if she understood how much he didn't care about a child like her. This infuriated the girl to a bloody veil in front of her eyes. Although she liked to wear such an infantile image, it did not mean that she could be treated as a real baby. And, after a few seconds of gnashing her teeth, she demonically ordered this dog son to open his eyes and see how grown up she really was. But in response, Nuan only pulled back a strand of hair in confusion so that it wouldn't obscure her eyes, and asked where this little girl came from. And then Wan Ting, absolutely serious, without a trace of humor or hidden mockery, leaned over her, began to lisp how thin she was and that she needed to be fed. Hearing the question asked in a serious voice if she wanted candy, the assassin couldn't even get angry. It was beyond any emotion. It was only a few seconds later that she collapsed to her knees, crying tears of grief and envy as she whimpered that she had lost her womanhood to these two lanky cows. The golden-eyed manipulator waited until the victim felt truly insignificant, even more vulnerable, then hovered over her and asked if she would serve him. To his credit, he wasn't lying when he promised to give her access to all his weapons, especially since the points earned could buy a lot of things in the store. Trying to pretend that the last disgusting, humiliating 10 minutes hadn't happened to her, Sue said indifferently that she didn't believe in his abilities. When the teenager turned away with a sly smile, asking her to wait, She folded her hands in exasperation and said, "Come on, show me. I'm looking forward to it." But the youth didn't pay any more attention to her. Instead, he was completely focused on working with the system. For him, the whole world seemed to be enveloped in a gentle blue glow and a speck, while a calm electronic voice listed what you can buy for 100 points. Soon the screen showed a model of the weapon, decorated with a primitive Chinese cannon with a dragon's muzzle in the form of a muzzle. Only it was modern and terribly powerful. Xiaomo grinned triumphantly, because there was no other place in the world where a more perfect gift for a little girl could be found. Without a second's hesitation, he decided to buy it, despite the fact that this bazooka cost 70 points and ate up almost the entire fortune he earned. While he was busily enjoying himself in the virtual store, like a housewife on a shopping trip, Nuan noticed that the zombies were acting too strange. They no longer attacked, did not try to find the little men, did not deafen the space with their moans and screams. They simply dispersed in different corners. It even scared Wan Ting, because it looked like the Walking Dead, who knew neither terror nor pain, were hiding from something much more terrifying. As the woman finished her sentence, a colossal wall of thick, impenetrable dust enveloped the space around them, like a curtain being drawn. It certainly wasn't a natural phenomenon, not because it appeared out of nowhere and there was no sign of it, but because a figure emerged from the dust. From a distance, the creature might have been mistaken for a human, even if it was a caricature. But up close, it was clearly a monster with gray, stony skin, spikes, and claws. And just one look at his glowing red eyes was enough to tell me that this giant wasn't here to fulfill the wishes of travelers. Oddly enough, it wasn't Nuan who was the first to recover from her surprise, but Wan Ting, and she was the first to guess that the thing in front of them was a mutated undead. The creature was called Bloodclaw, and was one of the top 3 strongest zombie species. It didn't care about normal weapons, and in Wu's opinion, this was the best time to retreat. Suddenly, Wu Fei popped up in front of them. But now she had a dramatic change, her dejection and skepticism giving way to a maniacal glint in her eyes. Unlike her newfound party mates, she was incredibly happy to meet such a strong opponent, because it gave her a chance to kill him. The fact that there was a crystal growing in his brain that money changers and merchants from the civilized years could exchange for very large amounts of money also played a role in this. But at the very last moment, when the triumphant mercenary was about to pull the trigger, she was stopped by the main character, unceremoniously pushing the gun away. Naturally, she was extremely indignant, because hey, the fat jackpot was coming to her hands, and what a brute you have to be to stop an honest woman from earning money. When he pulled the huge, thick metal dragon out of his wide trousers, her eyes widened, sweat beaded on her skin, and her tongue knotted. Repeating her own intonation, the brunette whispered with a smile that this beauty, grinning at the world with a dragon's mouth, was his precious big baby. It was also much longer, thicker, stronger, longer range, and generally more effective than the pathetic toys Fei was used to using. Picking up her jaw from the floor, the mercenary tried to retort that yes, his contraption looked impressive, but let him first prove that it wasn't just a colorful piece of shit. In response, the boy just slapped the metal dragon on the side, put it on his shoulder, assuming a pretentious pose, and demanded to trust him that this gun is the best in the world. However, he still liked the idea of a visual demonstration, so he turned to the zombie that had been just standing behind him all this time and prepared to open fire. It was as if the monstrous dead man realized that he was not being perceived as a harbinger of doom and imminent death, but as a fat pheasant on the prowl, and he became angry. And then he leaped, ready to throw all his weight at the vile teenagers, tear them into small pieces and devour whatever fluttered around. He still couldn't do it, and the blow went through the bare ground. But the shockwave from the collision of such a heavy carcass still rose a fair amount. Bloodclaw continued to flash his scarlet eyes and gnash his teeth, as if to make sure that even the most stupid person in the world realized that he was not some kind of joke. The former saleswoman turned very slowly to her patron and whispered in an even slower, quiet, and frightened voice that the monster was right there. The young man again said to be trusted, because soon this ugly walking piece of stone will be completely destroyed. As soon as he finished this sentence, he immediately pressed the legendary big red button that the mysterious designer had placed on the side of the mechanism. An ominous red light flickered from the metal dragon's mouth, growing stronger by the second, like the breath of a real winged lizard. Waiting for the best possible moment, the boy swung the howitzer straight ahead, and it shot out a long, deadly red laser beam. Like a small comet, this blob of crimson death swooped down on Bloodclaw, who was once again a considerable distance away from his prey. As soon as it came into contact with it, the red stream completely enveloped the gray zombie's body like a cocoon, and the increased light hurt the eyes of others. The energy flow itself also generated very strong air currents, causing the short and frail Sufei to almost be knocked down. For the first time, the Walking Dead man's face showed some emotion other than anger, and he almost tried to scream, but he couldn't. With each passing moment, with each passing second, his silhouette became more and more decayed, becoming shaky and ghostly. until finally it became only a shrunken shadow. When the smoke finally cleared and the glow also disappeared, it was clear that there was nothing beyond them, just a very deep band and a wide, rounded crater. And there was no trace of the blood claw in visible space, as if it had evaporated so completely that not even a scrap of hide was left behind. Xiaomo was incredibly pleased with himself. This was his finest hour, the moment when he could turn up his nose and spread peacock feathers in front of the whole world with a clear conscience. Su, tellingly, had already forgotten to think about the brain crystal that she could use for a month to eat wherever she wanted. She was head over heels in love. Naturally, this was what Liu had been hoping for from the beginning. And it was for this purpose that he had arranged the whole show, and now he repeated his question about the service. He didn't even have time to finish when the mercenary literally jumped on him, yelling that yes, she was happy to accept this offer. Taking his head and neck in her arms, she shouted for him to give her this big baby immediately. She would do anything for it. A very awkward struggle ensued, to put it mildly, and the half-strangled protagonist desperately tried to croak that he would do anything if only Faye would calm down. In response, she put on the most threatening expression she could manage and said coldly that he either handed her a bazooka immediately or he could forget about her entirely. The other women sighed uncomfortably as they watched the circus, and Wu reminded them that they were still surrounded by an army of zombies and that this couple was doing some kind of farce. However, Wan Ting retorted that on the contrary, let them fool around nonchalantly because it reminded her of the world that existed before Doomsday. When night fell, the expanded party of main characters organized a simple camp, setting up 3 tents and lighting a fire, near which they warmed themselves. At one point, the main character got to his feet and said that it was too late and they should all go to bed and get some strength before tomorrow. They had set up a camp on a high and steep terrain that was almost impossible for the clumsy undead to enter, and were going to take turns keeping watch. The main character was the first to volunteer, showing himself as a true gentleman, but Su, making a face, demanded that he hand over the big baby. But contrary to his own earlier promises, he wasn't going to trust such a weapon to someone he barely knew, even if the new girl would earn their trust first. Even though it was just a simple precaution, the mercenary threw a tantrum like a real little spoiled brat. She screamed and stamped and puffed like a steam train for a very long time. But she went back to her tent, and soon the other 2 women went to rest. However, both Nu Wan and Wan Tan had the same thought at the same time, that they wanted to talk to the protagonist when there were no other ears around. He himself, meanwhile, reflected that in just a few days his gang had grown to 3 subordinates, so perhaps it was already possible to visit the institute. But then, the truck's door creaked faintly, letting in the night's gloom and the cool desert wind. The first one was the red-haired awakened one, and she looked at the main character with such eyes as if she was seriously going to devour him, along with his bones and hair. Even Xiaomo himself was greatly surprised by this, and he got to his feet, wondering why the woman was still awake. Sitting in the driver's seat next to her, she began the conversation by thanking him for helping her finish off that psychopath, Guanglong, also known as Mad Dragon. But the teenager only graciously waved his hand and allowed her not to play polite. After all, he was the leader of their small but proud martial clan. But Nuan, once so proud and unapproachable, cold and aloof, began to mumble something unintelligible. Naturally, the protagonist acted in this situation. Like any cisgender man of his age, that is, he bulged his eyes so that they almost left their sockets. And this proud cultivator, the conqueror of the wasteland, the conqueror of entire armies of criminals and the walking dead, began to mumble something unintelligible, like a frightened schoolboy. He would have said a lot more. But at that moment, the woman grabbed him by the collar of his clothes without any words and buried her face in him. With each passing second, Liu, like a true hero, bravely refused to succumb to the charms of this girl. But at the same time, a disgustingly seductive voice whispered in his head that the old world was gone anyway, which meant that such things were perfectly natural. At the same time, like a witch descending from a black cloud, Wonton gently knocked on the window, asking if the main character was still in the truck. Lovers of fornication froze, realizing that if the second woman sees them now, in this form, it will be the real end of the world. The once calm, beautiful voice of the former saleswoman now seemed to them a disgusting, venomous hiss that only foreshadowed painful death. And none of them even thought about the fact that no promises or marital ties did not bind them. They were just yesterday's teenagers and perceived such situations acutely. Also, Xiaomo couldn't think of anything better than forcefully pushing this red-haired cat to the farthest part of the truck, head first. By the time they had finished with the hide-and-seek, Liu himself was looking extremely suspicious, his face red, sweating profusely, and looking like he was carrying bags. If the Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Actor still existed in this world, you can believe that the main character would have received it for his attempt to pretend that nothing had happened. He just sincerely believed that a leader should never engage in vulgarities with his team. This is very bad? No. This is simply impossible. Nuan, meanwhile, pressed her hand to her mouth to keep from yelling out loud. But her mind also kept wondering what the hell Wan Ting was doing here in the middle of the night. Women's intuition did not disappoint and gave a very realistic, albeit terrible, answer. The former saleswoman came here for absolutely the same thing as herself. At the same time, the main character tried to drive the second girl out as little as possible so that the first one could escape to the tent, and she, who would doubt it, refused, saying that such things should have been discussed here and only here so that they would not be overheard by some anonymous people. And Xiaomo didn't have the guts to just say no and send a subordinate to sleep in his room. It's not like slaughtering a bunch of louts with mohawks. Oh, words can't tell you how much he suffered, how painful and terrible it was for him to be harassed by two beautiful women, and he wouldn't have wished such a punishment on his sworn enemy. Trying to pretend that his throat was being torn apart by a monstrous cough, the protagonist tried to remind him that they were all decent people, and then there was the wild nature. Yitin then reacted as if she had received the greatest revelation from the creator himself, much less a polite and subtle refusal. Then she looked at herself as if she'd never even looked in a mirror before in her life. After that, she screamed so loudly that it was clear that the only reason the windows in the truck were still intact was because of their reinforced structure. And it was all the fault of the main character, because he was a scoundrel who was thinking about something, while she just wanted to become an awakened like him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because it meant that Liu Yi's precious virginity was at least a little more secure, and it was just a matter of studying. But then, there was almost a panicked squeal in the truck, because Wan Ting was more than willing to commit sodomy if her beloved patron asked for it. Oh yes, she would do it. She would sacrifice herself, her innocence, and her sense of propriety. If that was what Xiaomo wanted, all he had to do was say the word. When, instead of agreeing, he began to drive her away almost in panic, Wan finally stopped, and her feminine pride was even hurt. The two of them quickly lost track of their tangled relationship because someone decided to knock on the damn door of the damn truck for the third time. This time, the person knocking was Su Fei, and she asked for permission to enter for an important conversation in a sing-song, seductive voice. What was happening was already very much a tragicomedy of the absurd at its worst. But if this girl got in here too, it was going to get really shitty. While the cultivator sat with a dead face and thought depressing thoughts, Wan Ting screamed in panic, trying to get some clear answer from him. After failing to elicit a reaction from that brainless body that was Liu Xiaomo's only an hour ago, she came to the conclusion that she urgently needed to hide somewhere. And she also couldn't find a better place to sit than behind the back of the front seat, right next to Wunuan, who was already sweating, knowing how this was going to end. By the time her body regained enough willpower to say anything, it was too late, and the saleswoman, with a flourish of her pink hair, disappeared. The cultivator knew too well what was going on there, and what would happen after the main storm calmed down. And so he cursed heartily, covering his face with his hand. Without waiting for permission to enter, Fei opened the heavy doors of the armored truck herself with one hand and cheerfully asked little brother Liu what was going on here. She had devised a highly devious plan to present herself to him in all her bewitching feminine beauty and seduce him in order to get to the dragon cannon. But she didn't expect the protagonist to look at her with a face like his mother had just died and moan out loud that this is the end. Now everything is revealed. Su was so taken aback that she immediately forgot about all her previous plans and asked in a dumbfounded voice what he was even talking about. What was revealed there? Very soon, the truck was filled with a real uproar, like a chicken coop whose inhabitants were disturbed by something. And the main character pressed his hand to his face in amazement. All the participants in this unexpected farce were incredibly embarrassed, to the point that they quickly ran out of words and their faces turned purple like tomatoes. The mercenary herself was so angry that her eyes turned red again, like a template demoness, and she accused Liu of being a truly vile scoundrel. This proved to be the last straw for the guy, and he furiously punched the woman in the head, rightly reminding her that everything that happened was her fault. She only responded with an aggrieved look, full of tears and pouting cheeks, but she didn't dare to object in any way, not wanting to get another slap in the face. After that, the action was immediately moved to the next morning, and the main character's truck was shown rushing across the wasteland, leaving behind dusty clouds. Everywhere you looked, there were zombies that could barely move their limbs, and while some reacted to the machine, others simply trudged on. Liu Xiaomo was sitting on the roof of the vehicle with his legs and arms crossed in a relaxed pose. The women were down in the cabin, driving the car, although their condition could still be described eloquently as beautiful in a coffin. No one ever tried to talk to the other about what had happened last night. It was just so embarrassing that everyone tried to pretend it hadn't happened. They also tried very hard not to look at each other, because it was like trying to discuss the most disgusting and shameful day of their lives. Both Wan and Nuan flinched like whips when Su Fei, who was sitting between them, casually stated that their fearless leader was indeed very powerful for refusing both of them. Turning so red that her face matched the color of her own hair, Wu asked what the hell the assassin was talking about. the former saleswoman whispered, more peaceably but just as awkwardly, that no, nothing had happened between her and their mutual patron. Nothing to make up. Faye raised her hands very seriously and nodded that it was okay. There was nothing to be ashamed of, because this was a post-apocalypse, and in general, Liu might have a real harem in the future. All of a sudden, their heavy car lurched sideways as if it had been kicked by some giant who wanted to make way for himself. And it just so happened that it was Sue who slammed her face into the window pane, causing her appearance to take on a very ridiculous expression for a while. As soon as she could get her hands off the smooth surface and smooth out the bruises on her cheeks, she snarled angrily, "What the hell are the other girls doing?" But the sweating awakened one replied that she hadn't done it to get back at tongue ulcer. It was just that there was a hell of a lot going on down the road. When she was asked to just make sure for herself by watching what happens next, the purple-haired girl did just that. And for good reason, as it turned out. It would be best to call it a living sea, because everywhere you looked there were human figures clogging up the wide road bridge. But the strangest thing was not even that, but the fact that a very creepy flag was driven into the asphalt, resembling a pirate flag, with a red one-eyed skull, a dagger, and a pistol. While Juan was trying to deal with the shock of seeing so many walking dead, Sue only complained that these parasites had invaded the best road to the Outer Lands. However, the protagonist reacted in a much more strange way. Having previously been sitting relaxed in the lotus position, now he jumped up like a hound that has sensed prey. With all his instincts, he felt that something was fundamentally wrong with this place, and that the flag belonged to the ruthless thugs of the Legion of Executioners. Ting, as fussy as she sometimes seemed, knew perfectly well that an organization with that name didn't give out free cookies. So she hurried back to the store. But before she could even get her hand on the doorknob, a green arrow, as if made of crystal, whizzed through the air from somewhere else. That mint green beam went straight for the pink-haired girl's arm, and her companions were so taken aback by the suddenness that they didn't even move. Fortunately, Wunuan was the first to recover, and she shouted for the group sister to be careful. And the arrow and time itself seemed to have deliberately slowed down many times, so that Van had time to turn around and see the approaching doom with horror, and did not die suddenly and immediately. Realizing that his confidant could not save herself, the protagonist jumped from the roof of the truck to the ground, and his eyes burned with the flame of righteous rage. Blocking the former shop assistant in the manner of a male gorilla protecting a female, the cultivator broke the sharply graying arrow in two with one mighty wave of his hand. Wan Ting, realizing that she was no longer in immediate danger, slurred as she tried to discuss the appearance of that damned arrow. But the protagonist didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he measured the world around him with an eagle eye and demanded that Jia Chun of the Legion appear in front of him. A rough, scarred, muscular man who had been nowhere to be seen before only let out a disdainful giggle in response. He wasn't alone, but was accompanied by a gang of henchmen, and they certainly didn't expect to be able to capture so many delicious, beautiful girls today. The main characters didn't say anything, but you could almost hear their nerves cracking like guitar strings stretched too tight on instruments. Ju, who was just another shaven-headed warlord with a bare torso and makeshift armor, repeated with a bawdy smile how bright his luck had been. Some of them licked their lips at the truck, and some of them were concerned about the exceptionally juicy female meat, although they were upset that men were now so skinny that they were only good for stew. Sue, even though she had been killing people for money for many years, drew back in fear and disgust, because an inner voice told her that these freaks were speaking literally. Without wasting any more time on idle conversations, Nuan activated her supernatural perception, and the whole world became a stream of diverse data for her. Well, the good news was that there were only 18 of these rabid dogs in human skin roaming around, just a drop in the bucket compared to their former enemies. Hearing this, the cultivator grinned bloodthirstily and whispered that such an insignificant pack still dared to cause trouble for them. As he calmly explained to the slightly dazed bandits that he was about to turn them all into a way to feed them experience, Liu thought about interrogating the leader. Needless to say, the bald archer was very angry, and as he prepared to shoot another arrow, he growled if the impudent kid wanted to die right now. The main character responded by waving a warning finger at the thug and explaining that, on the contrary, he was giving this venerable gentleman a chance to survive. Naturally, this only infuriated the villain more, because in the end, it was he and his people who attacked this strange gang of teenagers, but just look at how they behave. Unwilling to listen to Xiaomo's nonsense for even a second longer, the archer growled that he would be the first to die and tried to carry out his threat immediately. The green arrow, as if wrapped in a ghostly light, obediently rushed forward. But Liu not only did not try to escape, but instead spread his arms and legs as wide as possible. He wasn't going to show any respect to such hyenas. On the contrary, he was trying to humiliate them as much as possible with every comment and gesture. Even now, he took great pleasure in dodging the projectile that was being fired, and then deliberately circled it a few times to show how slow the arrow was. The head of the executioner squad felt cold beads of sweat begin to run down his skin, because what he was witnessing right now was clearly abnormal. The bandits were surprisingly smart and immediately realized that they were dealing with an awakened one. But one of them, Bravura, shouted that their captain just did not give his best yet. Faye, meanwhile, was pursing her hands in displeasure and wondering why the hell Liu was even playing with this bald freak if she could kill him with her finger. She had already realized that the imbecile protagonist was only getting stronger with each stage, but she hadn't realized yet that this sadist loved to throw his opponents in the mud. On the other hand, Nuan and Teen had been in this quasi-harem for much longer, and they already knew that the archer was going to have the worst possible final moments. The former saleswoman, however, wanted to believe that her idol is still not such a pig, and in fact he just distracts the enemy in order to quickly defeat him. Meanwhile, Xiaomo tilted his head and hunched his shoulders so that he looked like some hideous hunchback and hissed that the enemy had 2 more attempts to kill him. But in the back of his mind, cold and sharp as a computer processor, there was actually a rudimentary and logical plan of action. Get close to the leader of the squad, lull him to sleep and capture him, eliminating any possibility of giving a signal to the rest of the army of executioners. And it was working so far, because the antagonist was so blind with rage that all he could think about was hitting the nasty boy with arrows, not reinforcements. There was also a pragmatic reason for this goal, in addition to hurt self-esteem. If you show weakness in front of your subordinates, they will betray the owner at the first opportunity. In order to increase the probability of a successful attack as much as possible, the big man decided to use 4 arrows at once, which transformed into pure rays of energy in flight. But this move, predictably, did not work at all, and Xiaomo walked away from all the shots with the same ease with which water rushes around a blade stuck in it. In this way, all the arrows that had once again taken on a material form were ignominiously sunk into the ground. Breathing deeply, just like a young bull ready to raise a cocky matador, the protagonist asked if this was all the trumps of a non-entity with a bow. Oh yes, he was just a worm, a toothless, scrawny mongrel, and even now Liu couldn't stop wondering who had made him captain in the first place, of all people. The rest of the executioners might have been inhuman bastards, murderers, and cannibals, but they were so genuinely worried about their leader that it could have hurt their hearts. All of these taunts had worked exactly as the cultivator wanted, and if the shooter's rage had been a tangible heat, everything around him would have already turned to solid ash. And it wasn't even entirely a metaphor, because the antagonist's entire body, right down to the eyes, was literally enveloped in that very characteristic green supernatural flame. Growling that he was about to show the pup what he had done to become the leader of the squad, the archer unleashed a real wave of power, and green lightning struck him from the clear sky. Comparing it to video games, it could be called an extreme boost, as his bow and arrow are stronger than ever before. Even Xiaomo was watching all of this with wide eyes and a surprised face, as if he had just realized that he had overdone pulling the tiger's tail. And then, countless green light arrows, more than visible to the human eye, rained down on him, drowning out any possible screams. However, it took a huge amount of effort for the executioner to launch such an attack, and he wasn't even sure if he actually managed to finish off this brat. His subordinates, however, were delighted, because now their precious captain clearly demonstrated to the whole world why it is impossible to joke with him. With each passing second, the cloud of dust that he raised was getting more and more dispersed, and at some point the man saw something that made his eyes bulge. What he saw was nothing but a completely empty crater in the ground. Not the slightest trace of the cheeky boy who seemed to have vanished into thin air. The answer to his perplexity was a razor-sharp dagger that suddenly appeared from behind his shoulder, as well as a stern, cold order not to move. It goes without saying that Xiaomo was completely unharmed, because it would be foolish to even jokingly assume that an imbi like him would be able to lose to anyone. Despite the order, the big bald man turned his body sharply on reflex and swung his muscular arms, but even then the teenager easily dodged the blow, desperately trying not to show the horror gnawing at his guts. The leader of the bandits demanded to know why the hell the kid was alive and well in the first place. Liu responded by kicking him in the stomach so hard that the big man was thrown back like a sandbag, and growled that he was not allowed to talk too much. And this villain did not even have to be scared for a long time. After 10 seconds, he tearfully promised to tell absolutely everything he knew about his organization, if only he would be spared. If the proverb's sarcastic smile required a visual illustration, then this smug grin of the main character would fit perfectly. The bald archer, meanwhile, was muttering that he could, for example, tell them where their supreme leader was and how many zombies there were in the area, what kind of zombies they were. Unfortunately for him, this suggestion didn't sit well with the main character, so he said it bluntly, and then threw the knife in front of him at breakneck speed. It happened so fast that an ordinary person would not even understand anything. Just 1 minute there is a still living man, and the next second a bloody palm falls. Very slowly, as if barely aware of what had just happened, the now ex-archer shifted his gaze to his stump instead of his right palm. But a few seconds later, The realization of what had happened, coupled with all the accompanying sensations, covered the thug, and a heart-rending, agonizing scream rose to the heavens. As for the ordinary criminals, alas, no matter how loyal they might have been to their leader before, now was the perfect time to make a move. Turning to Fei Fei and Nuan, the protagonist asked them to deal with these jackals, and even in such a tone as if it was a dispute about who should take out the garbage in the evening. Sue's response was to strike a pose again and petulantly declare that she wasn't going to listen to a damn thing. If he didn't want to listen to her, then she wouldn't either. Be indignant? Looking at her with a completely serious face, the main character admitted that this is her full moral right, but it's still a pity. He was going to let her play with the big baby. These short words had the most magical effect on the quarrelsome girl, and she immediately spun around on her heels and began to chatter. Taking out her favorite RPG from the air, the assassin bloodthirstily whispered that not only would she kill these 10, but she might also be able to finish off their straggling comrades. In order for her to finally have access to her treasured treasure, they were just going to have to die a bloody death. So, naturally, it turned out, the monstrous force of the explosion scattered all the people like fallen leaves and ground them to mush. Even the protagonist felt uneasy about Fei's pleasure in taking someone's life, and Nuan calmly added that she didn't want to be at odds with her ever. The captain of the executioners, who had now lost his arm and all ability to fight, was still alive, and the protagonist threw him on his back with a single kick to the chest. Now he had to tell everyone he knew about the Legion like a good boy, and even if he didn't try to lie, Xiaomo would make him beg for death. Wriggling his body, the former archer promised that he would give absolutely honest answers, but only on the condition that the cultivator then let him go. Instead of answering, the youth threw a fist so sharp and powerful that it formed a thick column of blue and white flame in the air, and the bandit froze in horror. As it turned out, the main character threw one of his daggers with tremendous force into the ground between the prisoner's thighs, and the prisoner shivered at the realization of what had happened. Puffing out his lips indignantly, Liu issued an ultimatum. Either the archer would share his knowledge of the executioners honestly, or he would part with a few extra pounds of meat. Trying not to lose consciousness from horror, the cowardly big man said that his now former faction had brought reinforcements to this area, and that they had also closed the bridge. It was all arranged for some mysterious sacrifice, and the protagonist smiled slyly as he said this, wondering what it could all be about. The prisoner, meanwhile, rose to his trembling feet and, trying to speak firmly, reminded him that he had shared everything he knew, which meant that it was Liu's turn to honor the contract. But right after that, without waiting for any responses or actions from the teenager, the burly man started running as if all the demons of hell were chasing after him. In his mind, he cursed the mangy puppy for daring to disfigure him. But there was no point. When the shooter got to the base, gathered his friends, and then they would punish him. Needless to say, the protagonist wasn't stupid enough to just stand still, and he shot an arrow after the bastard, piercing him right through. This, too, happened so fast that it could be missed with just a single blink, and even Wunuan, with her perception, could only press her hands to her mouth. Forcing that nasty, crooked grin again, the young man said in his sweetest voice, as if he hadn't really promised anything to his next victim. However, even though the bandit was bleeding profusely, breathing slower and weaker by the second, he still used his last strength to draw a symbol in the sand. Extracting a bloody blade from his body, the main character pathetically threw that such dogs deserve only one treatment, a painful execution. But even he didn't expect that the arrow he used would suddenly turn into a pale green haze, and Xiaomo stared at it with a very angry look, scowling. Then, very slowly and carefully, he took out a strange green, glowing ball from the wound, which seemed to emit some kind of radiation. But before the main character could do anything to it, the mysterious artifact simply disappeared into thin air. The young man was sweating and opened his mouth in shock, realizing that what he had just seen was not anything but the seed of the awakening plant itself. And that wasn't good at all, because a second later, Liu shouted to his companions to run away immediately, because the opponents had already detected their location. To give the girls their due, they didn't ask any inappropriate questions but simply ran to the truck, literally saving their own lives. The action shifted directly to the executioners' camp, which, by the standards of this dilapidated, impoverished world, seemed almost invincible armada. A few soldiers told greasy stories from their lives, stories of brutality and violence, while one red-haired man with scars sat in a tent. He watched the effects of the seed like a mystical messenger, but he couldn't understand why the leader had assigned him such a boring and dreary job in the first place. He immediately retracted his words when one of the round mystical seeds just popped like a soap bubble that had been poked with an iron needle. It's just that if this happened, it could only mean one thing. The commander of the unit that had a copy of the artifact died just in time to signal the danger. But that archer was a second-level awakened and exceptionally dangerous fighter, so the mysterious opponent must have been even stronger and more formidable. It was even interesting. especially since the Legion had been in this territory for a long time without fighting anyone, and the rank-and-file soldiers were already getting bored. The red-haired man grinned bloodthirstily, anticipating how he and his pack of hand-picked thugs would go on a fun hunt in the next few hours. At the same time, the main character's truck raced through the sand dunes, weaving like a huge hare, chased by a whole pack of even larger dogs. All the main characters were sitting in the car while Nuon turned the steering wheel, and none of them were going to talk, as if something very unpleasant had just happened, and it would be better to forget about it. Su Fei, who had the least amount of tact in the company, ended up petulantly asking why she always sat in the back seat instead of the front. The protagonist responded by simply grabbing her head and pinning her down in the hollow between the seats, grandiosely telling her to keep quiet while the executioners hunted them down. And no, it went without saying that he wasn't the least bit afraid of these bastards, just that there was something that made even this arrogant cultivator cautious. It was very simple. They couldn't fight an entire army of well-equipped and well-trained thugs. For this, they had to have an army themselves. Wan Ting, shifting one palm to the other in worry, thought that she had to become much stronger than she was now, so as not to involve dear Xiao in any more trouble. But it was already too late for that, as a long, dust-filled cloud had already appeared over the horizon, caused by the approach of many vehicles. Forgetting all composure, Liu leaned out of the window and ground his teeth furiously. Because damn it, it was too fast. They didn't even have time to do anything. Nu slammed the gas pedal into the floor, making the truck go as fast as it could go. But with each passing minute, the gap between them was closing many times over. Soon, the distance was reduced so much that you could see the same red-haired man enthusiastically urging his subordinates to grab the heroes. Because these bastards dared to disturb his precious legion, the head of the punitive group ordered to kill all the men, torturing them to death, and take the women as slaves. But first of all, he was going to send the protagonists a small preliminary gift, namely, a shot from a huge RPG, comparable to Su guns. In just a few seconds, he opened fire, and the rocket, leaving a thick trail of smoke, raced after the truck. Nuon noticed this without even activating her perception, just by looking in a small mirror, and tried to warn everyone to be careful. In response, the lid that opened the car's roof flew off as if a multi-ton rhino had headbutted it from the inside, and a graceful white-gloved hand emerged. The former mercenary took out an RPG longer than herself from an unknown location, and boastfully shouted that there was no reason to be afraid of bullets and other projectiles while she was here. The shot from the collision of two shells, one of which was also magically enhanced, literally eclipsed the heavens for dozens of meters around. With a bloodthirsty grin, Fei declared that she was an unsurpassed master and professional in everything that concerns the treatment of big children, not like some. However, the criminals chasing them not only did not suffer, but also laughed mockingly in response, after which they prepared to open fire again from at least 3 cannons. The mercenary didn't like it very much when someone was superior to her at her own favorite game, and she testily declared that such behavior was just arrogant. The leader of the pursuers, baring his perfectly white teeth and glaring at the target with a searing gaze without any hint of amusement, only asked what the heroes would do next, because at his command, dozens of rockets of various sizes were launched into the air, and they moved like living creatures that perfectly understood the commands of the trainer. All the tanks on wheels, armored trucks, sports cars, and other vehicles that the Legion owned were now firing their largest calibers into the sky. After that, Fei just cursed softly and whispered to Xiaomo for help, because she couldn't do anything about this invasion of fire and death alone. But even in this situation, with their lives hanging in the balance, Liu simply couldn't help but ridicule the infantile image of his newfound companion. She didn't even have time to answer her mother when the young man simply stretched out his hands with open palms, which were immediately engulfed in blue fire and prepared to kill. However, instead of burning everything and everything with deadly rays, he created a huge impenetrable force field, on which all the missiles crashed harmlessly. The blast wave and flames that could have destroyed a modern skyscraper, leaving only charred, melted remains, disappeared in vain. The surprise made the pursuers swear profanely and stop their cars, wondering where the hell the blue wall had even come from in the middle of a clear field. However, they quickly guessed that this kid was actually an awakened one, and they unanimously decided not to approach him, so that their boss would sort out everything himself. The latter himself felt more and more excited by the second, because even he could not have imagined that fate would confront him with such an interesting enemy. Jumping lightly to the ground, the next antagonist approached the truck of the main characters, poked at Liu with his finger, and simply said that the latter managed to interest him. But Xiaomo wouldn't have been himself if he hadn't responded with a flat-as-a-board joke about how unfortunately he wasn't interested in men at all. Jumping to the ground, the main character, right within earshot of the villain, told his women that he would try to delay the enemies because they were still faster, and they should run. And since Su was the only one other than himself who had any combat skills in this team, it was up to her to protect Nu and Tin. Interestingly, Faye didn't make any jokes this time, obviously realizing how important such things are to the protagonist, so she just gave him the thumbs up. As she drove the car into the distance, she yelled that she would turn her own ass into a fried chop if she let her new boss down and something happened to his partners. And Wan Ting, just like before, only looked out of the window with a sad look and silently prayed that her precious Xiaomo would definitely return in full health. Unfortunately, the villain turned out to have completely different plans, as he pointedly calmly asked to be reminded if he had given anyone permission to leave here. Dropping his joking tone, he waved his hand and ordered his thugs to immediately grab these chicks and then bring them directly to him. They obeyed with great pleasure, contemptuously showering the main character with dust and dirt, and even laughingly promised to show him what real men are like. Needless to say, the main character was engulfed in a terrible rage, and streams of light blue radiance resembling flames immediately shot out from his hands. He returned the mockery to the executioners about not allowing them to go anywhere, and then sent the manifested beams of power after the hunting party. They hadn't gone far yet anyway, so it wasn't difficult for the young cultivator to lure all these bone cruisers into a death trap. A few seconds later, they all just exploded as they slammed into an impenetrable force barrier that only looked ghostly and thin from the outside. The remaining raiders immediately forgot all caution and plans. Now they just wanted to tear the teenager apart to get to his harem. Liu Yi, meanwhile, was breathing heavily, and a large drop of sweat was running down his pale face, because even for him, using such strong abilities was still difficult. The red-haired villain, who still continued to act as if nothing had happened, lazily lit a cigarette, then clarified whether Xiao had just reached his limit. Forcing his entire body to emit blue-white fire, the teenager boastfully declared that even his pinky finger in this state was enough to kill them all like flies. After that, he took out a dagger and very significantly for some purpose drew it on the sandy ground, as if setting boundaries between himself and the leader of the executioners. This was because he wanted to give a warning that any poor, brainless idiot who dared to cross the line would be immediately destroyed. Warlord, however, was not intimidated by the teen show in the slightest, and with a contemptuous clucking of his tongue, he ordered his boys to come forward and show the puppy what was going on. In fact, he was far from underestimating the main character and understood that he was a dangerous enemy, but the villain would like to exhaust him first. Again, the men who served him were too stupid to assume that their superior was capable of sacrificing them, so they boldly went ahead. The young man in response clenched his knives and folded his hands so that his fists squeezed his head on both sides. It seemed to him that he looked very scary and impressive, but as strong as his love of cheap, ridiculous performances and stunts was, he was absolutely serious about announcing that he was going to kill everyone right now. With a flash of his golden eyes, the cultivator let out a high-pitched cry that was even shrill because of the rage that filled him, and charged forward like a mad deer. It might even look very funny and pathetic, but Liu Yi had enough power to confirm his boast, and he almost instantly destroyed the first squad of enemies. As for those who did not manage to cross the fatal line, they all dropped their jaws to the ground in shock, wondering how it was possible to die so quickly and easily. After this brief but damn impressive mass murder, the main character and his next opponent simply froze, looking at each other without words. Then, the protagonist announced that this was only the first game, and it was already finished, as if inviting the warlord to take a chance and raise the bet with another attack. The man, to his credit, was not at all afraid, although he admitted in his mind that this puppy is too fast, which means that it will really be difficult to finish it off. But in the end, he didn't even have to give any commands, because the remaining Legion members went into battle themselves, slinging mismatched howitzers on their shoulders. They decided to bet that this vile brat, no matter how shifty he was, still wouldn't be able to outrun the bullets, and certainly wouldn't be able to get away from them all. It was clear that they were wrong from start to finish, while Xiaomo even stood still for a few seconds, as if giving them a tiny head start. Naturally, he wasn't even momentarily intimidated by these nobodies, and he was going to pass each one of them like a flea when this short handicap came to an end. He didn't waste any energy trying to block those other blows. Instead, he just dodged them like a drop of quicksilver moving between flasks. But he deliberately slowed himself down so that the villains would see how out of their league they were, get scared, and run for their lives. However, this juvenile psychopath who had been granted imbecile abilities by mysterious higher powers simply couldn't leave any of them alive. No one. Very soon, the space was drowned in a monstrous roar, the flames of explosions and the screams of dying people, who vainly begged the protagonist to spare their lives. In the confusion, an executioner even managed to get close enough to the main character to sling a bazooka over his shoulder and shoot it at point-blank range. But who would have thought that the boy could even sense this in advance, so he threw the knife back, saying, no way," in a playful tone. Since the blade didn't belong to some nameless non-entity whose body might have been devoured by vultures long ago, but to a hero, he caused the projectile to detonate prematurely. The expletive that came out of the mouth of the hapless gunslinger who watched this outrage might just as well have suited a critic who was outraged by a bad script. However, a second later, the bomb exploded in full force, and the rising blast wave threw the hapless thug aside like a rag doll. By the time the poor big man fell to the ground, he looked like a half-cooked piece of meat, with his right arm and hair completely burned off. As the red-haired warlord continued to chew on his thick cigar, he admitted in his mind that the guy was actually very dangerous, which meant that there was only one way to defeat him. The same shooter who had ventured too close to Liu Xiaomo while still alive, he was desperately wheezing and begging his superior to do something to help him. But the answer was only a contemptuous remark that the poor guy was practically dead. And then a crushing blow with an expensive boot on the skull. After that, the protagonist and antagonist once again stood opposite each other, in the middle of a field littered with bloodied corpses. And the guy quietly said that it was the boss's turn. Without paying any attention to the blood dripping from his own shoe, the red-haired criminal made a tempting offer for Liu to work for him. But he wasn't really saying all this seriously. No, it was nothing more than an attempt to throw dust in the eyes of the opponent and get within striking distance of him. So far, the idea was working, because the main character, not noticing the trick, scowled and proudly said that he would never serve such a type in his life, solemnly announcing that he would then go to hell and rot there. The villain raised his hands, and strange rays of green energy went from them in all directions. Long, flexible, thorny vines, like the tentacles of some monstrous octopus, were climbing everywhere you looked, and even the corpses were feeding on them. It was the latter circumstance that caused the main character to bulge his golden eyes in shock, for he couldn't even imagine that the seeds could act like this. With a wild smile, the red-haired psychopath admitted that yes, his people were nothing more than top-dressing, live humus for these wonderful flowers that didn't care about Mo's speed. Naturally, the cultivator himself didn't agree with being in the position of Bro Rabbit, hitting the tar scarecrow, and tried to attack the enemy. No games, no effects in front of an invisible camera. The young man was just going to finish off this vile parasite, but so far he was not succeeding. But from everywhere, like the heads of a hydra, only new plant tentacles with terrible spikes were climbing. And then the warlord himself clapped his glowing hands in a special gesture. The already narrow space, in which even a normal person would have found it difficult to move without touching the flora, finally turned into a kind of huge living web. Also, Liu Yi was getting more and more furious by the second, until finally, he went into a hysterical, blinding rage, and with a single attack, he cut down many vines at once. Watching this with ever-increasing gloat, this wannabe fantasy black magician croaked that any power against him was useless, and the hero was finished. And at some point, when Mo himself stopped noticing much of what was happening around him, a thin but very strong root grabbed the protagonist by the foot. The dark-haired man instantly understood what had happened to him as soon as the lower limb failed to obediently land on the ground, and he cursed laconically, but dirty. The leader of the executioner's squad, who had finally turned into the semblance of a vicious archmage, solemnly growled that the young cultivator's next stop was the infernal cauldron. Branches, roots, and vines shot out from all directions toward the immobilized victim, preparing in just a few seconds to grab onto the body and tear it into small pieces. Suddenly, Liu Xiaomo made a very scary face, looked into the eyes of his enemy, and retorted in a hollow voice that the only one who was going to die here right now was himself. All of these eerie plant tentacles slammed helplessly into the shining, diamond-cut surface of a huge energy cube that had appeared out of nowhere. It was, of course, created by the main character, and even if the guy spent all his remaining strength on it, it was completely invisible from the outside. He seemed more like a statue come to life. Also inside this cube was his enemy, who began to look around in an enraged beast, trying to understand why the feeling of affinity with the flora had disappeared. Chuckling maliciously like a cracked dead tree, the main character explained that he used his powers of air to isolate the warlord from his plants. Before that, Liu might still have risked ending up as a flower humus, but now the balance of power was completely reversed, and he was openly enjoying it. His every word made the antagonist more terrified, punching cracks in his armor out of composure and self-confidence, and the man desperately searched for a way to summon his vines again. But he might as well have been trying to turn on a computer that someone had unplugged earlier, and all it did was bang against the walls of the energy cage. Finally losing even the weakest attempts to maintain composure, this once proud and impressive villain threw a real tantrum. The main character's only response to this was a swift knife attack that sliced the warlord's chest crosswise. The wound was not deep and the man did not die on the spot, but his entire body was covered with incredibly strong pain, and blood poured down like a waterfall, watering the lower part of the cube. Now it was Xiao's turn to gloat over his opponent and brag about how useless and insignificant he was in the hands of a superior force. Desperately trying to get to his feet and slow down the terrible loss of blood, the red-haired bandit croaked that, no, the boy wasn't going to kill him, just because if even one more hair fell from this man's head, His subordinates would kill all those girls, not even sparing them for the sake of slavery. The dark-haired man gave a very nasty smile in response, and noticed in an unctuous voice that the warlord spoke so confidently, as if his harem had already completely capitulated. Losing even more strength, the man almost fell to the ground. But he held on, and with one shaking hand took out a radio communication device from his pocket. And in response to the words that the loyal footmen were about to call and say that they had captured women, the teenager put his hands on his hips with an even more disgusting laugh and said that his companions had been underestimated. Meanwhile, at an unknown distance, the main character's truck was crouched among small hills, and the entire area around it was littered with craters and bodies. It goes without saying that all those elite assassins from the Legion of Executioners actually turned out to be pathetic paper tigers, just like everyone else who tried to resist the heroes before. And yes, the source of all this devastation was Faye, who was just incredibly ecstatic that she finally got the chance to shoot a steel dragon. She could have screamed at the sky for a long time, defying the entire universe to get another reason to pull the trigger, but then Nuon told her to shut up. The girls said that there were two others hiding behind the rock, shaking with the terror of the thug, so they should kill them quickly so that the women could return to Xiao. Knowing that they were about to be killed too, one of the poor devils screamed into the radio in a hysterical panic so that he could talk to the boss and save them. Lifeless and therefore indifferent to everything, the car slowly began to beep, and its screen gradually began to burn with a bright, white-blue color. With every second they spent desperately begging for help, their doom in the form of a small, childlike psychopath was getting closer. When she climbed the cliff they were hiding behind, the bandits got a rare chance to look at the contents of her skirt. But unfortunately, in this situation they didn't care. From the cry of agony that the pair raised, a huge flock of birds flew up into the sky, conversing with each other in fright. Not long before, the red-haired head of the executioners was still trying to turn on his copy of the intercom, hoping for good news. When it started working, he immediately started bragging that now they both knew who really won this war. So let the puppy hold onto his pants. But when only the previously described screams came out of the phone in response, the hapless warlock could only bat his eyelashes very slowly and stupidly. In contrast, the protagonist grinned in an increasingly broad and brazen manner, until he finally hissed that listening to the enemy's screams was a real treat. Ignoring him, the warlord shouted into the phone, demanding that the subordinates on the other side say something to him for the sake of all the shitty gods in the world. But Xiaomo was already tired of being amused by watching the enemy frantically squirm like a worm, and he knocked the radio out of his hands without any ceremony. Holding a knife to his throat, the cultivator hissed, "This loser no longer has a single chance of winning, even the most elusive one." And the antagonist literally fell on his back, throwing up his arms and legs, and then began to beg for his life. Promising to tell him the most valuable information about the Legion in revenge, Liu frowned theatrically, raising his eyebrows in a perfectly practiced gesture, and threatened to torture his new prisoner if he decided to lie. The plant lord, spraying saliva and blood, shouted that he was certain that the supreme leader of their gang had made some sort of pact with the mayor of Fallen Leaf City. However, his fragmentary information sounded very strange. It was about some pigs, either real or figurative, and for some reason about the price of salt. The main character thought so hard about this riddle that he even forgot about his new prisoner, and did not pay attention to the fact that a truck was approaching him with a scream. Of course, it was Wan Ting who was the loudmouth, because no one else in the area would start screaming like an excited monkey at the mere sight of the protagonist. The teenager turned to them, waved nonchalantly, and assured his companions that he was in good health. He had already finished dealing with the next boss of the raid, but he was too relaxed. And as it turned out, the red-haired villain wasn't nearly as weak as he appeared to be, considering the speed with which he drew his dagger and prepared to stab Mo with it. Wan screamed furiously at her patron to keep his eyes open, but it was too late, although it was completely unnecessary for her to worry so much, because the main character easily intercepted the scoundrel's frail hand. It was a piece of cake for him. The villain struggled to explain how the damned boy could do such tricks in the first place, but he couldn't even finish the sentence. Since he wasn't even a beautiful young woman, Liu Yi had no intention of sparing him in the first place, so in one swift move, he cut the bastard's throat. Feeling the life draining from his body through his veins once again, the warlord tried to whisper that he couldn't believe it, that he would die in such an inglorious way, and then he fell to the ground face first, without any glory, without fanfare or applause. Just another dead man in this wasteland to be eaten by dogs, rats, and vultures. At the very least, the main characters really forgot about him in a second, because they had much more important things to do, talking to each other about health. Rubbing his sweaty forehead with a fake smile, the cultivator assured his harem that he was fine, although, he added softly, it took a lot of effort this time. After poking the still-warm corpse with her foot in disgust, like a sack containing a drowned dog decomposing, Su Fei asked what they were going to do next. They may have chopped off another dragon's head, but his colleagues are still alive and they can ambush them again if they decide, for example, to cross the bridge. In response, the dark-haired man just took out one of his knives, stroked it like an expensive cat, and with a meaningful grin reminded him that he was not a timid person. He had nothing to fear at all. In fact, he had already finished off two of the strongest men in the Legion nearby, and he would crush the rest of them. Wan Ting only asked him what his plans were, reasonably suspecting that despite all this bragging, the main character wouldn't launch a blind attack. In general, he was going to infiltrate the Legion directly, but to do so, it was necessary that women play a certain and very important role in his plan. After that, the action shifted to one of the hangman's temporary bases, a camp surrounded by a barbed fence filled with cars, trucks, and tents. In one of the trucks were bound, dirty, and dressed only in rags, women, and one bandit with admiration and envy asked where the owner of the truck got them from. The driver replied with a chuckle that he just happened to run into them while looking for supplies, and that a lot of people in his squad had died taking these beautiful chicks captive. This news did not upset the marauder at all. On the contrary, he reached out to one of the prisoners with a terrible expression on his face, asking for the opportunity to try her first. The truck owner indignantly asked if the troglodyte had decided to commit suicide, because their master Ye Feng still hadn't returned home. It was impossible to do such a thing in front of him. The raider obediently took a few steps back, letting the truck pass by and giving it a long, sullen look. When the car was far enough away, the man threw back his head, sighed, and asked the sky where their boss was going, or he would soon die of thirst. The main character, who had been hiding behind a large rock all this time, was very carefully examining the situation in the camp, thinking about how best to get there. It was a rhetorical question because he already had a vehicle ready, a completely immobilized zombie with its mouth taped shut. As soon as he tore the sticky paper from the Walking Dead's mouth, it immediately growled, howled, and snapped its jaws, trying to bite a piece off the disgusting boy. The noise was loud enough to make the sentries who were watching the camp gates with automatic weapons at the ready start and look around. The head of the guards turned out to be the same voluptuary, and now he was indignantly asking his subordinates why the hell they hadn't killed all the infected people in the area. Sweating, they began to argue that they had done their job well, and the thing must have come from the other direction. But the leader told them to shut up and finish the job. Not wanting to run into a cruel punishment, the guards rushed forward without further ado, towards the animal, the heart-rending screech of zombies. They expected the two-legged predator to pounce as soon as it was within a couple of paces of them, but not that it would be tied up like a stereotypical damsel in distress. One guard nervously remarked that it was too weird, damn it, so they'd better go get reinforcements soon. But it was, of course, too late to retreat, because a mysterious young man with the speed of light grew up behind them and put knives to their throats. Showing his perfectly white and even teeth, Lu Xiaomo said without a drop of genuine sadness that he was sorry, but alas, these gentlemen were not destined to return home. And then he cut people's throats, with all their hard muscles and bones, as easily as if they were actually made of plasticine. But the protagonist did not manage to do this completely silently. The guards managed to make loud death groans and wheezes, and their boss heard it. He was about to come and find out what the hell was going on when a familiar, if faint, voice begged him for help, and one of them was bitten by a zombie. The leader of the sentries shouted back that the remaining guard should simply kill everyone, including his colleague, who could not be helped anyway, and the infection should be nipped in the bud. Then he started cursing loudly under his breath at these idiots who are a disgrace to the entire Legion, and now he even allowed himself to be killed by some pathetic walking corpse. Liu Yi, who had finished using the dead body of the guard like a puppet, chuckled that these executioners were completely relaxed, but now they were going to be punished. He pulled off the victim's blood-stained clothes, which, fortunately, also had a deep hood, put on himself, and then very naturally depicted a frightened and wounded raider. The chief sentry cursed once again at the sight of this picture, unable to believe that his idiotic subordinates really turned out to be so incompetent. Disgusted, he waved the protagonist inside, telling him to stay away from him and get all the stinking stuff off of him as soon as possible. The cultivator chuckled inwardly in a very malicious and vile way, because even he didn't really expect this mud-ancient disguise trick to work. Soon after, a group of armed executioners gathered outside the gate, and one of their leaders began a long, profane speech about how bad things were for them. First that weird psychopath who stabbed a few guys to death, now this damn zombie. If anything else goes wrong today, the boss will cut off all their noses and genitals. One person who spoke on behalf of ordinary legionnaires, as optimistically as possible, tried to convince the head that there was nothing to worry about. Everything would be fine tonight. They've set a trap for that mysterious assassin anyway, and when that hot chick gets caught in it, then they'll be happy to play with her. They also had no idea that an outsider had entered their camp, who was now listening intently to every word, hiding behind a blood-stained old cloak. Naturally, the cultivator was very interested in the news that he, it turns out, is not the only person who decided to take revenge on the executioners. He also wondered what kind of strange woman this was, and exactly what reasons would make her fight alone against one of the strongest factions in the wastelands. Her real name was Yerui, and the Legionnaires were right to call her a beauty, as if she had stepped off the supermodel catwalk, despite the fact that there was an apocalypse, mud, and death in the area. She growled under her breath that the executioners had captured a lot of good girls, so they all needed to hurry before it was too late. Yes, it was him, because Rui was not a proud loner, but a representative of a women's organization that rescued other girls from similar slavery. After hearing that every sister in their sisterhood was fully prepared to move out tonight, not sparing their own lives, the leader announced the beginning of the operation. Meanwhile, on top of the cliff was another killer who couldn't think of anything better to do than put on a cheap latex suit for this operation. Moreover, she also had heels with huge stilettos, which only due to an honest word, divine intercession, and a lucky chance did not get stuck in the cracks. Then the awakened one leaped down like a mountain goat and shouted that no executioner should live tonight. Let the earth drink their blood. At the same time, several expensive black cars were parked in a completely different place, and 3 blurry human silhouettes were moving around them. Su Fei, who was sprawled out next to another large rock, let out a sigh of displeasure and started complaining about how boring she was here. Waiting for Xiaomo was just disgusting. Wu again reminded the new girl to stop grumbling, because their turn would start when a fire broke out in the enemy camp, and they would only have to wait a little longer for news. Wan Ting, rolling her eyes dreamily, sang in a loving voice that their beautiful master was already taking a big risk. It was simply criminal of them to keep him waiting. There was a large wooden box in her hands, and it certainly wasn't a storage area for old dishes or any other rubbish. It was completely filled with gunpowder. Any things that caused things to explode loudly, burn, and perish painfully aroused Sue's aroused interest. So she agreed to help. She was practically drooling, imagining how very soon a really cool salute would begin, and with it the screams of terrified, mutilated people. Meanwhile, in the camp itself, life continued in its standard way. Looters talked and no one paid attention to the teenager in rags. The main character himself was looking around very carefully, looking for anything that he might need, until his eyes fell on the tent with the guards. He also knew that there was relatively little time left, and that after midnight it would be too late to start the second stage of the operation. However, he didn't even have time to cut the guards' throats when he suddenly heard a low, tense voice calling for a certain Schwanner to act as quickly as possible. This voice was answered by another, and both belonged to girls, which made the main character pause for a moment as he realized what all this could mean. Inside the tent, a woman named Qin Xuan was trying to cut the ropes that bound her hands with trembling fingers, since she had already hidden the blade. Other women, who did not have such a useful tool, only impatiently urged her on, repeating that their overall well-being depended on her success. Qin, trying not to panic, whispered in a tense, trembling voice that she was almost ready. She had almost cut the damn rope. A few more seconds of hard work, desperate attempts to hold the sharp thing between her fingers, and finally, her efforts were rewarded, and the rope snapped. One of the other women demanded that Zhuan cut their own bonds immediately, but that was unnecessary because she was already doing it. The girls were so excited about their imminent release that one of them had to remind the others to be as quiet as possible. None of them had yet realized that they had actually been discovered, and a dark figure in a distinctive duster appeared in the aisle. Qin, who had just finished removing the ropes from the second woman's hands, almost died of terror, and very slowly turned around, imagining how she was about to be hit and tied up again. But despite the paralyzing animal horror, she forced herself to her feet and even gripped the very blade, which turned out to be a short dagger. Her still-bound companions had ordered Zhuan to run away, forget about them, and save at least herself from a humiliating slave existence. And the main character, which is characteristic, sincerely did not understand what the fuss was about. He was not the executioner, but only wore his clothes to get in here. At the same time, Qin told herself that once she was discovered by the raiders, there was no other way out, and she would have to fight like a cornered rat. Still feeling like a character in some stupid comedy of the absurd, the dark-haired man raised his hand placatingly and tried to convince the woman that he was not in any danger to her. But in vain, she had already closed her eyes, gripped the blade very tightly in her hands, and rushed forward directly at him, shouting obscenities in a hysterical voice. Seeing a shard that could rob a person of an eye or nose coming towards his face, the usually unflappable cultivator tensed up and shouted if anyone was listening at all. However, he wasn't going to allow himself to be maimed or killed, so with a perfectly honed movement from years of combat experience, he intercepted the girl's palm. Twisting Xuan's arm so that she dropped her weapon, he repeated in a firm, calm voice that he was not a member of the Legion, and therefore not a threat to them. Only Qin wasn't even convinced for a second, because seriously, who else but that bandit scum could be in this place at this time? Without even thinking about being secretive or keeping quiet, she just yelled at Xiaomo to go to hell and tried to kick him sharply. The strength of this seemingly fragile, completely devoid of muscles girl was surprisingly much, so that Liu even had to jump to the side, spreading his legs. This ridiculous situation was getting angrier by the second, and he wanted to save these innocent lives, but he didn't sign up to be a whipping pad for that. Leaping forward with the speed and power of a small rocket, he shouted that it was a good thing, since this girl was so stupid that she ignored words. He would use other methods. For a few minutes, the tent was in a real mess. Xiaomo and Xuan rolling on top of each other, clinging to the ball, and even the other captives looked on with embarrassment. Feeling his own eyes turn bloodshot like an angry bull, Liu growled that he had come to help them. How could they not see it? And then something happened that made the bound bystanders drop their jaws to the floor and turn completely red with terrible embarrassment. The reason was prosaic. The protagonist ended up just putting Qin on his lap and slapping her ass, telling her what a stupid, noisy girl she was. The other girls were still looking at it with huge, round eyes. Not sure if they were feeling more frustrated by the surreal nature of what was happening or envious. By the time this vulgar and humiliating punishment was over, all conversation and shouting had died down, and Zhuan, tired of kicking, was just lying on the ground like a sack. Looking down at her from his height, the dark-haired man asked in a very stern voice if this crazy young lady was now ready to believe that he was a hero. Yin didn't know if she wanted to cry on the spot or sink into the ground in shame, but she forced herself to say yes. Naturally, deep down, she was also incredibly angry at this humiliating defeat, and the girl vowed to kill the protagonist for it someday. After this, Xiaomo began to untie her hands, which he himself had already bound, and told her that women should listen carefully to him if they wanted to escape. But just at that moment, as if at the behest of some evil, petty, and godlike scoundrel, the entrance to the tent opened and the guards shouted what the kid was doing to the prisoners. Even the main character was momentarily dumbfounded, because he couldn't expect to be caught red-handed at the very last moment and have the entire camp roused to its feet. As for Qin, she only gritted her teeth in frustration, knowing full well that the fan was turned on. The shit was being served to it, and soon it would spread all over the area. Pulling the hood down over his head, the main character warned the women in a very quiet but firm voice not to do anything stupid. Then he turned to the leader of the sentries and very abruptly changed, hunched his shoulders, slightly askew, and asked in a very nervous voice what the boss wanted here. Xuan, who still couldn't think straight, cursed inwardly, not understanding what kind of game this lying scoundrel was up to this time. The older man, holding his nose contemptuously with his fingers, asked in a nasal voice why the hell this guy was not sleeping, but hanging around the captives, and why, for the love of all the gods, he did not wash away the blood. Swallowing the sneer that was coming out of his mouth with some difficulty, the brunette babbled that he was just going to take a shower when he heard strange noises in the women's tent, and there the escape was planned. When he went inside and saw that one of the dog's daughters had managed to cut her own rope ties, he twisted her up and tied her up again, as tightly and carefully as possible. After carefully looking at Xiaomo's face with only slightly less suspicion, the senior legionnaire acknowledged that he had done the right thing, and the cultivator rubbed his hands together inwardly. He needed to lull the enemy's vigilance so that he could quickly kill them all, but then the sentry mockingly told Qin that when their leader returned, he would demand her first. Liu Yi quickly whispered in the antagonist's ear that Venerable Ye Feng still had no idea when he would return, and it was always possible to tell afterwards that one woman had died while trying to escape. The lustful assassin thought hard about this unexpected offer, his desire and fear for his superior legionnaires warring inside him. Zhuan, still lying on the floor like a helpless worm, mentally asked someone to reassure her with cold horror that this boy hadn't sold them out completely. The head guard finally made up his mind, and he looked at the scout with much more warmth in his eyes and admitted that the latter was damn right. As he approached Qin with a bawdy smile, he kept repeating under his breath that this girl was just trying to run away and got shot in the head for it. Nothing else for sure. The main character looked at it like a cat finding a rat trapped in a mousetrap, and all but licked his lips, glad that all his ideas were going without a hitch. Meanwhile, the marauder stuck out his tongue in lust, rubbed his palms together and muttered some vulgar nonsense about how big his thing was and how Xuan was going to be fine right now. He didn't pay any attention to the movement behind him, but Qin noticed it and asked with a nervous laugh if his thing was bigger than Lu's. The guard blinked and turned around, trying to figure out what the girl was talking about, but it was too late for him. And the main character has already taken out a knife, put its blade to the man's neck, and asked in an emphatically polite voice which of these two objects is more solid. Of course, the cultivator wasn't going to give his victim a real chance to respond, so he clamped his hand over the legionnaire's mouth and sliced open his throat in just one motion. With a strangled gurgling sound, the man collapsed like a sack on the floor, just a few centimeters away from Xuanqin's feet, and she couldn't help but shudder in disgust. After that, he began to untie the girl again, and in a quiet patter ordered her and her friends to continue hiding in this tent. Subsequently, they may hear the sounds of an explosion, and as soon as this happens, they will have to run as fast as they can to the exit, but only under such conditions, not before. A more cool and collected person would have thanked the hero for this, but this girl just needed an excuse to accuse him of something, and she found him in the fact that he did not come to save them. The cultivator simply threw her a heavy steel pistol in response and explained succinctly that the Legion dared to cross his path, and for this, they will be destroyed to the ground. Before leaving, the main character once again uttered his warning about rashness, because he would not be able to save them a second time. In response, Chin simply assumed as proud a pose as possible, and ignoring her reddened cheeks, emphatically snorted loudly, saying, "To whom did you give up here in the first place?" But as soon as Liu stepped out of the door, all the other women immediately started yelling about how beautiful and attractive he was, and how much they themselves would like to be punished by him. Wen was so taken aback that she didn't even tell them to shut up, just asked them in confusion as she untied the ropes. Which side the hell were they on in the first place? One girl, with a sly twinkle in her eyes, brazenly but sincerely replied that she supported the person who saved them from a fate worse than death itself. And Chin, in fact, too. That was true, but of course she didn't say it, so she just told her friend to shut up. And her mind was lost in thinking about how Liu would defeat the Legion of Executioners alone. Meanwhile, the outer edges of the camp, which separated the marauders from the wastelands, were still grimly silent, with cars still parked and people moving between them. One guard yawned tiredly and said he was exhausted, so let the other one take care of everything, only for his partner to say angrily that he was also sleepy. They could have spent a long time trying to figure out who was keeping their watch longer and who was supposed to go to a blissful rest, until there was a suspicious crunch nearby. This, of course, was the main character continuing to pretend to be a Legion member, and he hurried to reassure the nervous guards that everything was fine. There were no enemies. And anyway, he actually almost fell asleep on the move too, and tried to fight it off with smoking. Only that damn lighter was missing. Someone else might have been able to share the source of the fire with him. But this couple, on the contrary, demanded that the protagonist himself share an extra cigarette with them. However, the principle of quid pro quo still took place in this organization. So the young man was given a little flame to light tobacco in a tube. Just for a moment, a faint light illuminated part of the main character's face, but it was enough for one of the sentries to notice that their acquaintance had somehow become strangely prettier. In response, Xiaomo proudly raised his face, now looking directly into the eyes of the startled men, and proclaimed that he had always been a magnificent god of beauty and love. The sentry's surprise immediately shook off all sleepiness, and his face twisted with fear and anger as he realized that he was talking to a stranger. Before they could finish even the first few words of cursing and questioning, the dark-haired man emptied the knives out of his pockets in a flash and cut both the poor guys' throats. He's been wandering around the campgrounds for a long time, quietly and quickly killing every guard he meets. But it was definitely worth it. Almost all of them were already cooling down. Now we only have to kill the last 2 sentries on duty just outside the gate, and when that's done, the girls with explosives will be able to enter. As it turned out, the cultivator did not try to reinvent the wheel, and he approached each duo of guards with the same question about the presence of a lighter or a match. However, the 2 of them somehow didn't react to his approach and words, didn't even blink, and this quickly alerted the protagonist. As the men collapsed to the ground, sprinkling pools of their blood on the ground, even Xiaomo's jaw dropped in shock, realizing that someone had finished them off long before him. In his surprise, he even forgot about the disguise, and just squatted down, wondering who exactly could have done this, like a scientist who has found an interesting riddle. The answer to all the unspoken questions was the mysterious appearance of the owner of silky hair, the color of molten gold, and a tight black leather suit. She moved like a ghost, very gently, almost weightlessly, putting her hand on the teenager's shoulders, and then in a voice as gentle as his mother's, telling him not to make a fuss. This polite request was reinforced by the icy touch of the razor-sharp blade against Liu Yi's throat, which made the brunette instinctively throw his head back. The woman responded by moving the weapon in her hand so that its sharp tip was still pointed at the main character's Adam's apple, and ordered Xiao to slowly turn around. The protagonist did so, at the same time raising his hands to the top so that it was clear that he himself did not have any weapons, and then asked who this girl was in general. This time, the young man wasn't laughing at all, because perhaps for the first time in his life, he was facing someone who was actually even faster and stealthier than him. The mysterious woman, whose eyes shone in the darkness almost like car lanterns, calmly but unequivocally made it clear that she wanted to hear the name of the young man first. Liu scowled like a young moose about to butt a fellow tribesman for the first time with its newly grown and hardened horns, and asked why the hell she was doing this. Undeterred by his rudeness, her eyes still glittering like molten gold, the blonde explained, "The brunette's life is completely in her hands, and if she wants, she can easily end it. Just a little pressure with a knife on this soft neck is enough." But Xiaomo's tension disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, and he asked with a smug grin, who even said that, as his body easily pushed the edge of the dagger away. Then there was an incredibly fast slashing blow with the knife back, but the mysterious killer moved away from him with such speed that the protagonist's blade only tore through the air. Now it was her own turn to roll her eyes and ask the world what the hell was going on here, and where the hell such an awakened one had come from. However, Liu Yi wasn't going to answer that question. Even though she was a beautiful young woman, she was an enemy first, and enemies had to be killed. The main character's punches, used at full power, were so fast and strong that they could easily tear apart a steel wall or an elephant. But the blonde wasn't going to tank these attacks. On the contrary, she dodged them with incredible speed and grace, and then instantly moved far away from Xiao, landing in the middle of a small but dense cloud of dust and keeping her golden eyes on such an unpleasant opponent. She made it clear that she would not continue the battle. However, she remembered his face very well, so that she would definitely get even sometime in the future. And after saying this, the strange woman disappeared into the night sky. It was an incredibly fast kill, but Mo might still have tried to keep up with it if the more important task of destroying the executioner's Wei camp hadn't been on the agenda. Besides, he couldn't really be sure that it was the real enemy, after all. The blonde had killed the camp's sentries just as he had intended to do. The cultivator hadn't even taken a few steps when an explosion rumbled horribly behind him, and a snide female voice called it a small parting gift. Protecting his face and eyes from the heat and debris, the boy mentally began to swear in the harshest way because, well, this was definitely done specifically to spite him. And, needless to say, this immediately roused the entire raider camp. One by one, they jumped out of their tents and shouted to each other that someone dared to attack them. This left the brunette with no choice but to call Nuan on the walkie-talkie and warn her that the operation was cancelled immediately and they had to move on to a backup plan. The red-haired awakened one wasn't the least bit embarrassed. She only nodded when the main character ordered his harem to run to the ambush site and wait for the raiders there. After resetting the call and putting the receiver back in her pocket, Wu immediately relayed all these instructions to the rest of her companions. Su Fei honestly didn't care at all. For the sake of being able to finally shoot her newfound baby, she was willing to resort to anything, which was why she'd started hurriedly urging her companions to finally drag their asses to the truck and take her to the live target shooting area. As for the main character, he was just running all the time, using his supernatural wind speed, while curses and bullets were rushing after him. The marauders had already discovered the bodies of the sentries, immediately realized that Liu was responsible, and now they were tearing their heels off in blood to catch and punish this little scoundrel. Fortunately for Xiaomo, there was no reason to worry, because his team had long since reached the designated spot and prepared to open fire to kill. Fei was definitely ecstatic, imagining her precious new toy turning all those nasty louts into piles of blood and slime on the ground. As for Wan Ting, although she was still an ordinary person, she was useless in such matters, and could only beg her master to be careful. After finally luring the enraged army of thugs to the ambush area, the brunette took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and shouted for his team to finally start. As blinded as the executioners were by hatred and rage, even they were taken aback when several of the guys running in front of them were suddenly torn to pieces by bullets. Some of them, their already huge eyes bulging in panic, even shouted like a terrified rooster that this was all a trap, and they needed to retreat immediately. Fei seemed to hear the words because she giggled again and whispered that no, there was no way she could afford to let those piglets go. Or rather, she'd be happy to let them go, but only if they were blown to hell by a shot from her rocket-firing baby. Since the dragon cannon itself was incredibly powerful, and Su's abilities were designed to enhance any weapon, the explosion was monstrous in size and power. Looking at this underworld from a safe distance, Liu decided to play the protagonist of a template action manga, and pathetically said that here is the punishment for a crime over the edge. Now he will be the master of this miserable, insignificant world, torn to pieces by voracious parasites, and his word will determine which is sin and which is righteousness. The heat and smoke were so intense that not even the bloodied remains of the criminals remained, their bodies very quickly turning into blackened, crunchy corpses. There was a stomping sound that grew louder by the second, and the cultivator immediately tensed up, ready to immediately rip open the surviving enemy's belly. But it was just Su, who was so happy about the opportunity to shoot that she was now dancing around the rocket launcher in an almost vulgar way. As Nuan watched with a heavy sense of Spanish shame, Wan Ting approached the protagonist and quietly asked if he was okay. The teenager managed to assure her that yes, he was fine, when the red-haired awakened suddenly grabbed her weapon and shouted that they had missed 2 opponents. Xiaomo only waved his head dramatically, making his silky hair flutter gently in this hot, dry wind, and replied that it was no longer their concern. He was completely right, as usual, and there was another explosion in the distance, much fainter than the one they had created, but still more than noticeable. Wu was sweating visibly because no one could guarantee that they were being approached by friends and not some new looters, even though Xiao Yi had told her not to worry. From the dust cloud raised by that new explosion, a whole gang of women led by Zhuan quickly stepped out, and Liu happily confirmed that yes, they were not new enemies. As she approached her unexpected deliverer, Qin extended her hand for a handshake and thanked him cordially, before finally introducing herself, but the brunette only indifferently replied, "Welcome," introduced himself, and then invited the members of his team to leave this place before the uninvited guests came running. His women, of course, agreed without protest, and none of them even paid attention to Xuan herself or the crowd of her girlfriends, as if they weren't there. After standing there like a fool for a few seconds, waiting for some sort of human reaction, the affronted survivor shouted for them to stop. The main character slowly turned around, squinted at her with his golden eyes, and with the same indifference asked what else they wanted from him. Looking at him with big eyes full of fear and worry, Qin whispered that they had just experienced such a nightmare, and now they were in the middle of a wasteland with zombies and raiders. She didn't have time to finish because the main character asked her what it was, and in the most indifferent, stupid voice imaginable, suppressing her annoyance, Xuan blushed very theatrically and breathlessly whispered that they were all defenseless women. They needed a noble hero and protector. After that, the dark-haired man pretended to be interested in the topic of conversation. His lips curled in a malicious grin, and his fingers rubbed the sharp, protruding chin. Realizing that they were already teasing the fate too much, Qin, now with genuine desperation, asked to be protected for just one night, this night, and nothing more. Her answer was still the same indifferent, very frivolous and indifferent voice, "No," and calm nods of the head were added to it. Naturally, Swan was so taken aback that she instantly forgot about playing the gentle damsel in distress and yelled out in a voice full of indignation. Her faceless, nameless companions also organized an indignant hubbub, saying that he was a pig, taking advantage of the fact that they were beautiful, tender, and fragile maidens in a trap. Making fun of them, Xiao retorted that at least he wasn't some slobbering fool, and that if they wanted to use his services, they should buy them. Qin humbly asked him what he wanted, but in her mind's eye, she screamed as she imagined how this handsome, snide, seductive bastard would demand vulgarities from her. But the reality was much more prosaic, and Liu only gave them a choice. Either the girls, as one, go away, or accept him as their leader. Not only did this surprise Xuan, but it was actually very disappointing, as she was already seriously imagining them going to a secluded tent with everything flowing out of it. Suddenly, a female member of the group asked mockingly why Mo was so confident at all when he was leading an insignificant gang of just 3 girls. The hero coolly retorted that their entire mob was captured by the Legion, and it was he and his, as they put it, insignificant gang who saved them from the fate of breeding cattle. The Qin group could no longer object to this even if they wanted to, and they began to mumble awkwardly in search of counter-arguments, then avert their eyes in shame. Suddenly, the sound of a hairpin hitting a rock cut through the air, and a cold, haughty voice announced that martial skills were one thing, but material wealth was quite another. It was the woman named Ye Rui, who had an awakened skill called Strong Skin, and was now asking if Mo could feed them. All her unapproachable composure vanished instantly as the rescued girls surrounded her from all sides, began to gently hug her and affectionately call her little sister. While she was cooing and making out with Xuan, the main character felt extremely uncomfortable. So mawkish and disgusting was the picture. After waiting for them to finally stop acting like lovey-dovey pigeons, the brunette asked laconically and calmly who she was. This Yerui? Qin answered for her, tweeting happily as she announced that this particular lady had been their leader before, and she also remained an honorary elder sister. Rubbing his jaw thoughtfully, the protagonist mentally admitted that the overall strength of this team of Amazons is actually quite good, and by subjugating them, he will greatly simplify his future. The older woman turned to the main character again, repeating her question about how he planned to feed a group of 10 people, where he would get supplies. In response, the cultivator only snapped his fingers, one of which was wearing a red stone ring, and one could almost physically hear the hilarious Disney music. The ring was the one that the protagonist used at the beginning of the story to steal supplies from the store, pull them inside like phantoms in a ghost trap. And now, before the eyes of the shocked women, the illusion of a real banquet table appeared, with a huge amount of various supplies and snacks. They, having lived an unknown amount of time in the poor and stressful environment of the post-apocalypse, looked at it with more voluptuousness than any man. And the quantity of sweets, preserves, sausages, loaves of bread, dried meat, fish, vegetables, and fruits did not decrease. They appeared one after another, as if from a cornucopia, only to suddenly vanish in a ghostly green light, like an old movie that was played on a paper screen until the tape was cut off. Grinning like a hungry viper, Xiaomo said in a low voice that now they themselves, with their own eyes, had seen everything that he had to offer them. And now, it was up to them to decide whether to take the proffered candy bar and much of what it had shown them before, or walk away with their heads in the air. Yurui wasn't the type of person who was easily confused by tricky questions and words, but even she actually felt quite confused as she pondered over it. There was no telling what kind of decision this Ice Queen would have made if it had all depended on her. But then one of the rank-and-file members of her group spoke up. First she, and then all the other women started whining openly, begging for the opportunity to go after this rich and generous master. And only Chin stayed away. These overaged children squeezed the honorary elder sister's ring from their ranks with such force that she screamed heart-rendingly, calling for it to finally stop. Exasperatedly pushing her charges aside, Yerui pointed her finger at the protagonist and added in a challenging voice that they would also receive 1,000 rounds of ammunition a day. The main character, in fact, was willing to pay twice as much, but only on the condition that all these girls would obey him implicitly. Exactly. He was also going to feed his new minions to their heart's content, but any other privileges they would have to earn only by loyal and hard work. Fans of easy money would be scared, but Rui was not one of them. She more than appreciated the tough directness of the main character, and therefore agreed to such a deal. In the end, both felt like winners. The protagonist received a small army of action girls, and E provided them and herself with regular feasts with salt. Unfortunately, her former subordinates decided to openly demonstrate this in the strangest and most ridiculous way, sobbing, moaning, and taking strange poses. But Rui didn't pay any attention to them, because she was trying to discuss some topic with the main character, about him being their commander in battles and so on. And all this led to the fact that he has no right to even think vulgar thoughts about them, because they are not some kind of toys. If this happens, do not take off their heads. However, the cultivator was so fed up with being constantly bullied, pushed around, and manipulated by women that he grabbed this awakened girl by the throat in a rage. However, he calmed down almost immediately, released his victim, but still retorted in the same dissatisfied voice that it was she who should make sure that no one climbed into his tent. Rui, as expected, was no longer so happy with her new position, and growled very angrily that Liu had made some nonsense. Her girls would never stoop to such a thing, and, as if on purpose, all these Amazons immediately began to harass the main character in the most vulgar way, ready to sell themselves with giblets for an extra salty nut. Even Zhuan couldn't stand it anymore and joined in, leaning against the main character and asking if he had a girlfriend. Or no, it didn't matter. This was the last straw for Rui. If anyone dared to put a teapot on her head right now, it would start screaming and spitting steam like a madman. Completely losing her patience, the purple-haired awakened one started yelling about what those pathetic dog daughters were up to. What, they'd never seen a man before, or what? Protecting her skin, so greedy for edible and delicious bribes, she tried to convince the former owner that everything is normal. Life is one and short, you need to try everything in it. Admitting that this was an extremely pragmatic and logical argument, Ye decided to completely turn a blind eye to what was happening, and only hope that Mo would not deceive. In just one day, the small parking lot, which had only 3 tents and one, even if large car, turned into a full-fledged camp with dozens of residents. Perhaps feeling in her element for the first time since the apocalypse, Wanting reported to the protagonist that they had counted all the edible supplies. In addition to cheap fast food noodles, sausage, and other snacks to satisfy their hunger on the go, they found a bunch of strange little crystals. Needless to say, they couldn't be pathetic trinkets left over from some old toy. No, they were imb artifacts that bestowed superpowers on the user. And the former saleswoman, without a single hidden hint, without the slightest subtext, absolutely without using a double bottom, added that they can make a user and an awakened one. Without waiting for any reaction from the main character in this regard, she pleadingly admitted that she also wants to possess superpowers, but only in order to serve him usefully. With a significant roll of his eyes and a very wise face, the dark-haired man rejected her claims, but only because these crystals can turn her into a comatose, or worse. She wasn't going to argue, but she didn't need any special powers to see how upset she was about this refusal. As cruel and sadistic as the protagonist was with his enemies, his heart remained open to his friends, so he tried to comfort his old girlfriend. He really wanted to help her find her awakening, and he was going to do it as soon as possible, when they found a suitable power crystal or something. Wan Ting's mood worked like a light bulb that responded to the on and off switch, and now she was literally beaming with hope and happiness. Just then, Ye Rui's polite but cold voice rang out as she reported to the new master that they had completed everything he had ordered before, so they were waiting for something new. And it wasn't just her, in fact. All of these women wanted to get back to work to demonstrate their value to the main character. The youth's eyes lit up with a sly light as he paused, then slowly announced that, all right, now he would give his expanding harem an order. They should all go out and fill their bellies to overflowing. That's what he finally told them. There was a grave-like silence, and everyone present stared at the cultivator with blank zombie eyes. as if they didn't understand what he had just told them at all. But after a few seconds, they started yelling at the top of their lungs, not the least bit afraid of attracting the attention of the raiders or the undead, because there was going to be a feast. The pot gurgled softly at the source of the open fire, steam gently enveloping it, and the lid rattled faintly, holding back the cooking food. A few years ago, no civilized person would have looked at this process in principle. But now the girls watched it as if it were a great religious sacrament. They even discussed options for what exactly was being prepared there, with exactly the same breathy enthusiasm as the believers who were holding a debate among themselves. Rubbing her hands together in great excitement, Wan Ting impatiently declared that this mysterious food should now be ready, which meant that they would all be able to eat properly. With each passing second, the already raging impatience was only getting more intense, and the girls would have been banging their hands and spoons on the tables if this furniture had been there. And one of them finally took the lid off the pot, slowly pushing it away, as if it were an ancient enchanted jar from which a genie could fly out. Zhuan and a few other survivalists almost pushed their shoulders apart as they crouched over the huge metal vessel to see what it was all about. It turned out to be a yellowish-white porridge, exuding a thick white steam and specifically the most ordinary rice that could be found on the shelves of stores around the world. In the past, no Chinese would have paid much attention to this national food. It was as natural and affordable as the air. But now, the world has changed. All these women had spent so much time eating, at best, stale bread and tasteless canned goods that now they began to cry and swear with joy. And then, abandoning any notion of proper table behavior, they began scooping up the porridge in huge piles, shoveling their faces into it so that they almost fell headfirst. Even Wan Ting felt uneasy about her new sisters-in-arms acting like real pigs. But only because, as it turned out, this wasn't the end of the meal. When the girls heard that something else was being prepared for them, only the instinct that had been instilled in them over the past few years prevented them from opening their mouths in shock and dumping the chewed rice on the ground. Someone suggested that they would have cucumbers for dessert, maybe even fresh ones. But the former saleswoman with the fox grin said no. It was something much bigger. These words were more than enough to mesmerize the listeners to complete immobility. Now they could only wait for a new bait. It was brought by Su Feifei and Nu Wan, although both women had to hold on to the handles of the huge dolly and carry it carefully towards the hungry people. When the giant bowl was placed on the ground, it thudded, making it clear that it was actually filled to the brim. Inside was a real, precious treasure of the post-apocalyptic world. Not some pathetic gold, but fresh boiled cabbage with pepper. It was harder to believe in this turn of events than in the biblical manna from heaven, because spices had long since become a form of currency, along with cartridges, and pepper was much more expensive than salt. In response, Wan Ting only removed the lid completely from the pot, giving each woman the opportunity to see for themselves the reality of what was happening. She also genuinely couldn't understand why all these Amazons still didn't do anything. When the cabbage was cold, it would become completely cold and unpleasant to the taste. The transfusion of some of this fragrant greenish-red liquid was accompanied with the same breathiness as sprinkling the faithful with holy water. People ate it and sobbed, unable to believe what was happening, and one girl even barked through her tears that the taste of cabbage reminded her so much of her mother. No one asked her about the continuation of the story, but she was happy to share how her parent committed suicide while protecting her daughter from zombies. And then she began to sob, loudly, tearing the air with screams, smearing tears on her face, so that Wan even got up to try to calm her down. She quickly began to cry herself, because the hysterical girl also revealed that she was an orphan. All her relatives were killed by the Walking Dead, and only now did she feel like a person. If it was a heartless member of the Legion of Executioners, he would have just beaten this woman up to silence her, but the shop assistant only hugged her. But no, she wasn't going to hypocritically promise that everything would be all right now, because people never came back from the dead in their right mind and solid memory. However, she added triumphantly, this crybaby had a new family, all of them. And Liu Xiaomo was watching this scene from the sidelines like a spectator in the stands. As he rolled a cigarette between his lips, he wondered when this vile post-apocalypse would end so that people could enjoy themselves again. After that, the action shifted to the very bridge from which the feud with the Legion began, and the terrible blood-stained flag with the skull still flew on it. The protagonist, as it turned out, did not take a cigar for beauty. He really smoked now, like a matured cowboy, assessing the situation through a telescope. He decided that it was necessary to clear the bridge of the Walking Dead, which frightened his new followers to the point of horror, since there were many thousands of monsters there. But Zhuan, completely calm and smiling happily, declared that they would all fight at the first word of the master, secretly hoping that Liu would take over all the work. However, the cultivator ruthlessly destroyed all her hopes, coldly stating that neither he nor Su Fei would do anything, so the undead should be killed by themselves. All the friendliness and smiles were taken away from Fei, and she began to babble that, "Oh, master, how can you do that? If you're not around, they'll do this to us." With a weary sigh, the dark-haired man explained that this was just an exam. He had to assess how strong and autonomous his newfound servants really were when needed. If it turned out that all they could really do was whine and hide behind him, begging for help, then, he said bluntly, they'd better get the hell out of here. Suan's eyes popped out of her head in shock, and her voice turned into a hysterical siren as she asked how Xiaomo could have even said something like that. Ye Rui turned to the named younger sister and asked her succinctly to stop throwing a tantrum, because the main character is actually completely right. There was nothing completely free in this world, and if someone offered you a service or something, you always ended up having to pay in some way. Swallowing back tears of resentment, Zhuan stammered that yes, of course, there was a good reason, but damn, how insulting and rude Liu had said all this. Smiling good-naturedly, the awakened one reminded them that he was not their brother, husband, or friend, but a boss who paid money for their work, so it didn't matter what he personally thought of them. Putting her arm around her confidant's shoulders with such force that the latter almost screamed, the purple-haired woman shouted, "Who's with me, sisters?" at these freaks. Just a few words from her were enough to turn this crowd of terrified, trembling girls into a pack of bloodthirsty Amazons, eager for destruction. At her command, C-Squad charged first to confuse the Walking Dead, but all the other girls with their submachine guns and daggers were not going to sit still. Wan Ting was genuinely concerned for them, like a teacher for small children, while Nu Wan calmly admitted that many members of the group might die or get hurt. As for the protagonist, he himself continued to smoke all this time, periodically relighting the dying cigarette, and not a single emotion appeared on his face. Throwing back his head and blowing a stream of white smoke into the air, he philosophically remarked that this is a war. People are dying every day, so you just have to accept it. Suddenly, to his own surprise, Su Fei materialized next to him, who grimly confirmed that, yes, it was true. There was always someone dying in this shitty world. The dark-haired man, instead of supporting this essentially logical argument, stared at her with a face like she'd grown a second head and hooves. Making the face of a very strict teacher, he simply snatched the cigarette out of the girl's mouth, moralizing that children should not smoke and repeat bad words after adults. Cursing and spewing out waves of rage, the mercenary reminded her that she was not only an adult woman, but actually the oldest person in the gang. Meanwhile, down on the bridge, everyone was drowned out in a cacophony of explosions and gunfire, because Ye Rui's girls were attacking the Walking Dead just like she said. Even Qin, who had originally intended to hide behind the main character's back and let him do the dirty work, was now fighting like a pro. But not just her, all the women behaved like seasoned fighters, moving in groups of several, using makeshift shelters and firing carefully. And their older sister at one point gave the order to use grenades to turn the zombies into piles of bloody fragments, not allowing them to gather in a single crowd. After a while, the cultivator's oldest companions were relieved to see that the newcomers were doing quite well, with all the injured and dead still among the zombies. Liu himself was also happy to admit that these girls really knew their stuff, so his fears were at least partly unfounded. All of a sudden, dozens of the Walking Dead simply flew apart like fluff, and in their place was a huge gray figure that looked like a statue come to life. Qin was the first to notice this, and the only thing that stopped her from unleashing the most disgusting obscene language was the shock that paralyzed her tongue. Meanwhile, the figure was rapidly approaching, and upon closer inspection, it was clear that it was actually twice the size of a human. At least, the women were so terrified that they didn't even try to raise their guns or hide behind overturned cars. They were simply paralyzed. Ye Rui, who was the strongest and most cold-blooded, was the first to recover, and she realized that another zombie, only a mutated, enhanced type, was rushing at them right now. This big man, whose face looked very much like a piece of rock that had come to life, was snarling and roaring hysterically, as if everyone here had personally kicked his beloved pet cat. Seeing that one of those despicable humans wasn't in a hurry to run away in terror, he didn't waste any more time shouting. Instead, he just silently charged forward with his fist raised. In the truest sense of the word, the mutant's supernatural power was so powerful that now he only raised a hurricane wind with his movements and sent cars flying. The women, too, were almost blown away like the straw and wooden houses of two of the three piglets, even though the enemy hadn't even gotten close to them yet. Only Ye Rui remained as unwavering as before, and she set an example for her younger sworn sisters by taking out a huge caliber pistol and opening fire on the creature. It finally made the dead man stop and cover his face and torso with his hands, but all those bullets just bounced harmlessly off his stone skin. The squad was firing so hard that it could have wiped out a small army, reduced the truck to a smoking mess of broken metal. But the zombies didn't even care. Wan Ting did what she was best at, highlighting the already obvious fact that the monster was too strong for their new battle harem to handle. Su Fei only responded by taking out her new dragon-shaped bazooka from somewhere, and bloodthirstily whispering that one hit would be enough to turn everything into slime. However, in the end, She could only make an offended face because Liu Xiaomo held out his hand with his palm open and strictly forbade doing anything like that. Firstly, the duel is still taking place on the bridge, so firing at it from such weapons and taking into account the abilities of the mercenary will not leave a stone unturned there. And secondly, he wasn't going to give any help to the new recruits in any case, which he directly confirmed when Nu Wan asked him a question. After all, Ye Rui herself was an awakened superhuman with great combat potential, and now she would either show it or not. Meanwhile, the squad of female warriors continued to fire a desperate killing spree, but Zhuan quickly gave up and lamented that it didn't help. She had to beg for Lu's help. The purple-haired woman, her teeth clenched tightly, only said that this was out of the question because she also understood that this was such a harsh exam. And she made the decision to take matters into her own hands, ripping off that old duster cloak and activating her main skill, Hard Skin, with a loud roar. After that, without any hint of fear, she rushed forward at the ready of the huge zombie. Just as desperate sparrows drive eagles away from their territory, seeing that some pitiful human female dared to challenge him instead of running for her paltry hide, the monster became extremely angry. Without hesitation, he brought down a stone fist the size of a car body on his victim. But Rui didn't hesitate for a moment and met the attack with her own hook. As often happens in the same anime action movies, the shockwave from the collision of two very strong opponents rose monstrous, as if from a bomb explosion. Unfortunately, once the dust settled down a bit, it became clear that the mutated undead was completely healthy and simply retreated a few steps back. Ye, on the other hand, was still alive and unharmed. Although this attack required an unimaginable amount of energy and stamina, slowly growing a protective layer of stone on her own skin, she growled angrily through her teeth that this enemy was a tough nut to crack in every sense of the word. She had barely finished that sentence when the stone-skinned giant decided to attack again, to crush the annoying human in one fell swoop. In the instant before all that weight came crashing down on her head and crushed it like a rotten pumpkin, the awakened one turned her fist into a rock and hit back. This again created a blast wave, which echoed over a huge distance throughout the bridge, as well as random sparks created a real wave of fire. The monster was still alive, but it let out a very angry roar, then swung its free hand sharply, as if trying to ward off a pesky wasp. But the girl was not so lucky, because the ratio of weight and dimensions was not on her side at all. She eventually just flew off, rolling over her head, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that her attacks still had some effect. And there was a large crack on the stone giant's body, dripping green blood. Even so, the forces were obviously unequal, because the zombie was still firmly walking on its own feet, while Rui could barely breathe. And now she was bleeding profusely, spitting red spurts out of her mouth and cursing the damn thing for everything it had done here. Yeah, didn't intend to stoop to the point of begging for mercy, but she continued to complain that the opponent was even too difficult. Not without reason, because the Walking Dead man's wound had already healed when he staggered back to his quarry and prepared to crush it with a blow. The rest of the female team looked on with expressions of despair, panic, and fear, because they, after all, loved Rui like an honorary big sister. Wan Ting, who was watching the duel from a distant cliff, also stomped her feet on the ground in impatience, wishing that she could do something to help this unfortunate woman. She was so engrossed in her worries and fear that she didn't notice that Xiaomo wasn't there at all, because he didn't say a word, but charged forward like a living bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, a thick cloud of dust rose up around the monster and the girl again, as if the two of them had once again clashed with their fists, causing the air to vibrate violently. This cloud completely blocked the view of the battle for the audience, but they no longer doubted that everything was over, and that their former leader was just a corpse. Some of them felt this grief quietly and restrained, desperately clinging to the handle of the machine gun. But Zhuan began to sob loudly and shout curses at the hated monster. She had crossed the horizon of despair and was about to destroy everything, including herself, with a grenade blast. But the other girls were holding her down with all their might. And then, one of them suddenly pointed her finger at the gradually disappearing veil, through which a human person could be seen, which meant that Ye Rui was actually fine. So it was. The cultivator, thanks to his amazing speed, managed to pick up the new subordinate from under the blow at the last moment. And now she was in no danger. The zombie, however, was still alive and well, and it was still able to launch its attack, which left a very deep and wide circular pit between it and the humans. With great difficulty maintaining consciousness, the girl whispered the question of why Xiao was here in the first place, after he made it clear that he would not provide any help. Refusing to look her in the eye or even make his face look like a stone in terms of emotion, Liu replied that he just wanted to save the bridge from being destroyed by their battle. Watching this scene, all the other women, callous, battered by life in the post-apocalypse, almost burst into tears like romantic, sensitive teenagers. As for the older members of his gang, Wan Ting was more than clear about the moral of the whole thing. Since the main character is here, then there are no more problems. As for the stone zombie, it was as if he felt that no one was going to take him seriously anymore, and it made the veins on his head bulge. He swelled up all over until he was at least 6 meters tall, and then he tried to crush both of the little bastards with one good punch. Even though that monstrous fist was flying at him with the speed of a meteor, the main character didn't even attempt to dodge yet. He simply didn't need any urgency, and by the time the zombie giant made another dent in the ground, the young man had already flown much further to the side, lifting himself into the air to a height that no normal human without technology would have been able to reach. He quickly lowered himself to the ground with the grace of a doe. After that, he finally let go of Yerui on the ground, but she was also not a simple woman, and she could easily move around on her own without crutches. Looking at the enemy as if he was trying to incinerate him, the brunette warned the new subordinates to stay as far away as possible. This nut is too strong for them. The awakened one grabbed her new leader by the sleeve and asked him not to cut down too hastily, because this big stone man could be deadly even for him, and to eliminate even the most insignificant possibility of injury and death. The whole group offered to destroy the creature from afar, using the largest calibers, but the protagonist only elbowed them apart, then pulled out his favorite dagger and growled that he wasn't going to be stuck on this fucking bridge for an unknown amount of time. He would cross it today, right now, and if some troglodyte decided to stop it, then let him dig a grave for himself. The zombie, as if it understood literally every word, was so angry that now its eyes were red, and it raised its fist to smear the small stuff on its knuckles. The teenager responded with an equally impressive and ferocious grimace, and blue lights shone in his eyes as he growled that he would get everyone out of his way if necessary. This wasn't a joke. The cultivator wasn't going to play with this opponent, he just wanted to finish him off as soon as possible, so he executed quick, cross-shaped punches. While Yerui's fists were able to leave a single crack on the undead's chest with great difficulty, and it was quickly overgrown, the protagonist's knives easily cut through the monster's flesh. And while the young man continued to fly forward, drawn by the force of inertia, the unfortunate giant fell to the ground with a heavy groan and a crash. The mutated zombie was now completely and utterly dead. No second rounds, sudden awakening, and other crap. Xiaomo didn't want to go through that. And he didn't even bat an eye when the shocked women started admiring how powerful and strong he was, because this was just a normal Tuesday for him. The purple-haired awakened one only now realized how much weaker she really was than her new master, and it made her feel strange. Liu Yi wasn't the kind of peacock who couldn't live without having sycophants praising their every breath, so he quickly ordered a return to exterminating the remaining zombies. He didn't need to tell her twice, but Zhuan had already regained her composure, and then she yelled at the other girls to grab their guns and get rid of the last of the vermin. So the battle with the walking dead resumed, but the team no longer experienced any problems. Ordinary risen corpses were just cannon fodder for them. And very soon, they destroyed everything on the bridge that walked on two legs and made noises other than themselves. Rotting corpses littering every step, exuding a stench. So the biggest problem for them wasn't defeating the rest of the horde of infected monsters, but the need to somehow clear the road of cars. The main character, looking at them with the air of a stern father of the people overseeing the workers, thought that they were waiting for many hundreds of kilometers of dangerous and unpredictable roads. Soon after, Rui approached him, and the former Ice Queen now clenched her shoulders in shame, apologizing for the poorly conducted fight like a schoolgirl after an exam. Hearing her blushing and desperately confused in her own language, offering to banish them away, the teenager handed her a piece of paper with an order to take it. The leader of the female gang was very surprised when she took the sheet for a dismissal document, because they, in fact, did not start any employment papers. But no, it was just the employment contract that turned out, and the lower-level girls were really delighted with the conditions that Liu described in it. After carefully reading everything from the first letter to the last, Yerui looked up and tried to ask the main character what he was doing all this for, why he was doing this. The brunette only nodded that these modern Amazons had passed his test, and even the sun's rays fell down so as to give him the most pretentious look possible. The day turned out to be very long and eventful for all the characters, but eventually even it began to end, giving way to a crimson sunset. Zombies still roamed everywhere they wanted, in huge swarms, because all the ones that were destroyed on the bridge were just a drop in the bucket compared to the general population. And then the cacophony of the evening, filled with the groans, growls, and screams of the infected, was diluted by the dry mechanical sound of a pistol firing. Unknown people mounted a tank and slaughtered the entire pack, while fearless, pain-averse monsters plowed forward, ignoring everything around them. But insensitivity to pain did not mean invulnerability, and very soon the infected were wiped out in this area completely, without even touching their enemies. Yerui, coolly surveying the blood-soaked battlefield, gave the order for her subordinates to go further, making sure that the abandoned city was now safe. The women, including Xuan, did just that. Not even a faint semblance of the fear they had felt for the dead before was left in them. After that, The Awakened One informed the main character that they had advanced far and destroyed a large number of infected people that lived here. Of course, she was interested in what all this was about, but the protagonist refused to answer, getting off with a vague phrase about the fact that they themselves will understand everything when the time comes. However, she would need to gather all the members of the group after dinner, because Liu Xiaomo was going to tell them something important. It couldn't be delayed. She was about to say something else, especially when Ting and Nuan surrounded him and he turned his back on her. But she didn't have time. It was the former saleswoman who decided to answer instead of the protagonist, not too convincingly babbling that he was not a room general ripper, who did not care about the lives of fighters. Ye Rui heaved a sigh and reminded that before, the greatest distance between them was estimated at hundreds of kilometers, but now it's counting at thousands. And so, the further they go, the deeper they go into these uncharted lands, the more likely it is that one day they will encounter something that they can't handle. The main character, without even looking back at his followers, carefully studied the map, which showed the direction to the cherished laboratory. The problem was that not only ordinary zombies, but also mutants were waiting for a horde, and they had already devoured half of the main character's army before he was reborn. It was obvious that they couldn't go on like this without facing dire consequences, and Liu sighed heavily, not knowing how to find another way. Suddenly, something else caught his attention, and the cultivator lazily squinted his golden eyes to the side. As it turned out, the noise was coming from Qin Xuan, who was now running, almost losing her shoes and shouting, trying to attract the attention of the older sworn sister, because the matter was urgent. This violent reaction surprised the purple-haired Awakened One so much that her eyes bulged, and she could only demand that the girl tell her what was going on. As it turned out, the scouts found an army of tens of thousands of ordinary infected people, who were additionally accompanied by numerous mutated individuals. Ye Rui felt so shocked that it was like she was struck by lightning, and she didn't even immediately find the strength to reply that yes, she would immediately report everything to Xiaomo. And he was already walking towards them, lazily waving a cigarette, and without any hint of any emotion, he said that it was not necessary. He was already aware of the current situation. Of course he was, because he remembered this particular horde perfectly well from events in his past life. But it was strange that they were so close and that there were more of them. The former head of the women's squad kept saying that they needed to get out of here immediately, because if such a horde attacked them at night, it would be the end of everything. The brunette calmly replied that they could leave today to return tomorrow, and then confessed that their destination goes through this army of the Walking Dead. Well, the same reaction as these two women might have been experienced by the biblical Jews when they heard from Moses about the need to escape from the vengeful Egyptians by crossing the seafloor. From their point of view, this was not even madness, but simply catastrophic stupidity, an order to go to the slaughter, because they simply did not have a chance against such a horde. Instead of calmly explaining his plan, the cultivator looked at Rui in a murderous rage and snarled, "How dare she contradict him? She thinks she's the boss here?" But this time, the Awakened One didn't back down. Xiaomo might have been the leader 1,000 times over, but he damn well decided to send them all to their deaths. It was beyond anything. Realizing that the protagonist would have to kill the girl on the spot, Nuan hurried to calm him down, like a mother of a hysterical and angry child, repeating that she did not want to offend him. And everyone else, from Wan Ting to Qin, said the same thing, as long as the psychopathic murderous side didn't awaken in the main character. Well, in the end, Jasper Lord Liu agreed to forgive his dim-witted subordinate, for the first and last time, as if her fear for her life was something to be condemned for. But if the bastard ever tries to argue with him again, even if she raises her voice at the wrong time, he'll just strip her naked, hang her, and beat her to death. To give Ye Rui her due, she simply ignored this nonsense, childish pettiness, and demanded a specific answer on how to defeat the Walking Dead. The teenager growled in frustration, clutching the precious paper map in his fist, and said that he had this solution, and he was about to say it. Holding out the paper, he finally admitted that he had found a blueprint that would allow them to somehow modify their vehicles so that the zombies wouldn't be able to stop them. But, to Ye Rui, it sounded rather strange, much like the area of attaching paper wings to a boat to avoid whirlpools, even though she looked at the diagrams. However, the longer she and the other survivalists studied the drawing and all the captions attached to it, the more their jaws began to pull toward their chests, if not the ground. Almost everyone was delighted with the incredible idea and wisdom of their master trampling all enemies underfoot, and only the Awakened One felt like a ridiculous joke. This feeling did not disappear, no matter how much and how carefully she studied the cursed document, while her younger sisters enthusiastically asked Liu where he found it. Averting his eyes, he cryptically replied that he had found them. But in his mind, he honestly admitted that he had bought them from the system store, and that was why such drawings were cool. Rui, who had finally regained her ability to talk, recognized that this was indeed a very valuable acquisition, no matter how unrealistic it might seem from the outside. But there was at least one problem. The converted truck would have to be used as a vanguard in battle, and its driver would be in great danger, puffing out a thick, smoky stream from his cigarette like an experienced cowboy who has seen all sorts of shit in his life. The protagonist confirmed that this is what he wanted to say from the very beginning. What is needed is a fearless person who will take on the heroic mission of clearing the road, and this noble warrior, needless to say, will not be a cultivator. In other words, he was going to sacrifice one of these women for his own purposes. And they were gradually realizing this themselves, imagining the horrors that awaited them next. The longer they talked, the more terrified they felt, because it just so happened that absolutely none of them wanted to die, no matter for what purpose. It was quite possible that the main character would have killed them to forcefully nip all this panic in the bud, but Rui, who had been silent until now, suddenly ordered everyone to shut up. Looking directly into the eyes of each of her hushed younger sisters, she warned that she would immediately banish anyone who continued to undermine morale. With Liu's approval, rolling a cigarette between his teeth, the protagonist thought that it should not be sacrificed, because it is useful, even if it sometimes dares to challenge his wise decisions. Unfortunately, she had volunteered to drive the combat truck herself, because she was too fond of her companions and didn't want even one of them to be in danger. An argument broke out between them, and it might still have led to the death of an overly headstrong awakened. But then Zhuan stepped forward, offering herself to be slaughtered. Rui immediately turned her down, claiming that she was the one who actually had the hard hide skill. But Qin tearfully reminded her that she was the best driver in the gang. And in this regard, it is not so important who fights best. It is driving skills that are the key to a quick victory or a complete failure of the operation. The argument quickly turned into shouts and incoherent screams, which made the main character feel as if he was on the coast with fighting gulls. This went on for a long time, and according to the same scenario, one side relied on its impenetrable skin, the other on the ability to deftly turn the steering wheel. The cultivator's already not very good patience quickly came to an end, and he ordered the two women to be quiet with a tired look, feeling like he was aging for years. He gave an unequivocal and unquestionable verdict. Xuan would get into the truck, Rui would lead the gang in battle as usual, and he would help calculate the best route for the transport. The hero also promised that Qin, if she survived, would be rewarded with 5 precious artifact crystals, and if she died, they would be inherited by whoever she told. Most people would have been happy to agree to this, but she modestly lowered her eyes and clenched her hands, muttering that it was not necessary. The good master had already saved her. This both confused and angered the main character to the extreme, so he blushed deeply and furiously shoved the stones straight into her hands, not giving her a chance to refuse. The other women, who were still watching, whispered enviously how generous it was, and that if they had known about the reward, they would have volunteered for the mission themselves. Spitting out smoke in exasperation, like an old steam train, the cultivator said irritably that he wouldn't give anyone anything for nothing, even if he wouldn't let them die in vain. He also warned them that this was their last chance to just turn around and walk away, because it was really going to be very dangerous. So let them decide now. And Rui, quite unobtrusively, without putting any pressure or anything like that, added in a murderous voice that the deserters should never try to contact her again. There was a deathly silence, such that even the flight of a leaf on the wind would have sounded like the deafening roar of a hurricane, until finally, the ice was broken. The awakened one's manipulation had completely worked, and now every Amazon, young and old, was shouting that they would go after Xiaomo without even thinking about fleeing. They were waving their fists and shouting bravado, and Liu also shouted for the women to start getting the truck ready, because they were starting tomorrow. This process was very similar to standard demolition work, where a large vehicle was gradually and carefully disassembled into individual parts, and Rui, like the commander of a drill team, watched all this with eagle eyes, immediately pointing out every possible mistake and ordering them to correct it. But she almost choked on her breath when one of the girls, trying to keep her voice steady, muttered that she was the one who had completely misread the blueprint. The awakened one immediately raised the paper to her eyes to make sure that it wasn't true, and behind her, another survivor belligerently shouted that Rui wasn't mistaken. With her head splitting like an egg that had been severely hammered many times, the former squad leader asked everyone to finally shut up. She had no words at all, only agonized, tired moans when all the girls confessed that they didn't understand a damn thing about this drawing. For them, it was Chinese literacy. Once again, hearing the babble that it would be nice to call the owner here, Ye openly got angry and asked if they were capable of any independent work, damn it. When Xiaomo's cold voice appeared right behind her, ordering her to stop blaming others and pointing out that she was holding the document upside down, Rui shivered in fright. She didn't have to be a prophet to know that she understood the teachers now more than ever, when someone else had been caught ignorant in front of the whole class. Oh, who knows? And the named younger sisters were happy to make fun of her because of this, while Ye was desperately trying to save face. As she shooed all of her subordinates away to let Liu take care of his car alone, dust clouds flew in all directions, and a hammer flashed in the air. The cultivator, as expected, was perfect in everything, and in a very short period of time, he completed the work that dozens of women had struggled over for a long time, and to no avail. The newly arrived survivalists watched with open mouths and bated breaths, almost exactly like the people who were lucky enough to see the Titanic launch. Well, how else could they react when they saw with their own eyes another confirmation of what their Jasper Lord is magnificent? Looking at Rui even with some warmth, the protagonist quietly said that now that they had finished modifying the truck, they could go prepare dinner. Nuon, who had remained somewhere in the background for a long time, finally came forward with a suggestion to loot the local abandoned shops for supplies. The teenager didn't object, probably because he couldn't use the supplies from his red ring anymore. His next order was terse and simple. All the girls were to split up into small groups and scour the buildings for suitable supplies. And while some simply wanted to eat something as soon as possible, at least one woman openly hoped to get into Liu's pants as a reward for the search. The main character, Rui, Wan Ting, and at least one other girl decided to start looking at the first and nearest grocery store, where there were still a lot of intact items. Just then, the former saleswoman cooed with a gentle smile about how similar this was to the place where they first met, and Xiao also grinned at the memory. Blushing furiously and not knowing where to hide her own hands, Wan panted that, if it weren't for dear Mo, I can't even imagine what would have happened to her. It is not known how it would have ended, perhaps with a classic romantic kiss, but only between this pair of lovebirds, Su, who had been lurking in the shadows for a long time, got in. Words can't tell you how sick she was of this cliched romance that could give her cavities. So let them both shut up and let it go. Someone else would have gotten into a fight, resenting attempts to interfere with the establishment of a personal life. But Wan, as always, simply ran away, muttering something about finding food and blushing. As for the cultivator, he didn't say anything, but he came to the brilliant conclusion that since Ting had been with him for so long, it wouldn't hurt to marry her. She herself, meanwhile, had quickly discovered some sausages, and was now showing them off like a battle banner that had been painstakingly plucked from the hands of a dead opponent. It had been so long since any of these women had seen anything more vile than thin-canned meat that they almost fainted. And then there was the brand of meat that was so delicious. Fei Fei, with a truly childish enthusiasm, suggested just looting the entire place, taking everything out of it, and Liu Yi looked on with an awkward expression on his face. The longer it went on, the more excited the mercenary gave off, especially after she found a box of suspiciously fresh fast food noodles. Nuon, who was usually cold-blooded and emotionless, was also drooling with her tongue hanging out, because now she had a whole pork and a pack of cookies. Meanwhile, Rui was beaming, as if she was holding at least the Ark of the Covenant, instead of just another cheap snack that had miraculously been preserved fresh. But in fact, it was not even food, but just a box with a variety of condiments, which in the reality of the post-apocalypse were equated to a full-fledged currency. However, none of them would even consider using these treasures for sale right now, because the main thing was that now they would have food with taste and aroma. Finally losing touch with reality due to the joy and euphoria, Su Fei turned to the main character with the question of what kind of jewel he was able to find. For some reason, the protagonist was very tense and unconvincingly mumbled that he had nothing, just a useless piece of junk that he would immediately throw out. Nothing more. But he'd underestimated the extent to which the mercenary had gone mad with gluttony and greed. And he hadn't been prepared for her to turn on him with a frenzied squeal, demanding to hand over the box. A few seconds later, the entire store shuddered, and for a moment it was covered in dust, as if someone had detonated a small bomb in it. Su was sitting on Xiaomo's ass, making it difficult for him to get up. And from the box that he threw away, not money, not any artifacts, but just women's underwear fell out. Naturally, as soon as the other women realized what they were seeing, they were shocked beyond belief. And they didn't expect anything like this from Liu Yi. It's hard to describe how hard it was for Wan not to scream the siren for the entire block. And even then, she couldn't stop herself from screaming in panic. As for the brunette, he was still lying on the floor, knowing full well how he was going to be bullied, and he was almost crying out of frustration. Oddly enough, no. Most of the girls actually admired his ability to find such good things, and some had already made vulgar suggestions about them. And Su Fei pointed an accusing finger at the cultivator, declaring that she had always known this, that he was just a scoundrel and harbored abnormal, predatory goals towards her. In response, there was such a deafening sound from the impact that if there was any glass or mirror nearby, it would definitely crack or burst. Infuriated, Xiaomo snarled that he didn't give a damn about this pathetic idiot. He couldn't see her as anything but a small girl, and the mercenary quietly cursed him with tears. Wan Ting, acting as a peacemaker and team heart, immediately tried to stifle the conflict by simply offering to go in search of supplies elsewhere. Since everyone was very encouraged by how many delicious things they were able to discover in this shop alone, this suggestion was accepted with great enthusiasm. No one even noticed that the former saleswoman first took a few steps back, then froze completely and glanced over her shoulder. It goes without saying that her attention was drawn to that unfortunate box of underwear because her precious master liked it. Blushing like a cancer that has been left alive to boil in boiling water, she began to think very vulgar thoughts that should not be told to children, so as not to harm their psyche. And she was so caught up in these fantasies that she didn't realize until the last moment that she wasn't the only one here. Even though the other woman was only inches away, it was Qin Xuan, and the two of them stared at each other as if they couldn't decide whether to run away in terror or pretend ignorance. In the first few seconds, they tried to reduce everything to a simple conversation and invite each other to take the first step. But it sounded incredibly awkward. And only then, drenched in large hailstones of sweat, as if from being in a sweltering hot desert, did they agree to simply never tell anyone about it. Sometime later, evening came, and all the main characters organized a spontaneous camp on the city street, not far from the beginning of the border of the wastelands. The women were triumphant, looking forward to filling their bellies with fine, civilized food, and thanking their luck that this town was so far from the rest. Suddenly, one of the girls let out a confused cry, as if she was groping for something vulgar. But in fact, it was still the same underwear from the store. Qin admitted with a smirk that she had secretly brought it because Liu Yi was too cowardly to openly admit his interests, and someone immediately decided to try to seduce him. Fortunately, this very awkward conversation was interrupted by the voice of Tin, who, together with Nuan, prepared a new portion of food for her sisters-in-arms. They were all amazed that they would be able to eat ham, one of the varieties of meat, which was an incredible piece of luck, not to mention that someone had even forgotten what ham was. Suddenly, the main character appeared on the stage, who had another cardboard box in his hands, and in it, as he put it, something good. He had brought all these things for his precious followers, but Su Fei, looking at him as if she was trying to see straight into his soul, asked if they were just another pair of underpants. The cultivator didn't waste any time on her. He just turned to that small ulcer, ordered it to disappear into the mist beyond the horizon, and then went back to business. No, it wasn't clothes or food. It was a bottle of wine that Xiaomo found in one place. And of course, everyone was very happy with this find, even more than meat. Only Ye Rui, trying to choose her words very carefully, suggested that perhaps drinking alcohol wasn't a smart idea before the battle with the Walking Dead. The young man explained that there were only a few bottles in this box anyway, so there would only be a small amount for each person, and no one would get really drunk. After that, the purple-haired awakened one didn't have any questions, but she still strictly warned all of her named sisters not to try to get drunk like fish. At the very least, Xuan enjoyed the drink immensely, although even she thought it was too strong. And she wanted her older sister-in-arms to try it too. The reason why the protagonist decided to start this small party in the first place was extremely trivial. Most of the people present might die tomorrow. Suddenly, the surprised young man was covered by a huge shadow which was clearly cast by a female figure, and she very indistinctly pronounced his already short name. It was Qin, and without thinking, she clung to the protagonist with all her limbs, muttering something about how she didn't thank him for saving her skin. She would have said many other things, but in this situation, the only thing that bothered the cultivator was that this Amazon was drunk like an elephant. And then she began to howl in frustration, breaking into slurred speech and hiccups, as if she was desperate to do things with him that you can't tell kids or teenagers about. Then there was another suddenness, only this time in the form of Rui, who loomed over the pair with the air of a nun who has caught the students in vulgarities. And while the younger woman was frantically making excuses that they would never have done anything like this, Xiaomo just let out a sigh of relief, glad to be saved. The purple-haired awakened one kept a painful silence, but the atmosphere was getting more heated by the second, as if she was preparing to strike with lightning. But it ended in the most ridiculous way. This Ice Queen, all of herself so strict and unyielding, just attacked the brunette with hugs and excited screams. As it turned out, she wanted exactly the same thing as her confidant, and the cultivator was extremely embarrassed to drag this drunken lady away from him. He was no stranger to killing people and zombies, solving riddles and fighting famine or natural disasters, but the wonders of a woman's heart still shocked him. After that, there was a time skip that moved the scene immediately to the next day, when everyone had long finished drinking, slept well, and now listened to their leader, continuing to smoke another cigarette and looking at everyone from under his brows, like one famous wolf from Soviet cartoons. Liu harshly reminded that he would not allow anyone to back down. Xuan will drive the truck, the other women will follow her, and Liu and Rui will sit on the roof of the transport and give orders to the ordinary soldiers, while keeping an eye on the situation. And no panic, no cowardice. Anyone who decides to run away when the operation begins will be immediately killed, like a vile deserter. And these are not empty promises. The awakened one's only response was to stretch her back and straighten her shoulders, and all she needed was a military salute to make her look like an army. Casually brushing the ash from his already half-smoked cigarette, The teenager once again said that this was a battle for survival, which meant they had to show top class. Then he shouted in a way that made everyone's eardrums vibrate in their ears, asking if the subordinates understood the real meaning of his words. After that, every single one of the women snapped to attention, unable to even blink without their master's order, and shouted in unison that yes, they understood. Turning his entire body around, the main character pointed his finger forward towards the endless wasteland and ordered them to head there, towards the cursed tiger village. From a distance, an army of zombies might have looked like some strange, chaotic thing that moved around and gave off a disgusting stench. But it was still a river. There were so many of them. And there really were a lot of weird creatures and mutants of all shapes and sizes, like the same rock-like giant that Liu Yi had killed on the bridge. There was also a walking corpse that an unknown disease was trying to transform into a werewolf-like shape, with twisted clawed limbs and an elongated snout. Just this creature was able to be the first to notice the approach of a very strange group of machines that did not try to escape from the army of monsters, but on the contrary, went to meet them. The truck that Xiao had bought back at an auction long ago and was now modifying was even bulkier and sturdier than before, looking like a tractor with tires. It plunged into this mass of undead like the head of a mace. But it was not the only weapon of the people. Almost immediately after the zombies attacked other combat vehicles, the main character, as he said, was sitting on top of the truck, watching the battlefield with the greed of a hungry eagle, because he was closer than ever to his cherished goal. But these thoughts didn't stop him from continuing to observe the battle for even a second. And he quickly got his bearings, ordering Qin to use a strike. Yi Xuan, like a professional soldier, didn't slow down for a moment. She just grabbed the right lever with her hand and immediately pulled it down. As a result, the truck, which was already going very fast, demolishing opponents with its multi-ton mass, rushed forward with even greater speed, like a stung horse. Looking at the approaching walking dead, the young man muttered with a maniacal smile, saying, "Let's check which is stronger, my knife or your half-rotted necks." And one ordinary zombie even yelled back at him furiously, as if he understood the meaning of his words, and promised to show this asshole what a pound of shit is in revenge. But it ended in a predictable and familiar way. An azure blue glow flashed through the air like a visualized wind, and then heads rolled. After that, the truck of the main characters rushed on as if nothing had happened, leaving the disembodied heads of the dead just staring in shock at the sky. The mindless, half-decomposed monsters were too aggressive and stupid to come up with any tactics. Instead, they just plowed further into the enemy. But since they were fighting a multi-ton, multimeter machine specially modified for ramming and close combat, the outcome was more than predictable. The unfortunate creatures were simply crushed to dust. Crushed, cut up, and ground to a bloody powder. And they had nothing to oppose these iron monsters. This was especially true for the main truck, the one that Xiaomo had built, because this mechanical hellspawn also had extendable chainsaws on its sides. The woman behind the wheel did not feel even a hint of fear, as she had the day before. On the contrary, she cut through the ranks of these cattle with great bloodthirsty pleasure. Yi Xuan wasn't the only one who shared these feelings. Sitting behind the wheel of the other car, Wu Nuan also looked like she was a child who had been brought to Disneyland. Yes, there is a practical every survivor who sat in a car or truck, experiencing euphoria from the opportunity to finally punish the cursed undead. Yi Ri then half-leaned out of the car window to yell furiously, which caused everyone present except the drivers to immediately start firing cannons at the rotters. Oh, they took great pleasure in doing so, destroying the hated monsters that destroyed the old world and killed billions of people, by all means. In a way, it was a good thing that they were all in the middle of a living ocean of the walking dead, because it saved them from having to aim. However, only ordinary zombies could be easily destroyed by firing from a safe haven. Whereas with mutants, it was different, and they did not sit idly by. As many as 3 gray, stone-faced giants roared furiously, preparing to crush the main characters, and at least one took out a rusty cleaver from somewhere commensurate with him. Qin Xuan's jaw dropped at the sight of these demonic, monstrous colossi, and it was not without difficulty that she mumbled as she tried to warn her master that they were being attacked. The dark-haired man, of course, was not blind, and he saw all this perfectly well. He already got into a fighting stance, pulled out a knife, wrapped himself in a blue aura of power, and ordered to go ahead. Since it was obvious that mere mortal girls and a low-level awakened like Rui wouldn't be able to deal with such enemies, he decided to deal with them personally. Along the way, he did not forget to destroy the ordinary undead, cutting the throats of a huge number of ordinary zombies like chickens in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, one of the big guys, with a deep, guttural growl, raised a thing over his head to bring it down on the protagonist and turn him into a pancake. Liu's new followers were far from underestimating his power, but even they were shocked by his decision to fight 3 colossi at once. From their point of view, this was suicide, and Rui almost panicked and started shouting for someone to tell Xiaomo to come down from heaven to earth. Even if the main character could hear them, he wouldn't care, because he was already doing a good job of dodging the legs of the clumsy thugs and avoiding their fists. After waiting for a while longer, he decided that it was time to use the Force, and his normally golden eyes glowed with an ominous crimson flame. The huge gray clawed paw didn't even have time to touch the cultivator as it awakened its full power as an air commanding awakened. And then he spun around in one place like a humanoid bundle, holding daggers in both hands and using the airblade technique, cutting the atmosphere itself into pieces. All these blue waves of energy slashed, and slashed at the huge humanoid figures, causing the huge zombies to growl and groan at the sense of damage. Their stone skin couldn't be penetrated by any ordinary human weapons, but the protagonist's abilities were certainly much more powerful than this level. Before even a few seconds had passed, one of the mutants let out terrified, pained screams and even dropped his own colossal cleaver. At one point, the main character stopped for just a second, froze as if posing for an invisible artist, and then succinctly uttered just one word: "Done." Nothing happened for a few moments, and then one of the huge corpses let out a particularly long and agonizing roar, and blue cracks appeared on its skin. In a few more moments, the trio of giants simply crumbled like real statues that had been smashed to pieces by a huge metal sledgehammer. Xiaomo casually lifted his leg back and twirled his arms, flexing his tense muscles, while his harem, meanwhile, dropped their jaws in unison at the sight. Just like the numerous characters before them, they began to discuss in incredible shock how incredible the main character's cultivation abilities were, and how cool he was. One girl even bluntly stated that the decision to become Lu's henchman was the best one of her life, because now she was like a fish stuck under the protection of the biggest shark. Meanwhile, the main character finished his little exercise routine and proceeded to kill all the walking dead he could see, literally mowing them down like grass. This, of course, was not done for an empty show. He needed the rest of the characters to come to their senses and begin to continue their work as soon as possible. Zhuan, spouting obscenities worthy of an ancient senile sailor and frantically tugging at the steering wheel and pistons, once again sent her mechanical monster into battle. Although the battle was not cheap even for them, so far the humans were gaining the upper hand and their own machines were still invulnerable. It also helped that the protagonist continued to rage in the crowd of zombies, like a forest fire in dry bushes. He drew all the attention to himself and opened the way for others. People were fighting ecstatically, almost beside themselves with euphoria and adrenaline. Because the zombies were getting smaller by the minute, they were already halfway there. And this was their undoing, because they even got too carried away, stopped watching the flanks and rear, and were not prepared for the fact that they were suddenly attacked. By the time the brunette noticed something was wrong and heard that bloodthirsty roar, it was too late. A huge long-armed shadow had already shot up into the air. Just one blow from the monster was enough to simply smash the huge car in half, tearing it apart like a toy kite. Everything went still, like a movie on pause, and he couldn't bring himself to take a single step as the women in the other cars stopped. As it turned out, Liu was the type of person who could rant about casualties, and the killing of deserters for a very long time, but was not prepared for real deaths. Qinquan's injuries were so severe that blood came out of her throat instead of saliva, and her voice was so weak that it resembled the chirping of a small bird. The main character had only known this woman for a short time. They weren't friends or even lovers, but he was so crushed that it was like he was hurt. And not only him, but the girl's old friends with whom she had spent an unknown amount of time in the same gang were now ready to give up all plans to help her survive. With a grimace that would have been much more appropriate for an enraged rooster, the protagonist shouted that no one should even try to break the formation, but continued driving. The Amazons paused uncomfortably, torn between their desperate need to help their sister-in-arms and their need to obey their employer, until a new voice rang out. Shedding tears and hating herself for every damn word, Ye Rui shouted at them to obey their master and stick to their plans. Otherwise, the meaning of everything would disappear. The old leader's words were enough, and the girls, albeit reluctantly, continued their offensive, crushing the hated zombies with the remaining trucks. The loss of Qin only served to anger them, who had already slaughtered the walking dead with fanatical hatred and were now ready to turn the entire wasteland into ashes. They also desperately hoped that at least the main character with his incredible abilities would be able to save Zhuan, so they tried to help him in battle. Then the sunroof on the roof of one of the cars broke off its hinges, as if it had been hit by some super strong man. But it turned out to be a fragile and elegant female hand in a purple glove. Su Fei, who had been hiding and inactive for some reason throughout the previous battle, finally broke free and prepared to act. She also had a new, beloved baby on her shoulders, and she didn't hesitate to pull the trigger when she took good aim. The fire from this weapon rushed forward in a crimson stream, and it didn't even burn the nearby zombies, but simply vaporized them, turning them into small piles of black dust. And when this stream of destruction finally reached the nearest piece of land, it formed an explosion that could pass for the death of a miniature supernova. The mercenary was incredibly pleased with herself, And the only thing she regretted was that she was too weak to use this toy on a regular basis. In any case, she was able to take out dozens, if not hundreds, of monsters with a single hit, and that was enough for the team to accelerate their vehicles. Nuon kept her course with a firm hand, and even her fingers didn't shake. But she couldn't fight her fear, and she turned around, calling out to the main character. She knew that he wouldn't abandon everything and run after his minions, so she desperately hoped that this berserker would at least stay alive and well. The zombie that destroyed their strongest machine looked a bit like the giants that were killed earlier, only it looked even more caricatured, like a huge gorilla. But the cultivator didn't care about the size of the enemy. He screamed in hysterical rage at how this lousy brat dared to harm his teammate in the first place. Without another word, he launched a single, crushing, and super-fast attack that could easily slice apart a giant rock. A stream of blue energy slammed into the monster's black, rock-like hide, and the teen growled for it to die, as if the zombie couldn't do it a second time without being ordered to. After finishing off the poor opponent, the youth didn't even look at his cooling body anymore. Instead, he rushed to the car and started digging up Qin Xuan. Desperately coughing up a stream of blood, she croaked for the protagonist to stop playing the fool and leave her. And she even stopped feeling her legs, like a certain Bubba from the joke. Growing weaker by the second, she still spent the last of her strength to confess her love to Liu Yi, saying that if it wasn't for our reality, we could easily be happy together. Having said all this, she brought her hand down on the asphalt in an incredibly theatrical and dramatic way, as if hoping that the voiceover director would finally shout cut. But all this was not happening on the set of some stupid movie, but in reality, so the tears of the main character were completely sincere at this moment. Frantically pounding on the intervening pieces of metal and trying to cut them off with his dagger, he didn't stop shouting that Xuan just didn't have the right to die. Not now. Meanwhile, the ordinary zombies had not disappeared. They were still swarming in the area like locusts. But none of them touched these two people, distracted for other purposes. This is the only reason why the protagonist was able to lift the wounded woman into his arms without hindrance and gently whisper her name, in the best traditions of cinematic melodramas. He held her tenderly, as if she were a lover, and whispered that he would surely drag her back to life, not noticing that a predatory shadow lurked nearby. Meanwhile, someone finally managed to reach the ever-memorable Tiger Village, which actually had the appearance of a modern and well-kept village. The first person to set foot on the paved road of this place, completely unbroken by time and looters, was none other than Wan Tin, Lu's first friend. The other women, however, were not long behind, and as soon as they felt a solid foundation under their feet, they began to talk fearfully about where their patron had gone. They very quickly came to the conclusion that the cultivator, along with Qin, was left in the midst of an armada of zombies, and if that was the case, they would have to accept the idea that they were dead. Most likely, in another situation, they would have waited for a moment of respectful silence, and then would have gone on their way. But then they were rudely and loudly contradicted. The former shop assistant, trying desperately not to burst into tears like a little girl, shouted that no, her master and master couldn't have died, just couldn't. And that was all. And to prove it to all that gang of unbelieving Thomas in skirts, she warned that right now she would go personally search for the main character in the Deadly Wastelands. But in reality, she hadn't even taken a few steps when Wu Nuan grabbed her hand and said worriedly that no, she wouldn't do such a crazy thing. Trying not to let her own raging emotions run wild, the red-haired awakened one reminded that an ordinary person, without weapons and protection, has no chance of surviving in those places. Unfortunately, the pink-haired woman was simply not in a state to listen to reason, so she pulled her hand away and shouted that she had to go. Finally falling into hysterical sobs, she shouted that she simply could not live on. If something happened to the main character, it would be her end. Some cynic would have added bitterly that yes, of course she couldn't live because she was as dependent on Liu as a flea is on a dog. But Wu just looked at her sympathetically. There was no telling where this argument would end up. But suddenly a woman shouted out that she was actually willing to go with Wan Ting to look for Mo. Then a second consonant voice rang out, followed by a third, and already most of the harem was ready to give up everything and risk their lives for the sake of a cultivator. Ye Rui, as the second in command and the strongest fighter in the team after the main character, quickly got her bearings and gave the command to go back to the trucks because they were going back. She was also unbearably sad at the thought that the young man could die. But the core of her motivation was naked pragmatism. If such an imbecile fighter dies, then they are all doomed here. Again, no one had even taken a few steps when Su Fei, who had climbed onto the roof of one of the trucks and was looking into the distance, caught everyone's attention. Uncharacteristically quiet, devoid of even a hint of her usual sarcasm and nonchalance, she whispered with almost superstitious horror that someone was coming to them right now. The rising sun and thick dust clouds made it difficult to get a good look at the mysterious wanderers, but their silhouettes were still very familiar. Needless to say, this was the main character with Qin Xuan in his arms, and he actually wasn't even injured. and all the blood stuck to his skin belonged to zombies. Then there was another scene of everyone admiring the cultivator and how he managed not only to escape from the trap alone, but also to save the woman in the process. They exchanged all sorts of things in surprise, including how they couldn't believe that Xiaomo was still a human after defeating thousands of the Walking Dead. Only Wan Ting, the oldest companion of the main character, did not become like a frightened bird, making endless trills. She just ran over and hugged the brunette tightly. The protagonist quickly assured her that everything was fine and they actually had someone else to take care of right now. And even the bloodstains miraculously disappeared from his face. But for Qin Xuan, the situation was absolutely unenviable. Not only was she crushed by the heavy wreckage of the truck, but also glass fragments got into her body. There was an urgent need to help the unfortunate woman, but no one had any idea how to do this, until a timid girl's voice rang out and a hand was raised from the crowd. This brown-haired girl's name was An Qin, and before civilization collapsed under the weight of marauders and hordes of infected monsters, she was a medical student. It was nowhere near the same as a full-fledged trained doctor, but the main characters simply didn't have a better alternative, and Qin promised to do whatever she could. But even for an untrained apprentice like her, a cursory examination was enough to tell her that the situation was critical, that the glass had penetrated deep into her body and cut through everything it could. Without a full-fledged surgical operation with a full set of tools, the chances of saving her are close to zero. But Liu clarified in a cold voice whether there is still a loophole. Alas, in the normal, well-off world, it was possible. But now they can only sob and wail about how cool Zhuan was and how she doesn't deserve to die early. This is exactly what everyone here started doing, because, well, what else could they do if even the closest analog of the medic confirmed that it was better to prepare a coffin? Perhaps it was Ye Rui who had the hardest time, because she was, after all, the leader of this female gang, responsible for her sworn younger sisters, and had let one of them down. Pathetically rolling a smoking cigarette between his teeth, the protagonist rudely ordered the women to stop blowing their snot, because now he knows how to save the victim. Of course, they didn't stop crying as if by magic, but everyone present still turned to Liu with questions about what he was up to. But as it turned out, he didn't have time to explain these tedious and unnecessary details. And in general, time was running out. He had to start as soon as possible. To the Amazons. Credit, they didn't really get curious anymore, but just turned and ran, kicking up their legs like soldiers in training. The plan, however, was actually very simple. The cultivator was just going to use the regeneration crystal to heal all of Qin's internal injuries. But while he was pondering the possible complications and risks, the women had already set up the tent, and Ye Rui, sweating from fatigue, reported that the place was ready. Carefully lifting Zhuan into his arms as easily as if she weighed less than a chicken feather, the dark-haired man warned her that he was going inside, where he would begin to heal the poor man. At the same time, he very strictly warned that no one should try to enter the tent after that. And everyone involuntarily wondered what he plans to do without tools at all. Suddenly, the purple-haired awakened one collapsed on her own ass, tucked her legs under her in a stereotypical Yakuza pose, and barked that she had to trust her master. However, she still perspired, and it wasn't from fatigue or heat at all. And she mentally prayed to all the higher powers that existed that Qin would stay alive and well. The interior of the tent was dim, and the furnishings were extremely ascetic, just a simple wooden table with Xuan lying motionless on it. Although Liu Yi looked unyielding from the outside, in reality he was also willing to pray that the energy in the mystic crystal would be enough to heal. Carefully placing the stone against the woman's ribcage, he gave the activation command, and for a moment the entire room was lit up with a bright but soft golden light. Qin sensed this, and her reaction was more than strange, as she slowly began to squeeze and spread her legs, twisting her head with a reddened face and moaning. The situation was extremely tense and serious, and only a few minutes ago everyone present was sobbing in tears, but now they were making vulgar jokes. Rui actually understood their reactions quite well, but as the deputy leader, she simply had to bark out the order to stop and continue to strongly believe in Great Mo. It didn't help the atmosphere at all that the half-unconscious Zhuan kept moaning at the top of her voice on the table, begging her not to stop. Despite her request, the young man stopped and froze, as if some mysterious, interdimensional viewer decided to pause the plot. Like in a movie, sweat trickled down the main character's face in rivulets, because the energy in the healing crystal was simply not enough to truly save the woman's life. Reaching out his hands to the piece of stone faintly squeezed by Zhuan, the cultivator acknowledged that he now needed to sacrifice his own energy to save her. Summoning all of his divine power into a single point, the dark-haired man opened his palms and shot out a stream of dazzling blue-white energy, channeling it into Xuan. His followers, waiting outside for the result, were still following their master's orders not to peek, but they were getting closer to the tent by the minute. Even the compassionate and empathetic Wan Ting was no longer concerned with Qin's life, but with the fact that she was the first to meet Liu, even before her. It also became clear that in a very short time, All these preoccupied girls would simply break through the walls of the tent, ignoring all possible prohibitions and warnings. Enraged, Rui gave the most zealous and disobedient scoundrels a toothpick, and then sent them to work in an absolutely unquestioning tone, and no one dared to disobey. Alas, no matter how calm and collected she tried to appear from the outside, it was clear that she was also tormented by the unknown. Just that the awakened one was better able to cope with it. The former saleswoman, smiling very awkwardly, tried to convince her that everything was fine, but her sideways awkward speech clearly showed how hypocritical this was. Thankfully, the tent's entrance finally opened, releasing the main character and Qin Xuan, completely healthy and without even the faintest scar. And tellingly, instead of rejoicing at the rescue of their best friend and sister-in-arms, both women could only think that they were committing debauchery there. Puffing on another cigarette like an old, unshaven detective from an old noir movie, the cultivator asked why his followers were looking at him so strangely. One would expect that one of the minor characters would say something stupid after that. But no, it was Rui who was serious and collected and made a fool of herself. Realizing what she was babbling about, Qin began to yell with indignation and embarrassment, although it was clear from her eyes that she would sell her soul if these fantasies were real. But in the end, no. And again, no, they did nothing wrong. Of course, they are a good, decent boy and girl and just engaged in treatment, and that's all. And the former saleswoman was relieved. It was much more pleasant to know that the protagonist still retained his virginity than that he saved someone's life. Suddenly, Liu himself, who hadn't actually gone anywhere and had heard everything, spoke up, and he reminded the scoundrels in an icy voice that it was a post-apocalypse, horror and death everywhere. And why the hell are they even standing here talking like chickens? It's dangerous to be in this damned village so quickly. Quickly, everyone ran to the cars and started the engines. He was about to follow his own advice when he was interrupted by the timid, hopeful voice of Xuan, who was still breathing raggedly towards him. But the cultivator wasn't interested in any of this right now. So he made it clear to her that he had just saved her teammate's life, and nothing more. If she's finished pouring out her heart at this point, then please tell her to head to the car and step on the gas too. Because time is working against them with every passing second. He had broken her heart, but even if he knew it, he thought it was much better to get the dots right quickly than to drag out the game. After that, the characters moved to a small pastoral town with the beautiful name of Two Rivers, which looked very contrasting with the rest of the world. In fact, even the characters themselves noted this, enjoying all this greenery and water area, like carefree tourists who came to a nice resort in the wilds of nature. And while they were happily chattering about all these beautiful scenery, no one bothered to notice that Xiaomo was much quieter than usual. As it turned out from his thoughts, there is a very good reason for this, because this sprawling village was his homeland, the place where he was born and spent his youth. And as he stared thoughtfully at the horizon, feeling the leaves play and float in the wind beside him, Yerue cautiously approached and asked what they should do next. Hiding his true emotions as deeply as possible, the young man replied that they were already close to their final destination, so they should make a stop here and look for some supplies. The purple-haired awakened one frowned in disbelief and clarified, "Don't they need to first, do some basic scouting to make sure there are no zombies?" Such a noticeable and gloomy shadow ran over the main character's face that he hurried to lower his gaze, drag on his cigarette again, and only then reported that everything was definitely clean here. He knew this for a fact, simply because he had slaughtered everyone in this place with his own hands years ago. And it wasn't an event that gave him much pleasure, as he watched without emotion as the women began to gather in small groups and drift off in different directions. He thought that he should visit the ancestral grave. We need to honor his late grandparents and visit their burial sites while we still have a day off before the grand finale of the saga begins. After a while, Rui almost fell to her knees in shock, because the vegetables, they were absolutely fresh, even though it had been several years since the beginning of the demise of the world. Damn it, this was completely abnormal. But there could be one relatively sane explanation for this mystery. Someone continued to live here even after the zombie invasion. This new mystery completely captured the girl's attention, and she came across an old building with an open passageway and slowly entered it. Inside, she found that everything that should have been there was missing: dust, cobwebs, dirt. None of this was there, which means that there were definitely some residents left here. But it raised new questions about why none of these people were around right now, and where they had gone. So she decided to try to find the answers in the first book she saw. The unknown author first described for a long time how sick and dying his grandparents were, and then confessed how much he hated a certain being, and how he wanted to kill him. Rui suddenly realized that the diary had been written backwards for some reason, and with a shake of her head she abruptly turned the entire stack of pages. But what she saw on the other side of the book made her just stand there, her eyes bulging and her mouth hanging open like a harpooned fish, simply because it was written not by some unknown psychopath, but by Liu Xiaomo himself. and relatively recently, just 1 year after the beginning of the end of the world. She was so surprised and so engrossed in her reading that she didn't even notice the faint click of someone's feet behind her. Although Rui was a tough, experienced person and understood the harsh conditions of life in the post-apocalypse, she was still scared that a cultivator wanted to kill someone. As the saying goes, talk about the devil, he will immediately appear. And the main character asked in a very cold voice what the woman was reading there, and his eyes burned with purple embers. Startled as if suddenly struck by a whip, the awakened one hurriedly turned around, hiding the diary behind her back, and tried to hide her trembling to no avail. Unfortunately for her, the main character didn't want to play this guessing game. He just grabbed her hands, twisted them out, and, yes, saw his old diary. If Xiaomo's voice was just cold until now, it now sounded like it could freeze the Arctic itself, turning it into a lifeless, hellish ice wasteland. Lowering her gaze like a teenager who was being held accountable to a strict parent for a perfect offense, Rui whispered that she didn't know who the book belonged to, but if she tried to earn her beloved master's forgiveness and understanding, it was in vain. The protagonist had never been so fiercely angry before, and it wasn't an exaggeration because he just grabbed the girl by the throat, lifted her up with one hand, pinning her against the wall, and in a hysterical voice repeated why she was reading the diary. And Rui, usually completely cool and calm, ready to fight the hordes of zombies without batting an eye, began to sob desperately and beg for mercy in a strangled voice. Her voice was growing fainter by the moment, as the last of the air was being drained from her lungs, and her eyes were turning red, rolling back in her head and popping out of her head. It was quite possible that Liu Yi would have killed one of his loyal supporters in a fit of hysterical, blind anger. But at the last moment, he still heard her. He heard her desperate plea to let her go, to take just one breath of air, and with all his remaining willpower, he opened his fingers and released her. While the awakened one desperately clutched at her throat, trying to breathe through the terrible pain in her neck muscles, the main character mumbled apologies and reached for the diary. But Rui, once again overcome with terrible pain, croaked that no, it was her duty to beg the Jasper Lord for forgiveness for daring to pry into his personal life. Xiaomo slowly turned to her and asked her not to tell anyone else about this. And what was most striking was that there was no command in his eyes, only a desperate plea. And even now, after being nearly killed, the woman couldn't help but wonder what had happened in the protagonist's past, and who this mysterious being was. This place really had a strange effect on the main character. Not only did he almost kill a loyal combat friend, but now he was looking at a beaten puppy with his eyes. Here and now, he thought of everyone he knew from his previous peaceful life, old friends and enemies, including Bing, and he could barely contain his tears. All of them were dead. All of them had been feeding worms for months or had become ashes playing in the wind. And as he thought about it, he tried to light a lighter with a trembling finger. When he succeeded, he burned his diary to prevent future incidents like Rui's, and made a solemn vow that he would survive at any cost and in any situation. However, he wasn't going to survive just to keep his skin intact, but to be a living monument to the sacrifice of his old friends. This touching and tragic scene ended with the main character's ear comically expanding and twitching, catching the presence of someone else. Accustomed to facing any unexpected occurrence with a weapon in hand, the cultivator turned around in the blink of an eye, shoulders hunched like a tiger about to spring, and took out a knife. But this was just another female member of the Rui gang, whose name was Chen Tong, and for some reason, she had decided to wear an extremely frivolous costume right now. She looked as if she'd just stepped off a dance pole for a few minutes, but she said she was just worried about the leader and wanted to know how he was doing. Putting the dagger back and relaxing, the protagonist replied without any expression on his face that he was fine, and the girl should go back to the camp. Instead, she stepped closer, grabbed his hand and held it close, lowering her eyes modestly as she began to whisper thanks for how wonderful the days had been under his leadership. The cultivator irritably pulled his hand away from her clinging embrace and once again ordered the woman to go home, because this place was actually full of various dangers. She expressed her submission in a choked voice, but in her mind, she only focused on what a thick-headed blockhead Liu was, devoid of any sense of romance. His words about the danger were not empty, because a red-eyed boar with huge tusks and clear intentions immediately materialized behind Chen. The woman turned around very slowly, realized that a nasty, monstrous boar was preparing to attack her, and very theatrically collapsed on her fifth point, weakly calling for the master. Since she clearly didn't know how to fight herself, the best way out of this situation was to use the damsel in distress card, and hope that Xiaomo's callous heart would be moved by it. Fortunately for her, this was the case. The main character instantly got between her and the pig, and then with one swing of the blade cut the unfortunate animal into pieces. If a classical romantic artist were around, he would not hesitate to give up his right leg for the opportunity to capture this heroic scene on his canvas. After hiding the daggers, the brunette calmly ordered Tong to no longer use the perfume she put on herself before the date, because it attracts mutated animals. Then, still perfectly indifferent to her personally, he ordered her to return at last to the camp and tell the other women that they would have a pork feast that evening. In the evening, the whole gang discussed with great enthusiasm this magnificent gift, which was presented to them by the owner, who managed to find and kill such a large boar somewhere. And while everyone was openly licking their lips, imagining how they would feast, Rui asked the protagonist to keep some of the meat so that they could exchange it for useful things in the city later. The young man, with the same indifferent look, reminded them that they had experienced many terrible battles with the Walking Dead, with an unpredictable outcome, and in general, he was already going to bed. The purple-haired awakened girl wisely didn't press her point of view and left, but Chen continued to stare at the cultivator's back with a hawk-like gaze. Inside the main character's tent, it was a much more depressing sight than one would imagine, as he sat hunched over on the bed, drinking alcohol unrestrainedly. He just couldn't get his grandparents out of his head, couldn't stop thinking about what it might be like for them in the afterlife, and it was killing him mentally. The door to his apartment creaked, and a timid female voice asked for permission to enter, to which Xiaomo, a little slurring his tongue, clarified who the hard one had brought in at all. Chentong straightened her arms and said in an exaggeratedly innocent voice that it was her. She decided to come here because she just couldn't sleep in her room alone. The protagonist, who was already too drunk to know exactly what was going on around him, waved at her in a friendly manner, inviting her to join him for a cup of wine. The woman, realizing that the scenario of a romantic evening planned by her from the very beginning began to develop somehow incorrectly, timidly replied that she did not drink. The main character, in response gently but demanding, took her hand, and Brand Stupid Voice Alcoholic said that of course, this is normal and understandable. Pulling Tong so that she was in his lap, Liu, hiccuping and smiling foolishly, said that there was nothing difficult in drinking. He also could not. But as soon as he tried, so it went. Feeling every inch of her skin begin to burn with incredible desire and embarrassment, Chen stated in a trembling voice that the precious master's hands were so hot. The main character slowly repeated the word, hot. And his golden eyes, which had previously looked at everything clearly and keenly, like the eyes of an eagle, now looked like pools of urine. Casually rolling Tong onto her back, the dark-haired man said in a muffled voice that he was going to help her with this disaster, and he would probably start with these disgusting clothes. 2 hours had passed since that embarrassing episode, and anyone who knew even one iota of human relationships would have understood exactly what was going on. Xiao, now completely sober, had a cigarette in his mouth and he didn't even smoke it, just chewed it, desperately trying to deal with the realization of what had just happened. Anyone else would have blamed it on Chen alone. But Mo was well aware that he simply shouldn't have been drinking. Damned intoxicating drinks didn't lead to anything good. However, Tong herself didn't even remotely feel dishonored or anything. On the contrary, she hugged the cultivator's shoulders affectionately and asked if they would be a couple now. Still feeling terribly embarrassed and ashamed, the usually unwavering and fearless Xiaomo abruptly jumped to his feet and muttered that now it was getting late. Chen had better go to bed. He also threw her a huge crystal that resembled a large iridescent diamond. And this treasure could buy a huge number of things in cities. The brown-haired woman, for the first time feeling a completely non-trembling excitement in her chest, slowly looked up and asked the main character what he was talking about right now. Unable to even look at her face, the cultivator quietly apologized, expressed his remorse for being drunk, and admitted that he wasn't looking for any romantic relationships. Then he managed to pull himself together, turned around and added in a more businesslike voice that the artifact was compensation for the inconvenience. And he was ready to give even more. Ton reacted to this in the most violent and hysterical way possible, smashing the gemstone into fragments on the floor and shouting who they were holding her for. Sobbing and grinding her teeth in frustration, she snarled that she didn't need this piece of shit for nothing, and that she had never had a boyfriend in her life before. The main character once again asked for forgiveness and admitted that he just couldn't be in a relationship with someone now, and he was ready to give her even all the crystals that he had on him. But he vainly hoped to find understanding from this person. She continued her tantrum with even greater force and even knocked the innocent jewels out of his hands. So, sobbing and screaming that all men are nothing more than lustful, depraved bastards, she broke out of the protagonist's shelter and disappeared into the night. Oh, Lu Xiaomo could have tried to stop her, explained that he preferred a sincere and mutual relationship, and that the whole world was violent right now. But he didn't. Hiding in the grove, Chen sat on the ground and sobbed. Never tired of swearing in the most vulgar way and cursing the hero in all sorts of ways, ignoring the fact that she forced herself on him. Barely able to see the nearest objects through the haze of tears, she swore inwardly that she would leave this damn pride immediately, so that she wouldn't have to see his pretty face again. You'd think she'd accidentally said it out loud because a voice suddenly rang out nearby and said, no, she wasn't going to do it. Words came from the distant bushes, behind which the silhouettes of some people could be discerned. and Tong, driven by curiosity, decided to go closer. But when she got closer, she only found one woman, a medical student named An Qin, and she asked in a suspiciously nervous voice why Chen wasn't sleeping. The rejected seductress voiced her suspicions aloud, and the brown-haired woman, sweating even more, said that she was here alone from the very beginning and was just looking for a toilet. Anyone else would have wondered why Chen was so afraid and denied everything. But intelligence was clearly not Tong's strong suit as she continued to dig into the problem. After hearing her describe the mysterious blonde stranger's appearance in detail, Anne simply gave up and grabbed her by the shoulders, demanding that she admit that she was dreaming. But it was too late to save the lives of the fools who had condemned themselves, because that was when the black-robed assassin materialized in space, calmly parting her plump red lips, which looked as if they had recently been operated on by a surgeon. The strange woman announced that she was about to kill this witness. Thus, the last thing this failed life partner of the main character managed to do was turn around and ask what the hell was going on here at all. After that, there was a distinctive crack, which meant that sharpened steel objects collided with human flesh, and blood spurted out in all directions. The next day began in a very peaceful manner, but only until Ye Rui informed the main character that a female member of the group was missing. The answer to his question was the name that could be most easily guessed, Chen Tong. Hearing this, Xiaomo was sweating with fear and tension, wondering if the incident that had happened was the result of his fault for choosing his words poorly. As it turned out, before going to the forest to certain death, the unfortunate seductress also managed to talk to someone, warning them that she would leave for the city. The main character was very uncharacteristically shocked, because such a plan was pure madness. The distance was hundreds of kilometers, and even zombies roamed everywhere. The purple-haired awakened girl was even taken aback by this, since Liu and Chen hadn't interacted in any way before, and she began to guess that something had happened between them. Her eyes widened even more when the young man simply pushed her aside and said in a very nervous voice that he was giving up everything and going in pursuit of the fugitive. Trying not to let this strange madness get even more heated, Rui hurriedly reminded that Tong had stolen the car at night, which meant that she was already a huge distance away from them. In response, the cultivator simply clenched his fist until it turned white, and then slammed it into the nearest wall with such force that a small cloud of dust and debris flew into the air. He just couldn't believe that someone could be so childish. Think they were in a romantic fairy tale instead of a fucking post-apocalypse. The awakened one approached him very carefully and asked him to calm down in an even more careful, respectful voice, reminding him that they had already killed most of the zombies. It meant that Chen would probably stay alive and well, because she was smart. But Liu made a scary face and said that he didn't care, let her take care of herself. And now that he had expressed how much he didn't care about the dastardly deserters, he ordered his right-hand man to go train the gang to climb the peak. The woman immediately made it clear that she would do so, but she just couldn't help wondering what could possibly have happened to this sweet couple. The forests that surrounded the valley of the Two Rivers village were incredibly dense, as if no human foot had ever set foot here since at least the Neolithic period. The characters had some difficulty making their way through the grass and branches, with everyone except Shomo, Rui, and Nuan having to wear special cloaks to protect them from the parasites. The dark-haired man kept glancing back and forth all the way, nervously shifting his gaze from side to side, because if he wasn't mistaken, the lab would be visible from the top of the mountain. His excitement was easily explained, because now he was closer than ever to fulfilling his most cherished dream, the one that was tragically destroyed in his previous life. He was roused from his reverie by the nervous voice of a purple-haired awakened who said that the fog was too thick and they should stick together so they wouldn't get lost. Quickly assessing that this cloud of steam looked like they had all drifted into the Silent Hill game universe, the cultivator acknowledged that Rui was right and walked as close to her as possible. To say that he didn't like what was happening very much would be a huge understatement, because the young man didn't remember any fogs in this area before. Xiaomo absolutely didn't want to take any chances, so he immediately ordered everyone present to stay close to each other and immediately speak up if they found anything. Right after that, Wu warned the main character that she sensed a very powerful but unfamiliar energy source ahead, and it definitely wasn't a zombie. These words somehow made the already tense guy frown and cast a murderous glance at the space in front of him, and Rui worriedly suggested to leave. The main character said that they wouldn't do it without stooping to explain the reasons for their mood, but it was easy to see how cold the atmosphere was. He remembered that only toxic miasma was dangerous, no looters or monsters, so he decided to go ahead with Ye and Nuan, leaving the others behind led by Zhuan. The three main characters moved forward very cautiously, and soon they were almost lost in this cloudy sea, even at a distance of a meter. Everything was already lost in a white haze. They walked very carefully, ready to face any possible danger at any moment, and Liu did not forget to ask Wu if she still felt this strange power. After activating her search skill, she regretfully admitted that she didn't really understand anything. Their target either disappears periodically, or on the contrary is spilled in space. After being silent for a few seconds, the cultivator slowly said that it looked like they would have to deal with a very difficult opponent this time, and it sounded creepy coming out of his mouth. He then turned to Rui to check if she had discovered something interesting. But before he could even finish the sentence, his eyes widened in shock. This reaction was understandable, because the purple-haired awakened one simply disappeared, disappearing into the pale haze like a ghost, without any noise. Turning around so that he almost broke his own neck, the dark-haired man demanded that Nuon help find her. But it was too late. The red-haired girl also disappeared without any trace, and so the main character found himself completely alone in this ominous white sea, where the only sounds were the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat. Very slowly, without making any sudden movements, the teenager took a fighting stance, stretched out his hands in front of him, and clutched a trusty dagger in one of them, preparing to attack. Xiaomo tried his best not to show it, but he was afraid, because now he wasn't fighting against some pathetic bandit or a walking dead, but against who knows what. Fortunately, it turned out that the women were not destroyed. In fact, they were just somehow moved in space, so that no one could help the other. And the same Rui was now frantically looking over her shoulders, expecting at any second to see an attack from some creature, and calling for help from Master Xiao, or at least Nuon. But then something came out of the fog that silenced her, as if the mysterious demiurge had just turned off the sounds throughout this entire universe. Such a reaction could be understood because a deer stepped out of the mist, but not an ordinary one. It was a huge animal with a milk-white body, red spots, and red eyes. The creature's eyes were not red in the ordinary sense that ordinary albino animals have, but they glowed like two car lights and looked directly into the soul. The sight was so mesmerizing that Rui stopped in her tracks against her will and relaxed, unable to tear her gaze away from the creature. Even the rudimentary movements were now very difficult for her, because what was happening was too much like a nightmare with surreal logic. Wu Nuan's situation wasn't any better, because not only was she unable to see anything with her own eyes in this fog, but her abilities were now failing as well. She couldn't find her way back to her patron and sister-in-arms, and then there was the soft but very tangible thud of a hoof hitting the ground behind her. It was either the same deer or a tribesman of the first creature, but the creature's eyes glowed in an even more sinister way than the previous one. In fact, it was only their light that the girl was able to see at first, and probably thought that somehow she found a working motorcycle or bicycle in this fog. When the full silhouette of the demonic beast emerged from the pale cloud, including its huge curved horns, Nuon was so taken aback that she couldn't even find the strength to be afraid. As for the protagonist, he hadn't been attacked yet, but he kept his eyes open, aware that the mist was somehow blocking out his heightened senses. To survive on his own and save the girls, he needed to find the creator of this fog, and to find this person, he needed to make sure that he found Mo himself. The main character was about to start luring the mysterious enemy out of hiding, but he didn't have time to take any action when a noise was heard. It was still a white and red deer, and like the previous monsters, it didn't do anything yet, just stood in the distance and glared at the man with its scarlet eyes. The main character slowly straightened up, relaxed his entire body, and his eyes, which were already ready to pop out of their sockets, now also turned suspiciously red. The situation was so unnatural that now Liu Yi did something that he had never done before, even in the most stressful situations, and dropped his weapon. Mesmerized, unable to resist this terrible hypnosis, he slowly approached the monster, muttering something about the beautiful light. And the closer he got, the louder the white stag growled, baring teeth so sharp that they could have triggered a deep inferiority complex in any wolf. Tired of waiting for this two-legged piece of meat to finally get close enough to bite its head off in one fell swoop, the predator prepared to attack with a roar. But what he didn't expect was that the man would suddenly grab him by the horns at the very base, locking his neck very well in one place. Needless to say, a cultivator couldn't be fooled by any tricks, and he was just pretending, even though he didn't think that just one deer would create such a fog. Trying to free itself, the horned animal jerked its head back with all its might, but the dark-haired man continued to hold it tightly, did not allow it to recoil from itself. Releasing one hand to draw his dagger, the protagonist sneered that even a mutated creature was still only a weak creature, and with its death, the fog would disappear. He decided to immediately test this claim by cutting the monster's throat with one very fast and powerful blow, which nearly separated the deer's head from its body. The fog had eased a little, but it hadn't cleared, which meant that there were other horned hunters nearby, and that Xiaomo's companions were in great danger. His position was saved by a subject that millions of schoolchildren from all over the world usually hate to the core, namely elementary physics and vibrations from the ground under their feet. The main character could sense the surrounding people and monsters by using very strong vibrations for echolocation, and that's exactly what he did by hitting the ground with tremendous force. For a few seconds, he carefully absorbed the sensation of the wave he generated before he saw the right spot and jumped there with the speed of a flying arrow. It was just the right time, because Nuon had truly fallen into this trap and was now closer than ever to the fate of a moth walking into an open fire. It was possible that the cultivator would have arrived at the scene too late and only found a gnawed corpse. But the vibrations he set off saved the day. The crash completely destroyed the monster deer's hypnotic magic, and the red-haired awakened one began to wonder what the hell she was doing. Enraged, the hoofed predator spat on everything and decided to just devour her, starting with the head, and its nasty, rotten teeth were only inches from Wu's face. Here, as usual, the main character was sleeping, which in less than a second was between these two, and then with one blow cut the throat of the horned creature. He didn't even look at the ugly mutant afterward, but immediately turned to his old battle friend to make sure she was all right now. Of course, she was completely unharmed, and offered to immediately go in search of the third member of their small group before something irreparable happened. To her surprise, Xiaomo was very nonchalant in this regard, until he reminded her that Rui, just for a second, has the hard skin skill. These deer will literally break their teeth on her. And he was right, as usual, because a moment later, a happy woman emerged from the fading fog, casually carrying the carcass of the dead deer that had been their supper. Incredibly happy, like a little girl who was finally lucky enough to win a difficult game, she shared how she beat the creature to death with her bare hands. Nuon listened to this with a face like she was desperate to dump her old breakfast in a bag, but the protagonist sincerely congratulated her and gave her a thumbs up. It was incredibly hard to believe that this wasn't a dream, that they had actually passed through Scylla, Charybdis, and the Augean stables, but it was a fact that they had made it. Looking down from the top of the cliff at the landscape below them, the main character thought with satisfaction that he was right again in deciding that there was no more poisoned air. But the tower's laboratory, the one that held the most sacred secrets and that Xiaomo had killed himself about in his previous life, still remained in its place. It was visible from all parts of the wasteland, and its roof almost brushed the clouds like the Great Tower of Babel. But Rui still asked if they had found the right place, just in case. The main character was too lost in his thoughts, so he didn't mock the girl for asking a stupid question, and just confirmed that yes, it was like that. The reason the brunette was attracted to this thing like a moth to a light bulb was because someone in there could send people back in time. The protagonist had big plans for this wondrous technology or power, so without further ado, he ordered his lieutenants to call a squad together, for there would be an assault. Before even half an hour had passed, the space around the gleaming futuristic structure was shaking with a monstrous rumble and ground vibrations. One by one, the vile, bloodied zombies that were crouching in the area, like chain dogs, simply evaporated, being burned by the flames and torn to pieces by the blast wave. To anyone else, it might have been the epitome of hell. But to Su Fei, it was heaven, Valhalla, where she could blow up everything with her most destructive weapons. But if she ran rampant on the battlefield like a berserker, Rui acted like an experienced and cool-headed general, giving orders to her subordinates. As for Liu Xiaomo, standing on the roof of the traveling battle truck like on the deck of a ship, he simply ordered those enemies in front to be left to him. Since this was the grand finale of his own story, the teenager tried to act on maximum strength and grandeur in everything to win the fight accurately. And so, shouting furiously at the mindless walking dead that they must all die, he leapt forward, his daggers outstretched in his hands. The young man was no longer acting like a mere mortal, but like a true demigod of war, the power of destruction incarnate, and each swing of his blades ended with the slam of heads on the ground. Wu Nuan, who had returned to the driver's side of the truck, happily confirmed that the path was now clear for them, and they could add more gas. After that, all their small armada on 4 wheels, all modified for battle cars and trucks, rushed in one direction. In the past, such a decision would surely have led to a brutal slaughter and death. But as Liu has since become smarter and stronger, all of his supporters have successfully reached the finish line. Without wasting any time, Rui ordered Mo, Wu, and Tin to run inside the building while she and her old sworn sisters continued to exterminate the last of the zombies. There was a lot at stake, so the cultivator didn't argue, but only added that they should take care of themselves and hide inside the tower if the need arose. Once inside, they saw something strange. No furniture, no tables with laboratory supplies, just emptiness and one huge crystal in the center of the room. Despite the fairies' sarcastic joke about the sale of this stone, everyone was puzzled that they had come all the way to such a long and dangerous place only to find nothing at all in the end. One would think that the protagonist would be the most angry and even hysterical. But no, so far he was just looking at this mysterious gem. Some hidden feeling told him that there was a connection between them and this item, and the cultivator ended up asking his friends to inspect everything while he checked the stone. But in the end, Xiaomo didn't even have to take any specific actions. Just a touch of his palm was enough to make the huge crystal shine. By the time the terrified girls turned around and ran back, and when the glow faded, it was already too late. The main character just disappeared without a trace. It goes without saying that the young man did not actually die, but rather that his body and mind were moved to some strange space that resembled virtual reality. It was very similar to the classic green code of the Matrix, only it was all done in a delicate oceanic blue color, and Liu guessed correctly that he was inside the crystal. And in response to his cautious question, a mysterious female voice suddenly rang out, complacently noting that the main character was finally here. The young survivor turned his entire body sharply, as if preparing to face any attack. But in fact, it turned out to be a harmless, at first glance, girl. She was not in the flesh, but a kind of hologram, a computer projection of a human image, and she immediately asked Liu not to be afraid. She also didn't beat around the bush, and immediately explained that she was something like the goddess Gaia, the embodiment of the planet Earth and her will. And it was she who moved Mo back in time. Still frowning, the protagonist laconically demanded to know why she was doing this, and why she chose him out of all the people. The reason turned out to be simple. The flaring-up zombie apocalypse kills the Earth itself. So Gaia sent various heroes to the past many times, but only Liu was able to survive. Now, to complete his mission, he had to jump back into the past and prevent the undead epidemic itself. But he will never be able to return to his own time. The main character wasn't a fool, so he immediately understood everything that was left out, which was that he would have to say goodbye to his team forever. At the very least, Gaia was tactful enough to promise that she would personally protect all the girls in order to calm down and soften the protagonist a little. She also very appropriately added that if Xiao wins, then the zombies will never take over the world and everything will be fine. And if he loses, then the Earth will die, and all his friends too. The Divine Girl also added that she wouldn't force her champion to make any decision. If he decided to just leave now, she wouldn't say a bad word to him. But just in case the brunette decided to follow in Neo's footsteps and choose the red pill, it was enough for him to simply touch the ball of blue energy created by it. Needless to say, since Liu Xiaomo was a perfect hero by nature, he didn't hesitate for long and immediately poked that ball of blue flame with both of his palms. Before his consciousness faded in this energy and time vortex, he had time to think about Wan Ting, Wu Nuan, and the other friends he would save from the apocalypse. When he had already disappeared, Gaia only wished him to start acting, and after that, her holographic avatar itself slowly began to disappear. She didn't say this to the hero, but the goddess actually used literally the last reserves she had left to send him back to that old Chinese city. This was the planet Earth before the deadly disease began to spread through its body. This was human civilization before it collapsed under the tread of zombies. And it was the same supermarket where Liu saved Wan Ting from a burglar and took things from the storeroom. But since it hadn't been long for the girl, she was worried if he had escaped. In the end, this beautiful young man had saved her from that disgusting, depraved brute. And yet, he hadn't even given her his name so that anyone could know it. But the protagonist seemed to read her thoughts because he abruptly threw open the storeroom doors and loudly called out his first and last name, Liu Xiaomo. The shop assistant, trying to hide her surprise, smiled awkwardly and asked if her mysterious knight suddenly changed his mind and came back. She was curious about where he was going and what business he was doing, but since it was too complicated and impossible to explain, the cultivator just asked her to forget it. In any case, the girl quickly became not up to it, because the young man gently took her by the hand and in a touching voice asked her to go with him. To Wan Ting's surprised question of where they were going, the brunette smiled significantly and simply replied that they were going to save the world.